with Navajo Nation Council via telecommunications. We're here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Great Navajo Nation. I do have here in the chambers Honorable Otto So, staff here from Bureau of Reclamations, and then also Office of Legislative Services. Thank you, staff, for being here with us. Today's date is Thursday, September 22nd, 2022. Time now is 10:15 a.m. We do have a proposed agenda that was posted more than 24 hours in advance. Presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We did call the meeting to order. Let's go ahead and get a roll call. Make sure we're all following codes. 10:15.
Good morning, everyone. Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen is present.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton and Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati are excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Present.
Honorable Herman Daniels answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona is present. Good morning.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio.
I'm
Honorable-
present. Good morning.
Honorable Jamie Henio answered roll call. Honorable Vince James is excused. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer.
So is on the call.
Excuse me, Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair is present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. And going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay.
We're going to call for you again.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Juanica.
I'm here.
Honorable Edison Juanica answered roll call. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 15 delegates who are present and answered roll call.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, we do have 15 members present, which concludes, we do have a roll, enough members in order to consider the quorum. Sorry, I'm talking to a couple of different individuals here. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and move on down. As we do have a quorum, we did call the meeting to order. Let's go ahead and have an invocation. At this time, I'd ask to see if Honorable Freeland, you mind doing an invocation for us?
I don't mind, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues and staff and everyone on this call. Good morning. We are blessed this morning. Again, new opportunities and new everything awaits us this morning, and we're thankful for the rain and the moisture. So everyone has their own way of acknowledgement and prayer, and I'm going to go ahead and offer them this way. So. Most Heavenly Father, our gracious God, our Creator, Redeemer, our Savior, Father, we thank you for bringing us together once more at this most important time. We're so thankful for the many blessings you continue to bestow upon us, Father. We're thankful for the moisture. We're thankful for the continual opportunities that you give us each and every day, Father. We're thankful for the many blessings that you give us, our livelihoods, our families, all of our opportunities that we give each and every day for our people, Father. Most importantly, we always give you the praise and glory each and every day, Father. We ask you to bless each and every one of us at this time. All of our Navajo people, near and far, Father, wherever they may be throughout this land and throughout this world. All of our Navajo people within the four sacred mountains. All of our elders right now, bless them, protect them, give them hope and opportunity and peace and an opportunity to smile today, Father. All of our veterans right now, give them hope and opportunity as well. If they're feeling despair from mental or physical ailments, Father, help heal them today. Help give them that hope and renewal and opportunity. All of our children, continue to bless and protect them as well, Father. They are our future leaders of tomorrow. Father, we're so thankful for the blessings that we give for our people, Father. We also ask you to bless our President, Jonathan Nez, our Vice President, Myron Leiser, our Speaker, Seth Damon, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, our Chief Justice, Joanne Jane, and the Associate Justices of the Navajo Nation Supreme Court. All of our frontline workers, our first responders, Father, and Navajo Nation police officers, our Navajo Nation EMS, and our Navajo Nation Fire Department, Father, protect them as they go into unknown circumstances. Father, bless and protect all of our frontline workers as well at the service units throughout the Indian Health Service area hospitals that we have, Father. We're so thankful for them. All the physicians, the nurses, the dietitians, all the security, housekeeping, whatever roles they play in those capacities, Father, bless and protect them as well. Father, we're so thankful each and every day that you continue to bestow the blessings upon each and every one of us, and we're so thankful that we were given these opportunities, Father. Bless and protect us as well at this time. Father, we're also in the midst of this pandemic. Continue to protect us as well. As we go into the situations of unknown and uncertainty, Father, continue to bless all those who have suffered, who have felt the ailments of COVID-19, the families who have lost loved ones as well. Continue to bless and protect them and give them healing at this time, Father. We also ask you to forgive us of any trespasses or any sins that we may have committed, Father. As we know we are not perfect, but when we do fall astray and sin, Father, we know we can turn to you and ask you for that forgiveness. Forgive us at this time, Father. Have mercy on us. Father, we will continue to give you the praise and glory each and every day, and we continue to ask you to give us hope, opportunity, renewal, as well as courage, wisdom, strength, and knowledge each and every day for the benefit of our people, Father. Through these things, we'll continue to ask for your Son, Jesus Christ, by way of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Thank you. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland, for that invocation. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down to item number 2 on a proposed agenda, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Colleagues, at this time, are there any recognitions? Good morning, Honorable Halona. I do have Honorable Halona and Honorable Slater in the chambers for the record. Honorable Halona, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the moment to speak. I want to recognize our appointment for the Navajo, or not Navajo, I want to recognize Rosalind So in her selection as the Director of Indian Health Service for the United States of America. So I just want to recognize Ms. So and congratulate her, and that we're all very proud of her. We know she'll do a great job and be successful for the Navajo Nation as well as all the Navajo Indian tribes across the country. So congratulations, Ms. Rosalind So. We support you 100%. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that recognition, Honorable Halona. That, colleagues, moving on down, are there any other recognitions of guests or visiting officials at this time?
Delegate Paul Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay, good morning. The floor is yours at this time.
Oh, good morning. Thank you, Speaker Damon, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and all those that are listening today in our council session, or Naa'bik'iyati session. I did want to also congratulate Ms. Rosalind So for her selection as the National Director of Indian Health Services. And she is from my chapter, and we at the Naa'bik'iyati chapter area in Western Navajo are very proud of her. We have had our fingers crossed for I don't know how many weeks now, anticipating the selection, and it has now come about. And we did pray throughout the time also for her selection, because we fully understand and know that she has the ability and she has all the tools necessary to fulfill that position to its fullest. And we know that just by looking at what she did during our crisis with the COVID-19 pandemic, how she came in fast, and we were swamped at Tuba City Hospital and the other health facilities, patients coming in, and she calmly and very composed brought her staff together and got everything under control. So I know her personally, and she has a very good spiritual background that she relies on. The community of the Chi in Western Navajo, we applaud you, Ms. Rosalind So. We're very thankful that you got
Honorable.
selected. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. Thank you very much, Honorable Paul Begay, and thank you again for recognizing that. For the record, I do have Honorable Edison Winika here in the chambers with us too as well. Good morning again, colleagues. We are on item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials this morning. Are there any further recognitions?
Mr. Chair, this
Speaker,
is Daniel.
quick.
With that, let me go ahead and go to Honorable Eugene So and then Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Eugene So, good morning. The floor is yours at this time.
Yeah, I should say Honorable Seth Damon. Go ahead, Hassan, Dahun, Howells. I say about it, almost that. And I just want to about the Telecomm election board needy and hiking that you are not certified going through into the general election. In the high needy in the city or about the election board. That was share, I should say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, that Honorable Eugene So. Let me move on down to Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels, the floor is yours at this time on recognizing guests and visiting officials.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Naa'bik'iyati Committee, colleagues, Naa'bik'iyati Committee members and staff, Legislative Council, DOJ, Executive Branch, Judicial Branch. I just want to say thank you. I see the destinations and Bishmans and the Quadon Hinan or Sagi, Iliagi, Nazada, Bethel and Hay, Nazada, Picahui Yadok and Nazada. Chapter level, the $8.8 million chapter and regional projects. ADG, I see. My region, we had several meetings on this chapter and regional projects. My chapter submitted their proposals to me. I just want to say thank you to the North Region chapters, not just on Ojeto, Shanto, and Zabikin chapter officials, chapter administration staff, chapter managers, chapter acting CSC, so I just want to say thank you to each and every one of my chapter officials, chapter staff, all the way down to my constituents, throughout the Navajo Nation, delegates, I just want to say thank you to my chapters, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
With that, colleagues, thank you very much, Honorable Herman Daniels, for that recognition at this time of your chapters. Any other further recognitions this morning?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellowhair, good morning. Honorable Yellowhair, floor is yours at this time.
Yes, to the speakers and Navajo Nation Council here. And I'd like to say thank you here to Naa'bik'iyati Committee 24 Navajo Nation Council. Today we're having a regular meeting. Shirokoro, Tinobana, Shari, Black Mesa, Pinions, and Hard Rock, and then Whippoorwills and Forest Lake. On behalf of that, I want to say congratulations to Roland Sue. Should see here it over here in Sonia, what up here, here politicians in just dream of the any that in the Cohon Savoy has still like here, that was out, and it's not like once about has still I concur with the all my needy, not after has season, not councilman here. Once about the thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable O'Hare. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor at this time. Are there any other further recognizing guests or visiting officials at this time?
Speaker, this is Delegate McGay.
Good morning, Honorable Elmer Begay. Floor is yours at this time.
Yeah, share with Speaker, other the members of the Navajo Nation Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Then people that are on the line, though, you have to I just wanted to recognize, understand the people that are on the line. I'd like to acknowledge my LDA, Chelsea Chi. Yeah, she's from Untitled Chapter, within the Untitled Chapter. She has been very busy and been very instrumental regarding this ARPA fundings. She's very intelligent and she's understood everything, and we did all the workshop on her own, to do all the necessary process. So, and then with all the 5 chapters that I have, all the chapter officials, we have put them into a busy schedule, and they've been very busy, trying to get this the initial the criteria of the ARPA fundings, which is the initial determination of these projects. So they put all the priority on the projects, and we submitted it. So we finally got all the signatures from Division of Community Development, which is very hard to do. Actually, I guess I thought that all the other processes are very, very hard, but the signatures is very hard to do. So, but we got everything, and then we submitted to Tom Patero's office, which is Physical Recovery Fund Office, and then they're reviewing it, and then they can submit it to DOJ for on this eligibility determination. So I would like to thank everybody for their input and all the chapter officials. So it's very hard to do, and it just takes a lot of time. So it's frustrating too. So it is so I just like to acknowledge them. Thank you.
Thank you, Elmer Begay. Now, colleagues, are there any other further recognitions at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go ahead and continue on down on our proposed agenda. With that, item number 3, review and adopt our agenda this morning. Mr. Rico, if you could read the agenda into the record, and then we'll go on from there.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naa'bik'iyati Committee. This is the agenda for the Naa'bik'iyati Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council regular meeting via telecommunication, Wind Rock, Navajo Nation, Thursday, September 22nd, 2022. Proposed agenda, presiding chair, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. There are 3 journals: July 8th, 2022, August 24th, 2022, August 31st, 2022. 5, receive reports. Report A, update report on the Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project, NGWSP, by the Bureau of Reclamation and the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources, presented by Bart Deming, Construction Engineer, USBR, and Jason John, Department Director, Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources. Report B is an update report on the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, Sanitation Deficiency Systems, SDS, projects list from the Navajo Area Indian Health Services, presented by Ms. Rosalind So, Area Director, Captain Rachel Brown, and Dave McDonald. 6, old business A, legislation 0021-22, old business B, legislation 0024-22, 7, new business A, legislation 0108-22, B, legislation 0151-22. 8, close of meeting, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Motion,
That
Juan.
is on our agenda. Is there a motion?
Motion,
Motion
Juan.
by Honorable Halona, second by Honorable Vice Chair Slater. That, colleagues, any comments, questions, additions, deletions on our agenda today? Went twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board. Main motion to adopt our agenda. No amendments, no changes.
Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable
vote
Key
green.
Allen,
How about that?
excuse me, Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton and Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati are excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable
green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Haney votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James is excused. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Excuse me, Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So and Honorable Eugene So both vote green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 16 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, 16 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. We do have an agenda before us. So with that, let's continue on down on it. Item number 4, review and adopt the journals. And at this time, as all 3 of them are sent out.
Yeah, on Monday, 10:55, and then this morning.
Colleagues, we do have 3 journals that were sent out. July 8th, 2022, August 24th, 2022, and August 31st, 2022. The whole set was sent out yesterday at 10:55 a.m. And then it was also resent out today at 10 a.m. So with that, what is the will of the committee? Motion to accept it by Honorable Edison Wanika. Second by Honorable Otto So. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on the journals at this time? Honorable Edison Wanika. Going twice. Or 3 times. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and go to the board to accept our 3 journals.
Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton and Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati are excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James is excused. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote chair.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate
Honor-
Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 16 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee, 16 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Motion carries to accept all 3 journals dated July 8th, August 24th, and August 31st, 2022. That, let's move on down to item number 5, receiving reports. And under receiving reports, we had item number A. We have an update report on the Navajo Gallup water lines supply project by the Bureau of Reclamation and the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources, presented by Bart Deming, construction engineer for U.S. Bureau of Reclamations, and Jason John, Department Director of Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources. I think there might be a fill-in for Mr. Jason John, but I'll go ahead and oh, is he? Okay, actually, Mr. John is online. With that, colleagues, there was a report. Was it sent out?
I sent it out this morning. Yeah.
Okay, there was a report, colleagues, that was sent out on this presentation. That was completed by the Bureau of Reclamation, and that was sent out at 10:29 a.m. Individuals in the chambers, I know you have a hard copy here. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor over right now to Mr. Deming. And Mr. Deming, if you want to go ahead and share your screen, you're more than welcome to do that at this time. If you want to introduce your team, and then we can go ahead and go from there. 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Damon, and Honorable Council delegates for the invite. Bureau of Reclamation, the Navajo Nation, appreciate the opportunity to brief the Naa'bi Committee on the current status of the Navajo Gap Water Supply Project. We've been making very good progress on this project that I will be covering in the presentation today. But before we get started, I would like to introduce myself. Yate Bene, Bart Deming, Yin She, Danish, Nishle, Scottish, Bashichin, German, Dashache, Irish, Dashanale, Bayfield, Colorado, Denasha, construction engineer, Nishle, Bureau of Reclamation, Four Corners Construction Office, Banashnish. Good morning. My name is Bart Deming. I'm the construction engineer in the Bureau of Reclamation's Four Corners Construction Office, responsible for the design and construction of the Navajo Gap Water Supply Project. I'm joined today by Becky Begay, who's sitting near me. She's our Navajo Public Outreach Coordinator. I think many of you have met her before and appreciate all she does to help us build this project. She is one of the first, her position was the first Navajo Public Outreach Coordinator within the federal government, and the benefits she brings to our office with being able to speak to chapters and speak to tribal members is huge. And she does a great job for us, and we really appreciate having her on our team. I'm also joined today by Jason John, who's on the call, as well as Robert Kirk, and they will help me answer any questions. But I'll go ahead and share my screen, and we'll start the presentation. So a little bit of background on the project, just some brief, I know we've got a limited time here today, so just I'll cover some brief background, update the status of the project. That's really why I've been asked to come here today, including talking about the acquisition of the San Juan Generating Station, and talking about the challenges that we still face on the project, including the funding gap and the updated cost estimate. that we've been providing technical assistance to the project participants, especially the Navajo Nation, from the federal side to help address that funding gap. And then would like to open up to the committee if you have any questions. So very quickly, the project, the Navajo Gap Water Supply Project, has evolved over 6 decades. As many you know, it was a concept of the Navajo Nation in the city of Gallup back in the 60s. It took a lot of work on a lot of people's parts to make this project come to fruition. It really started gaining steam when the nation, the state, signed the settlement agreement in 2005, and then Congress and the federal government followed through finally in March 2009 with passage of a Public Law 111 project. The Navajo Gap Water Supply Project is a cornerstone of the settlement, the Navajo Water Rights Settlement on the San Juan River Basin in New Mexico. There's other components of the project. There's irrigation component. There's a conjunctive groundwater component. Both of those, the Bureau of Indian Affairs is overseeing. But I'm here today to talk about the Navajo Gap Water Supply Project. It provides a major infrastructure to secure and convey a long-term reliable water supply for the Navajo Nation, mainly the chapters within New Mexico, as well as where I'm coming to you from today from the Fort Defiance and the St. Michael chapters in Arizona. The Bureau of Reclamation has been charged with constructing and designing the Navajo Gap Water Supply Project in substantial accordance with the preferred alternative that was in the draft environmental impact statement. Anytime we make considerable changes, such as incorporating the San Juan Generating Station, we have to go back and do additional environmental work. But we're following the guidance of the legislation and that original environmental impact statement. As I mentioned before, the project was authorized by Congress at $870 million. That was based on a 2007 price level. And then Reclamation adjusts that for inflation annually, and we track it with a tool we call the construction cost estimate. That sets the ceiling for the project. And I'll go into some more detail on that here in just a few minutes. It's important to note that $870 million that was authorized based on a preliminary design. In a perfect world, Reclamation would have had time to do some more design work and been able to hone in on the cost estimate. But it was good that Congress authorized this project when they did to take advantage of the political momentum at the time and get this project into construction. And now we're dealing with some of those challenges, but they can be overcome. Of course, this project's in heightened focus due to the COVID-19 impacts with what we've seen here on the Navajo Nation. Just incredible how important sanitation and drinking water is to being able to fight and have the tools to battle the virus. So very important that we get this project done so that it's available not only for economic growth, but also for sanitation and health for Navajo citizens. It's being constructed by Reclamation, Navajo Nation, City Gallup, and Indian Health Service. Reclamation has overall responsibility for design and construction, but we partnered with those agencies with financial assistance agreements. We received the money from Congress. We pass that on to those agencies to help us build the project. The project is roughly a $2 billion project now, so we need all the help we can get to be able to build this project. It's a complex, it's a technical project, and it's a very large project. So joining with those agencies to build various aspects of the project, and I'll talk about that, has been critical and a key component of our progress. So a little background on the project. The area to be served by the project that you see, let's see if I can turn on. I was looking for my laser pointer, but maybe you can see my mouse here. The area within the 43 chapters of Navajo Nation and within City Gallup as well is a very large area. It's the size of the area in New Jersey. Just to give you an idea of I know the Navajo Nation is the largest reservation in the United States, but this project itself is already the size of the state of New Jersey. So it's a very large project. It consists of two laterals that you see on the map here, the cutter lateral on the east side that runs along Highway 550, roughly between Bloomfield and down near Cuba. And then the San Juan lateral, which takes off from the San Juan River, follows Highway 491 between Shiprock and the city of Gallup, and continues to point south of there. The cutter lateral, which is complete, and I'll go into a bit more detail on that, consists of about 100 miles of pipeline. The water treatment plant has a capacity of 3.5 million gallons per day. Right now, that's the initial phase, but it's expandable up to 5.4 million gallons per day. And to give you an idea of how much water that is, at full build out, this ladder will serve over 50,000 people. Right now, we're serving 6,000 people, so there's plenty of room for growth there. The San Juan lateral, on the other hand, is much larger. It's 200 miles of pipeline here along Highway 491. The scope of that project is also considerably larger in addition to the length. It's 6 times the capacity of the cutter lateral. The initial capacity of the water treatment plant, the San Juan lateral water treatment plant, will be 19 million gallons per day. And then at full build out, it will double in size to 38 million gallons per day. And so that will serve a population over 200,000. I think, we should have easily, it's designed for a 40-year lifespan. I think there's easily 50 plus years of service at full build out with this project. It will connect to existing distribution lines to replace poor water quality and low reliability groundwater that we've seen dissipate through the drought here over the last 20 years, and provides a firm surface water supply from a more reliable source from the San Juan River. Of course, we still have our challenges with drought on the Colorado River, but with the Navajo senior water rights, this is a very important project within Reclamation and the Department of Interior. So I'd like to give you an update on where we are status-wise. So you see 3 colors on the map there, highlighting where the project pipeline is, starting with the cutter lateral that you see nearly all in green on the right side of the page there. Project construction began in 2012. We started construction on the cutter lateral in 2014, and we completed construction in October 2020, which was a significant milestone. And we began making initial water deliveries to the Navajo communities, 8 chapters along the cutter lateral there. So as of May 2021, so about 8 months after we completed construction, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority had finished introducing water and replacing the groundwater source in those 8 communities that included Herfano, Burnham, Nageezy, Counselor, Ojo Encino, Pueblo Pintado, Whitehorse Lake, and Torion, and Tis Sosacad. So a significant milestone in meeting that obligation and completing the cutter lateral. We started with a cutter lateral. It's smaller and we can complete it first. And so strategically, we plan to have the cutter lateral done before the rest of the project. As I mentioned, we're serving now 6,000 people, which amounts to a little over 1,500 homes on the cutter lateral. We've recently heard from Indian Health Service that they're planning a new healthcare facility in Pueblo Pintado. So, and we're also hearing about housing developments that are starting to be planned along the cutter lateral. So it's great to see that economic growth that had been stifled because of the lack of reliable water now can start to occur on the cutter lateral. As many of you know, and some of the council delegates members attended, we had a commemoration ceremony back on June 9th out at the Cutterlow Water Treatment Plant. Commemorate the transfer of operation, maintenance, and replacement responsibilities for the reclamation on reaches, which is reaches 22A, 22B, and 21, the north part of the lateral. The Navajo Nation built the southern portion of this lateral. The Eastern Navajo Water Pipeline reaches 24, 25, and 26. So now Navajo Tribal Utility Authority has ownership of the southern portion of the lateral and O&M responsibility of the entire lateral. And so they continue to work with their partner Jacobs to deliver water to all of those communities. We have discovered after about a year of operation that we had a water quality issue for the Naa'bik'iyati community. Reclamation has been working with NTUA and with their contractor Jacobs, who operates the water treatment plant, to look at making some changes to the water treatment plant with how the water's treated there to address that water quality issue in Naa'bik'iyati. And that's going to be ongoing here, I believe, the rest of this year. But we do understand that it's important that Naa'bik'iyati has the same water quality as the rest of the communities. Without getting into too much detail, this is due to the original groundwater source for Naa'bik'iyati and how that built up in the pipeline. But would like to also talk about the San Juan lateral, where we're making great progress. Anyone driving on Highway 491 is seeing all the pipe going in between Gallup and Shiprock along the blue line here. We've got 267 miles of the 300 miles of the project pipeline either under construction or under contract, leaving only 33 miles, this north portion. The reclamations continue to work on, left to design. In terms of the project, everything you see in blue here along the main lateral is in the ground. The pipeline is in the ground, and then we're continuing to work on pumping plants to be able to move that water through the pipeline. Pumping plant 7 in the Twin Lakes area, pumping plant 4 in the Sheep Springs area. They're about 50% complete. You've also probably seen those as you drive along the highways. They will be done next fall. We're going to be awarding a contract for pumping plants 2 and 3 in the Untitled Chapter area tomorrow. And we anticipate construction starting on that early next year once the contractor starts getting materials in. And then block 4A4B, which is the 2 reaches up here that will take water out of the water treatment plant and deliver it to the pipeline that's already in the ground. We will be putting that out for construction bid just in a few weeks. So making great progress. Funding has not been an issue for us thus far, and we're continuing to build the project. In terms of the other parts of the project, I did want to mention the Navajo Code Talker Sub-Lateral, which is this blue line here. It's also reaches 12-1 and 12-2. That will be delivering water to the Window Rock and the Fort Defiance communities. Construction is underway there, and we anticipate construction being done in just a little less than 2 years. And then we have a contract with the Navajo Nation. They will pick up the pipeline at the state line and take it through the Window Rock area and connect into the distribution systems, and that will occur here in a few years. We're also partnered with Indian Health Service, and they will soon start construction on reaches 14-1 and 14-2 here in the Church Rock and Yambato areas. That's scheduled to start later this fall. So we're continuing to make progress throughout the project. San Juan Generating Station, many of you know behind the San Juan Generating Station, so I don't want to go into too much detail there, but it's closing. P&M is going to be closing that plant next week. They've shut down the mine, or in process of shutting down the mine. And so next Friday will be the last day. They're going to be generating power out of that power plant. They came to reclamation in 2018, and then we in turn talked to the Navajo Nation and our other stakeholders to take a look at this opportunity. They rather than have to decommission the reservoir and the water system supplying cooling water to that plant. Excuse me, just a second here. They came to us with the opportunity to purchase those facilities, and so after we took some time to investigate that, we determined it was in our best interest. It's going to provide capital cost savings to the project. It's going to be better from an operation and maintenance standpoint. It's going to be cheaper to operate and maintain. It's going to offer a better water supply to the water treatment plant because we'll have a reservoir for, just like all the other communities along the San Juan River, for the water to settle out, and like we do with the cutter lateral. And it's going to be providing a consistent water supply to the water treatment plant. So all around, it makes a lot of sense to incorporate the San Juan Generating Station. So after consulting with the Navajo Nation, State of New Mexico, City of Gallup, we made the decision to incorporate those facilities. We're now in the process of doing just that, and we plan to purchase those facilities from P&M this fall. Now, at the same time, we understand the City of Farmington wants to continue to operate that system, that power plant. So we've also looked at, could we co-partner with City of Farmington so that this could be a water supply project for the San Juan Lateral, but it could also be cooling water for the power plant, continued cooling water. And we've identified that it can be. We can coexist with them. On a lot of fronts, this makes a lot of sense. The only downside is the timing. The process to acquire those facilities, the process to redesign or design a new system to come out of the reservoir and through the Naa'bik'iyati chapter here and connect to the water treatment plant takes some time. It's delayed the project by about 4 years. Originally, we were planning on having the project finished in 2024. Now we're targeting 2028 for water deliveries on the San Juan Lateral and 2029 for turning over operation and maintenance to Navajo Tribal Utilities.
Mr. Deming.
Yes.
This is Speaker Damon. That was 20 minutes. How much additional time do you think you're going to need? Then I'm going to the floor and ask for that additional time.
Speaker Damon, may I have 5 minutes, please?
That colleagues, presenter from BOR, Mr. Demi's asking for at least 5 more minutes. Is there no objection?
No objection. Approve it. Approve.
Going twice.
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
You're objecting, Honorable Daniels?
Mr. Chair, I would like to request for an additional 10 minutes because this is very important.
Okay. There's no objection. That, Mr. Deming, you have 10 more minutes.
Thank you, Chair Damon. So challenges we still face and the funding gap. And my predecessor, Pat Page, who was a construction engineer for the last 2 years, briefed this committee last year, I believe, talked about the funding gap. So we're, the original ceiling was 870 million. That's what was in the legislation. It's updated through reclamation indexes annually, adjusting for inflation. And I mentioned that sets the construction cost estimate. Now that 870 million in current October 2021 dollars is now 1.35 billion. So it's now over $1 billion project that sets our ceiling. But what we found through doing more design work on the project, especially on the water treatment plants and the intake, is that the cost of those are significantly more than what was originally estimated back in 2007. And that's just a function of having more knowledge and the latest drinking water standards that affect how those water treatment plants are designed. So the current estimate, our latest estimate based on last October, and we're going to be updating this again here soon, is 1.9 billion. As I speak to you today, I believe we're looking at a $2 billion project with the inflation we've seen. We saw just in 1 year alone, an increase of 200 million in that estimate of the project. That's now resulted our latest funding gap number of 513 million. So a significant funding gap. To address that, Reclamation and Department of Interior have been working with the Navajo Nation and the project stakeholders. We conducted a value planning study to identify any cost savings, and we found a lot of value in that. We've also provided technical support. Now, as a member of the executive branch of the federal government, we can't go to Congress and ask for that money. It's got to come from, excuse me, from the Navajo Nation. So we can provide technical support, and we're doing everything we can to help the nation. In the meantime, we are continuing to receive funds. It's not affecting us currently. So far to date, we've received 1.19 billion. That includes 185 million just in this last fiscal year that we're in the process of fully spending for 6 active construction projects, many of the ones that I mentioned earlier. And that's been our largest funding to date. So we're getting great support from our administration, from Congress to continue to build the project, and it's not slowing us down. We will need that funding gap addressed in fiscal year 24 or 25, as we will hit that ceiling, and we will not be able to ask Congress for any further money after that. It will require that legislation. So what that's resulted in is the Navajo Gap Amendments Act, that the Navajo Nation is the primary drafter of those amendments, and they've worked with the other project participants. They propose legislative changes that are now with Congress. That includes raising the federal ceiling, among other things. I mentioned the federal teams provided technical assistance to the project participants, but we cannot go beyond that. It's really up to the Navajo Nation to work with the New Mexico senators' offices to get this into legislation. I'll defer to Jason John and Robert Kirk to answer any questions that anyone may have on that legislation. I do want to emphasize that we're going full steam ahead on construction as we work through this funding gap issue. We have the money on hand. We're going to continue to build the project. It's not going to impact us for a few more years, and we're going to continue to move towards getting the San Juan lateral at the same state we've got the Cutter lateral, where we're delivering water to Navajo homes. I also want to emphasize that the Bureau of Reclamation, the Department of Interior, we've got great support right now, and we want to take advantage of that to resolve this funding gap. So we're going to continue to work with the nation and the other stakeholders as we understand how critical this project is for bringing water to the Navajo people, and we're not going to stop until we get this project built. It's very important that we provide a clean, reliable water supply to the nation and the region. So the bottom line, we're fulfilling obligations and we're bringing water to indigenous communities. We've made good on our promise of water delivery on the Cutter lateral this year. And we're going to continue to work towards completing the San Juan lateral with the promise that we'll be delivering water in 2028 and turning over that lateral to the Navajo Nation and NTUA in 2029. And with that, Chair Damon, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, let me turn the floor over to Mr. Jason John. Mr. John, is there anything from the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources that you'd like to add on to this presentation?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I do not have anything to add at this time.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, seems like that, and if the presentation is complete, colleagues, Members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee on receiving reports, item number A, is there a motion?
Motion, Delegate Begay.
Motion by Honorable Halona, second by Honorable Elmer Begay.
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
With that, colleagues, any comments, questions right now? Honorable Halona,
Delegate Begay.
and then Honorable Elmer Begay.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Nomination Council. The only question I really had was how much is that going to delay the work on the water line that's being built out towards Window Rock? I know there's a lot of flooding that has happened, and how much of that then is going to be delayed to continue with that work? I know you've jumped around here and there, but it looks like there's going to be quite a few areas in there where it's going to have a lot of water settlement. And who knows how long it's going to be before that dries out. So how much of the delay is that going to be? And is there going to be any other delays along the way that you can foresee right now? That's all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
Mr. Deming, hold on real quick. Mr. Deming, before I go to Honorable Halona, I'm going to go to Honorable Elmer Begay, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Deming. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours right now. Comments or questions?
Thank you, Speaker. Other than the members of the Naa'bik'iyati. Thank you for the report on the water rights. I have a question. I know that I asked this question, but I didn't really get the response. I believe that I lost the signal. But I know there's a water line being constructed from Yate to Window Rock. Is that part of the LCR 6411? It was within Arizona. Then it was they said the exchange the one at the litigation. That's my question. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Begay. That, let me go back to you, Mr. Deming, and if there's anything else to add on, I can go to Water Resources Department. Mr. Jason John too as well. Mr. Deming, the floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Chair Damon. And thank you, Honorable Council Delegates, for your questions. Honorable Council Delegate Halona, in terms of your question, no, the delay that we have with completing the San Juan lateral will not affect the Navajo Code Talker Sub-Lateral from Yate to Window Rock. We will have that project constructed in 2 years, well ahead of the rest of the San Juan lateral. Now, we will have the potential to be able to deliver groundwater through that water line. We will need to wait on the water treatment plant to be done in 2028 to be able to deliver the planned project water from the San Juan River to the Window Rock and Fort Defiance area. So in terms of water deliveries, it will groundwater can be served prior to the surface water being able to be served later on at the end of this decade. And the other question, Jason John would probably be better to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Deming. With that, Mr. John.
Yes, thank you for the question. The Navajo Gallup water supply project is being constructed with the capacity to deliver the 6,411 acre feet to Arizona. The only problem is that we do not have the water rights to put into the project to make that delivery. We we still have to come to a resolution of water rights in Arizona to obtain an allocation of water to put into the project. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. John. That, I'll go ahead and go back to the floor. This time I don't have any members, Naa'bik'iyati committee members in the queue. Honorable Otto,
Follow-up.
then Honorable Elmer Brigade for a follow-up. Honorable Otto, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you very much. I guess my question would be the estimated completion of the project where you turn in the key on and where you have the pipeline project completed and operational. What is your estimated time frame for the San Juan lateral and the Cutter lateral? I know you gave estimations, and I think that's towards construction. But to key on moment, when are those estimated to be to that project to be fully completed and operational? The other is the expansion. There's a diagram on the on indicating the design and planning, the extensions at the tail end of the project down towards south of Gallup. And I think there's another one that runs within the city limit of Gallup area, running westwards. And I guess out of this water settlement, when are those estimated to be completed for design? It sounds like that project will be not on reservation land. It's gonna be. It looks like it's gonna go through the state. So, what are the time frame for those designs there surrounding the border towns of the Navajo Nation? The other is with the project and towards the end, connecting these communities that come down the line from the San Juan lateral and the Cutter lateral. Is there talks of connecting these communities directly to the pipeline? For instance, not too long ago, there was a legislation where Navajo was going to flip the costs to connect, to extend a line from the pipeline to the community of Sonosti. We know that Sonosti is up against towards the mountain, but the but the San Juan lateral it does not speak to connecting that, but Navajo was going to flip the bill. Reason why I say this is because I voted green on that legislation. And my reasoning, my questioning for that is, why is it that the connection of these small communities are not part of the Gallup waterline project? Because if you look at the steel pipe, how much is it going to cost to tap into that steel pipe if you're going to tap in at an 8 inch? You just look at the pipe. Maybe it's a 24-inch pipe, the standard construction standard to tap into that, which you as the designer maybe have created. What type of T mechanism is going to be required and so forth? Is it going to be saddle? And what I'm getting to is that mechanism for these communities to tie into yeah, I think that's something that should be in the design instead of just running that pipelines through and not even having a plan to connect these little communities such as Two Great Hills, Mexican Springs, Tohatchee, things like that, because a lot of those communities are running off of community wells that have may have traces of arsenic, other things that makes their water quality very low. And as the project engineer, how are you designing this line so that in the future, when NTUA takes over, these connections can happen? That way we are not flipping the bill to try to connect to it and try to tie into a 24-inch line that doesn't even have a T that's already in place with a gate valve there. And as the project engineer, I think that you should be thinking of those mechanisms, whether you are designing, you are running that line from Sub-Lateral down into the communities of Herman. The other is as you come down the line, Newcomb. It's a fine example. There's wells that community is served by. And you have that pipeline just running by Newcomb. Is there a T that's going to be there for those communities so they could tap into so that they can be 100% dependent on the San Juan River? That would allow our tribal aquifers to be replenished in the future. So those are just some of my thoughts. I work for an engineer, so that's why I'm asking these questions, because just don't want to have an engineer design something and just give us something that has design a product that does not have any options for the people that are going to be using this, and especially for economic development and the cost to tap into it and extend it to a proposed development site where the nation may prosper off of the economic growth. So those are just some of my thoughts. And then what other collaboration you have with NTUA on potential economic development sites through the chapters that you have crossed down into, coming down south of Shiprock and down to Sanasti, Newcomb, Burnham, Tohatchee, Nashchiri, Mexican Springs, and, all over. And, what is the potential economic communication that you have with our utility company so that they can have that access to tap into it? Because, again, it's going to come to that. It's just like El Paso Natural Gas across the Navajo Nation with this pipeline. Oh, you guys can tap into it. To tap into one source on the natural gas line is going to cost the nation about $2 million just to tap into the natural gas line. And that's the reason why I'm saying this, is that these options along the water line, and I think this is what the council should be asking, is, these options, are they going to be there, or are you just going to put a pipe through and just not have any T's there for these communities? And then when you're done with the construction and you move off again, engineers come and go. I see that. You see Indian Health Services, they're there for 2-3 years, then they go again. But that's what happens. I understand the system, the federal system. Even that's just my thought. To understand the local community is something that's very key. Although I'm a delegate from the Western Navajo, but these people here that received, that the Navajo Nation has received the water rights settlement for the San Juan County, for the San Juan River. This is the allocation that the Navajo has been awarded and granted. And I want to make sure that, even though I'm from Tuba City, I want to make sure that these opportunities are there, not only for this generation, but generations to come. 7, 8 generations down the road, so that they will have adequate drinking water, safe drinking water, and for that potential for economic development. Because you look at that quarter of 491, I look at it as it's a 4-lane road that is an economic route through the nation. It's a major transportation route. We have water there that we can finally and truly look at means and ways to try to move forth with economic development. And economic development is one tool that we utilize. And as we utilize this, it brings revenues to the nation. And these revenues from there run the nation, runs the program, so that we could try to provide adequate services across the nation to our Navajo people. But those are just some of my concern. But again, I appreciate the time and effort that you have in, then working on Navajo pertaining to this water settlement, water rights settlement pipeline that's finally going through Live Brooks and, Sub-Lateral in our area in Eastern Navajo, or just Navajo base that lived in that area many years ago. Worked for Indian Health Services, and remember going into Torian, Ojosino area, Pintado, time when water line was really not, was just barely brought into those communities. You had communities running off of 2-inch PVC lines, upgraded up to 4-inch lines later on. But when you look at the source of water, the upgrades that are required, such as storage tank, altitude vaults, PRC are the vaults, pressure reducing valves, so forth. And now our Navajo citizens in those regions have those opportunities coming down to them soon. And I'm happy for them, even though they may not be my constituency base, but I saw firsthand working in that area of how these people there had no water at one point. And I was there when the Herman just got water. Like I said, I worked for Indian Health Services many years ago. The Indian Health Service really brings a really good project, a really good item to the table under the Public Law 121, 86-121 program, bringing sanitation facilities to these homes there. And off of this pipeline here, we could continue to provide those adequate water services for our Navajo people. This is just me thinking about it. And then especially down into the San Juan basin there, coming off of Upper Fruitland, tying into the current line that runs from Upper Fruitland down into Shiprock. And that is a source that is there. And I really hope that we get away from buying water from the city of Farmington. I really hope that this takes that mechanism away, because today NTOA is getting water off of this water treatment plant in Farmington. And I really hope this takes away that mechanism. We need to use our own resources to benefit our Navajo citizens, instead of buying it from the city of Farmington, or like today, Navajo NTOA buys water from the city of Page. It's pathetic. We buy water from the city of Page, utilizing their water their water treatment, their current water treatment plant from the dam. That's one reason why Honorable Begay ran with a legislation which we co-sponsored to build our own water treatment facility so that we are not dependent on water supply off of our border towns. Because one day our border towns may turn on us. It has happened. And that's the reason why these are some of my comments. People may not like it, but it's just what it is. It's our water. And that's the reason why I voice my concerns in that way. And again, Speaker, the Navajo Nation, yield the floor back to you.
Speaker, Delegate McGay.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Brigade, I did say I was going to come back to you, but there was a couple of different comments, questions in there. So, Honorable Brigade, I'm going to come back to you for your follow-up. But first, I'm going to go back to Mr. Deming and Mr. Jason John for immediate response, and then we'll go from there. So, Honorable Brigade, stand by. Mr. Deming, floor is yours for response.
Thank you, Chair Damon, and thank you, honorable delegate. So great questions. Appreciate those questions. So in terms of the cutter lateral, as soon as construction is complete and we get permission to start discharging drinking water through it, which we get from Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency or New Mexico Environmental Department, depending on which plant we're talking about. On the cutter side right now, it's New Mexico Environmental Department. On the San Juan lateral be the Navajo Nation EPA. Once we get their approval to discharge drinking water, we put those systems into operation. So the cutter lateral has been in operation for almost 2 years, and well over a year now, we've been delivering water to Navajo communities. So we plan to do the same thing on the San Juan lateral. Once construction is done in 2028, we plan to begin delivering water immediately once we get approval from Navajo Nation EPA to those communities. You asked about what we call reaches 14, 6A, 7A, and 8A. Those are the parts of the project that will take water from the Gallup regional system and deliver it to the Navajo communities southeast and west of Gallup. Indian Health Service is designing those reaches. They've started design on those. They still probably have a couple of years left on those reaches, and then they'll go to construction. We anticipate those will be complete prior to the rest of San Juan lateral being complete. So once we're delivering water to the communities up north, we'll also be able to deliver water through those communities, going through pipeline that runs through the city of Gallup and goes out back to Navajo Nation lands southeast and west of Gallup. Your third question about community connections, why that's not part of the Navajo Gap Water Supply Project. Initially, it was, and this is one of the challenges that we face. When the project was authorized, it was done at what Reclamation calls an appraisal level. That's just a reclamation term, a very, very preliminary design where we had not had a chance to come out on the ground yet and start designing the pipe and collecting field data. So it was based on just work done on the computer and done on maps. When that was done, the assumption was that as we came through each community, there would be a distribution line there, and we'd just tee that into the pipeline. Unfortunately, as we've learned working with the Navajo Nation since then, that, and you mentioned this, honorable delegate, so some of these communities are well away from the pipeline, and so we have to build a pipeline to run from the transmission line the reclamation has authority on several miles to get to the communities, and there wasn't the budget for that. Jason, anything you'd like to add on that?
I can add a little bit. when the settlement was being discussed and approved around 2005, at that time, the environmental impact statement for the project was still being drafted. And when the settlement was approved and congressional legislation was being drafted, the environmental impact statement came out, and the costs that were in the EIS for the project, they were costs associated with a level of design that was not fully developed yet. The project costs were at appraisal level design. Reclamation typically feels more comfortable with a higher level of design after appraisal level, but there just wasn't enough time to do all of that work. At the time, we were all concerned that the costs that were in there may not be enough. And we made that concern known at the time. There are no reclamation or staff employed today that were in those discussions at the time. And we thought that we could work through the cost estimate, thinking that there could be some savings at the time to make some of these connections. But as we all know now, that did not occur. And so we are now at this stage where we've been indexing costs to account for different types of price increases through different indices. And now we know more about what it will take to get water to communities, because we have done the studies that were needed over the past several years for these connections to occur. So now we know all of what is needed to make those connections. And unfortunately, those connection costs are not in the current budget for the project. And that is why we had to go to the Navajo Nation Council and the leadership to ask for those Navajo Gallup connections. So if we do, and right now, the other settlements that we talked about, like in Utah, we had some extensive cost analysis done to justify the monies for the Utah settlement. But in that case, they're looking at just creating a fund for projects, not a project-based settlement, as it was done for the San Juan settlement in New Mexico. And we're working through this process again in Arizona. And in the event we do have a settlement, that way Navajo leadership can see all of the studies, all of the reports behind the cost estimates on where we get our estimates from and those potential other settlements, and including the other settlement that may move forward in New Mexico for the Rio San Jose Basin. So yeah, it is a difficult discussion, but it was also a difficult time because it was hard for United States Office of Management and Budget to just blindly accept numbers for potential cost estimates for connections to communities where there really was no studies at the time to back up those costs. I'll go ahead and stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate that. What I can tell you, Honorable Delegate So, is that we are putting T's in the pipeline at each one of these communities. We're building what we call a turnout, where there'll be not only a T, but there'll be a pipeline along with a building where chlorine and other chemicals can be added if they're necessary to meet safe drinking water act requirements. Reclamation is building that as part of this project. So the Navajo Nation's project to connect the communities will tie into those turnout buildings. So we are completing that to, try to make this as simple as we can for the nation and those chapters, because we understand connecting those communities is the lifeblood of this project. Without those community connections, we've got a pipeline that is going to have a lot of challenges from a water quality perspective. So it's very important that we get those communities connected by 2028. So that is a key component of this project. In terms of, you asked about your concern that engineers come and go. I want to tell this committee that I grew up in Southwest Colorado. I came back after marrying my wife and having kids and working on the private sector for a while. But with an opportunity to help the Navajo Nation is something I just couldn't pass up. And I've worked my way up through the Bureau of Reclamation, and now that I'm in this chair, I can tell you that I plan on being here until this project is complete. It's very, very important to me and my family and all my coworkers that we fulfill that commitment to the nation. So we will see this project through. In terms of the final question you asked, Honorable Delegate, so about City of Farmington water. That is actually Navajo Nation water rights water that the City of Farmington is treating for the nation. And that's part of the Navajo Nation municipal pipeline project. It's also part of that existing water system that is delivering water to communities along the San Juan River there. And so that question would probably be best answered by Jason.
Mr. John?
Yes, thank you. Some of the topics when it comes to water being delivered through the City of Farmington is the water is diverted off of the Animas, and the water quality is pretty clear, still clear at that point, and it goes into Farmington Lake. Because the water is not as turbid as the San Juan River, it costs a lot less to treat and deliver. And as far as I know, NTUA has never had any issues with the City of Farmington water quality or their ability to deliver water. I think they have a pretty good relationship, but NTUA can speak for themselves. In the event that the city of, because we're in a drought, in the event that City of Farmington needs more water, specifically for Navajo, we do have water rights to utilize, and we have some storage capacity at Lake Nighthorse by Durango, and if we have to, we can request that water be released from Lake Nighthorse down the Animas and diverted by the City of Farmington for treatment to delivery for Navajo communities. And we are working on trying to complete the construction of the upgraded or the newer Farmington to Shiprock pipeline with the Bureau of Reclamation. As we all know, there was a hillside that collapsed and took out a big portion of the pipeline in Upper Fruitland chapter. So we've been working with Reclamation and their consultants and the chapter on trying to come to some resolution about how to get that pipeline repaired and get that project operating so that we can continue to deliver more water to those communities. And we have the option of eventually connecting that project to the Navajo Gallup water treatment plant in the future if we choose to do so. But right now, that project that is pretty much complete except for that portion that failed, it is tied into the City of Farmington system where that water could be delivered. The Navajo Nation water could be delivered to Navajo communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. The one final response I wanted to make to you, Honorable Delegate So, is you asked about our collaboration with chapters and with N2A. We meet regularly with the chapters. Becky and her team attend chapter meetings. We provide project updates. We listen to the chapter members, and we try to address their concerns as much as we can because we understand the impacts this project has as we're building the pipeline. And we want to ensure they understand that this water is meant for the community. We're not building a pipeline and bypassing these communities. We're building a pipeline and delivering water to these communities. So it's a very big part of our public outreach that we meet regularly with the chapters and work with N2A and with the Navajo Nation at those meetings to update and address their concerns. Thank you, Chair Damon.
Thank you very much with that. Let me go ahead and go back. I did say I was going to come back to Honorable Elmer Brigay. Honorable Elmer Brigay, floor is yours at this time for a follow-up.
Chairman Damon, Delegate Daniel So, put me in the queue.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman So. I will put you in the queue. Honorable Elmer Brigay, floor is yours. Honorable Elmer Brigay going twice. Honorable Elmer Brigay going 3 times.
Delegate Brigay. Speaker, Delegate Brigay.
Honorable Elmer Brigay, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Very quickly, I know that this is a question to Jason and the presenter. I know that through these settlements, we all know that that the settlement are for providing fresh water and for domestic and for human consumption. But how much of this water rights that was settled was meant for any allocation for the wastewater? And I know that water, once it's been allocated with water, but fresh water, but there has to be disposal. Meaning that for any sewer pond or anything like that that goes with it. Is there any allocation for that? That's my first question. The second one is there any allocation for reclaimed water in the process for any type of reclaiming water for that? So there's my second question. That's it, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That we go ahead and go on down to Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Yellowhair.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Yate Pinto, Doshan 24 Councilman. Thank you very much to Bart Dean, Chair, construction and engineering, just you with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, and then my brother Jason John. Thank you, Department Director with Navajo Nations. Yeah, my appreciation is these water, natural spring water, 100% mountain spring. It's a good, healthy water for the Navajo. I really appreciate that one. That's number one. Because of there's a fulfillment, applications and bring water to indigenous community, which is us Navajo. My title this way I understand. We always been used, but we don't get in the first water. We anything to do with the project. We're always at the last. This has not been steady. These are some of these common of Navajo Nation, but I really appreciate for this clean water to be make available to our community. Just what it says, State of New Mexico commitments to Navajo people. So we like to bring good water, natural water, for them to use for the future. Got to be done immediately. There should be no delay project. That's my appreciations, both of you. Here by Henson, we need good, healthy water to our community. Started with New Mexico, just like my brother says, Mr. Honorable Otto. That is my my appreciations. Thank you very much, Speaker, and also the Navajo Nation Council and the community that we need water also to Arizona from Gallup to the west of through Wind Direct, Arizona, and all the way down to probably need more water. A good water is what we need. I share that for Arizona too. Untitled, I return my time back to you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to go ahead and go back to Mr. Deming, and if there's anything Mr. John would like to add on. Mr. Deming, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Chair Damon, and I yield my time to Mr. Jason John.
Yes. Well, thank you. There were no specific dollar amounts in the New Mexico settlement for wastewater treatment plants, and that was a large criticism by many people, notably NTUA, that there wasn't any allocation to upgrade wastewater treatment plants. And I understand the thought at the time was that the wastewater side of it would be covered by operations by the rate-paying customers. But as we come to find out, in order to keep costs low for the Navajo people, there really wasn't a bank of dollars for wastewater treatment. And now we are at the stage of where some of these wastewater treatment plants are having difficulty staying in compliance, not even to mention that some of the project water is still yet to be delivered to many of these communities. So it is an ongoing issue, and there was some limited amount of dollars that were allocated for the purpose of trying to help with some of these regional wastewater treatment plants from the ARPA funding from the Navajo Nation in the last couple of months. The need is still there for more money for expanded wastewater treatment systems, but that's really a discussion that needs to be had with NTUA on the extent and the scope of that need. But the short answer is there was no specific allocation for upgrading wastewater treatment plants. it is something that we need to be aware of when we're talking about other settlements, funding opportunities for other basins. And then there is no allocation to utilize reclaimed water as well, trying to reuse wastewater in any way. There was no funding set aside for that as well. That's my response, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. John. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor at this time.
Hold on, Speaker. Delegate Gay.
I'll put you back in the queue, Honorable Gay. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues and staff and who are listening on this call. Mr. Deming, thank you for the report, as well as Jason. Thank you for the update on this very important project that we have, and we're fortunate and lucky to have out here in Eastern Navajo Agency. My statements are really more comments, and a lot of thank yous go out to a lot of individuals, Bureau of Reclamation, Congress, of course. Thank yous to the late Senator Pete Domenici and Senator Chip Bingaman working together on getting the New Mexico water rights settlement done. Thank you to Hickory Apache Nation for allowing us to lay pipeline through their tribal land and working with us on water rights. There's a lot of history on the water settlement side. Thank you to our chapters and past chapter leadership, and thank you to our past leadership as well. This past week, we had a meeting at Herman chapter with Sauter Miller and got an update on the project. And we have water flowing through the pipelines right now on the Sub-Lateral side of Herman and Naa'bik'iyati. And the water's good. I drank some of the water. The water quality is great. And we're so thankful for that. Now we're looking forward to the San Juan lateral, of course, in the BBN line reaches all the way towards Crown Point. So we're looking forward to that side and making that become a reality and happening for us in Eastern Navajo. So we're looking forward to the construction being completed on that side. And we're really thankful for, of course, our chapters working in unison with Sauter Miller, with NTUA, with the Bureau of Reclamation, and with the state of New Mexico as well, in getting this done. So there's a lot of thank yous that we need to acknowledge and thank, and I really appreciate us having this report as well. And more of a thank you statement, Speaker, this morning or this afternoon, excuse me. We got to continue these updates and the progress that's being made on both laterals. Recently, we got the Utah water settlement side done. Now we have to get the Arizona water rights settlement done. Now we have to get that side done, so our people in Arizona can have water on Arizona's side. And that's going to be a huge fight. I think as leaders and as a nation, we're up for that good fight and standing up for our people on the Arizona side. So thank you, Shanata. Speaker, those are my statements today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and go on down to Chairman Daniel So, and then I'll come back to the panel for further response or answering any questions or comments. With that, good afternoon, Chairman Daniel So. The floor is yours at this time.
Chairman Damon Dosh and other colleagues of the Naa'bik'iyati committee, and to folks on the call and to the presenters. One, I guess I'm a little concerned that a unilateral decision was made to take water from the Animus and go along the farmers' irrigation ditch to Lake Farmington. And right now, just recently, the animus almost ran dry. And they did have to take water from Lake Nighthorse to keep the city of Farmington's water system supplied. So there is a high demand for water in Farmington, city of Farmington, and as they also do supply some water to Kirtland. However, we have almost unlimited water supply from the San Juan River. And I'm really puzzled why such a decision was made without letting Navajo Nation know about it. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. And it's troubling to the point of almost like, what's the economic feasibility? What is the per 100,000 gallons charges that the nation will have to pay to go through the city of Farmington water treatment plant? That's very troubling. History will tell us that Navajo Nation basically had a lawsuit the city of Farmington over the power production coming off of Navajo Dam. And the judge allowed the city of Farmington that power plant. And now we continue this relationship where we have to continue to dole out more monies to the city of Farmington. Not to mention the fact that as a border town, they are an economic center for a major part of northeastern Arizona and northwest New Mexico. So, Mr. Deming, and you say you're a native of southwestern Colorado. I really am suspicious of your connections to the region, and to then make a unilateral decision that basically says the Gallup water supply water will come from the Animas rather than the San Juan. This for me is troubling. What is the presumed charges for each 1,000 gallons of water treated? The other is from Sub-Lateral. You have close to 70 miles of irrigation, and it ends close to Navajo Chapter. And prior, NAPI had a small water treatment plant funded, and it's built. It's small. It's state funded. It's sitting there idle because NAPI's plan changed. Now, how in the world, why in the world can't the Gallup water supply use the current system in place that is also federally funded, and start from there. And again, you know, in economics of the land, basically would just say, yeah, it's probably better once it enters Navajo land, and we have full control of it. Whereas the water in the ensuing years, it could be very limited. There is that aspect, and so that's my concern. And I hope there's time to relook at those economics of the system and the alternatives. Speaker, that would be the extent of my questions and comments. And let's realize that it was a community, the chapter effort. 13 chapters put up $20,000 each to be the seed money. And the thank you goes to those 13 chapters to start the ball rolling, to get the water flowing for the cutter lateral. And there's still many more aspects that still need to be worked on. And so, if anything, the thank yous need to go to the membership of those 13 chapters that made the quorum, that passed the resolution, that went to the state of New Mexico, and to basically applaud then Governor Richardson's commitment. And then also all the way, and again, the funding, the initial funding. Who was it that signed it? President Barack Obama. Let's acknowledge that. Thank you, Chairman Damon.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So with that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor to Mr. Deming, then Mr. Jason John, if there's any response at this time.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, and thank you, Honorable Delegate Freeland and Honorable Delegate So for those questions and that appreciation. Appreciate those comments from both of you. There have been, as you mentioned, there have been a lot of parties that had to come together to make this work, and it could have never become feasible without the support of the chapters that grassroots movement, on the cutter lateral was huge, with getting state support and getting the attention of the federal government and making this project a reality. So I completely agree with you. And of course, Congress and President Obama were also very significant. In terms of the question on the water supply for the chapters along the San Juan River between Farmington and Shiprock, I want to start with addressing that first. That's a component of the Sub-Lateral project. It's not part of the same project as the Navajo Gap Water Supply Project. They're two separate settlements. The Sub-Lateral project is the Navajo Nations and the Southern Utes settlement on the Animas River watershed. So that was done back in the 80s and 90s when that was agreed to, and that is not a component of the Navajo Gap Water Supply Project. Now, the Bureau of Reclamation is fulfilling the commitment under that settlement with building the Navajo Nation Municipal Pipeline, and Jason spoke to that we did have a landslide, unfortunately, in 2014 that wiped out a portion of that pipeline. We're in the process of coming up with a new design to protect the pipeline and rebuild it in a safe location so that we can start using it to deliver water to the homes along the San Juan River. And I'll turn it over to Jason to talk about why the City of Farmington Water Treatment Plant is being used to take water out of the Animas River to serve those communities. The question on the cost of the water, that's really something that I don't think either Jason or I can address. That's a NTUA question. In terms of Navajo Gap Water Supply Project and the Navajo Indian Irrigation Project, which is now the Nappy Farm, I did want to address that because back when the environmental impact statement was done in 2007 timeframe, the designers or the planners of the project did look at various options there. They looked at using the Nappy Farm water system to supply water to the Navajo Gap communities. We also looked at connecting it the hogback. We looked at having a water treatment plant right next to the river for the San Juan Lateral that came out of the San Juan Generating Station diversion. So there were 9 different options that were looked at. 3 of those being projects that involved various aspects of using the NIP, the Navajo Indian Irrigation Project canal system to deliver water. Ultimately, the decision was made that it was in the best interests from an environmental perspective, from a cultural resources perspective, from a cost perspective, and maybe most importantly, from a water protection perspective, to have 2 separate laterals. One, the cutter lateral, delivering water through Navajo Reservoir and through the series of tunnels and canals to Cutter Reservoir, provides a very firm water supply project or water supply for the Cutter lateral, and then the San Juan lateral, taking water directly out of San Juan River. And fortunately, now we're in the process of incorporating the San Juan Generating Station reservoir. That's really the key feature in that water system that makes it such a important part of incorporating into the San Juan lateral. You mentioned the City of Farmington has Farmington Lake that's used to store water out of the Animas. Well, the San Juan Generating Station reservoir allows us to store water out of the San Juan River. And as Jason mentioned, the Animas is a cleaner river. The San Juan, because it's further downstream, it's got more tributaries, and so it's got more sediment in it. But that reservoir affords us to allow all that sediment to settle out. It also allows us, if we ever have, God forbid, another Gold King mine spill, that we can shut down the intake of the river, not have to take any of that water into the reservoir. And we've still got a very clean, uncontaminated water supply that we can wait for the water to clean up in the river before taking water back into the reservoir. Initially, we're going to have over 6 weeks of storage in that reservoir for the San Juan lateral. And then as it builds out and we see demand increase over time, at full build out, there'll still be 3 weeks of storage in that reservoir. So that's such a huge component now of the San Juan lateral, and makes this such a better project from both from a cost perspective as well as an O&M perspective. So I just wanted to make that distinction between the Animas La Plata project and Navajo Gallup, and why my predecessors made the decisions they did to build the project the way it's currently designed. And with that, I'd like to turn the floor over to Jason.
Yes, thank you. I don't have much to add, just to re-emphasize that the Animas La Plata project and the settlement of the water rights for the Ute Mountain Ute tribe and the Southern Ute Indian tribe which ended up funding the Farmington to Shiprock pipeline. That decision was made over 20 years ago by the Navajo Nation. As far as I know, the relationship between the city of Farmington and NTUA has been relatively stable, but I mean, NTUA could speak more to that, and also about the cost of water delivery, whether it be from their contract with the city of Farmington versus the anticipated costs of treating water from the San Juan River and the future anticipated cost of the Navajo Gallup water treatment plant. We are very concerned about the ability to pay for the annual O&M of treating the water from the San Juan River. For that reason, we are asking the United States to assist with the initial years of O&M for the Navajo Gallup water supply project when those reaches become operational. In the congressional legislation to increase the cost ceiling for this project, there's also language to extend the assistance of O&M for the Navajo Gallup project as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Damon. That concludes our response.
Thank you very much for that response. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor now then. I do have Honorable Elmer Begay for your follow-up question. For the record, I do have Honorable Elmer Begay in the chambers here with us too as well.
Yeah, the Speaker, and the members of the Navajo Nation Council or Naa'bik'iyati. Thank you for the report on the water rights. I think hopefully this is my last question. Regarding all the settlement, previous settlements, I know that I think we need to start looking at how we could recharge some of these aquifers, and I think that's the most important thing, being on that. We say that the net, that we're just throwing out water, and then there's water that goes by, that I think we need to start looking at how we could replenish some of these areas where we could put some lakes in there, and then we could put some ponds in there and throw that water back out too at the same time. That I think we need to start looking at that. I don't know who would be the person to start working on it, or do we have a plan for so we can start using it for these water rights that's in litigation. So I really truly believe, that there's ways that we could reclaiming, and then also to restore some of these aquifers that we're destroying these land and the aquifers. So I think we need to start doing that. That's what my thought is regarding this. Is there any plans for that? We could share it with us. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions at this time? I don't have anybody else in queue.
Follow up, Delegate Daniel.
Chairman Daniel, so go ahead for your follow-up, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Deming.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Damon and members of Naa'bik'iyati committee, and to Mr. Deming and Mr. Jason John. I guess what really brought up thinking on the use of the animus. The documents you sent and the title of the report doesn't mention animus La Plata. And so the documents and your portrayal, the verbal presentation made it appear that this was the main system that would be used to then take it down to Gallup. But I do realize that, to take the water from the San Juan to the lake at the San Juan generating station will entail pumping costs. And then also that particular pipeline still exists. And how do we ensure that the integrity of that pipeline will be substantial enough to last years and years? So that is I guess the offshoot in response to what you originally presented. And again, there's infrastructure already to bring it on the Navajo side. And that ought to be a main or a major consideration. And then also the agreement where when San Juan generating station abandons their generating plant, what is the contents of that agreement to let the Navajo Nation use that particular holding pond up on that property? Those are some considerations that I really think the Naa'bik'iyati committee needs to take a look at. Even though it's a water settlement, to store the water on Navajo lands is a consideration that we really have to have good focus on. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. The speaker is presently occupied for the moment. We'll return to the sponsor, I'll pro tem for a second here in the chamber. This is Delegate Slater.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Mr. Deming, go ahead for a response, and if there's anything else, Mr. John.
Thank you, Chair Damon. So the question from, I'll start with the question from Honorable Delegate Begay. In terms of the aquifer recharge, it is something that we have looked at. It was part of the environmental impact statement to look at the feasibility of storing treated water in aquifers. The problem is once you treat that water and then store it, water ages over time. There are challenges with pulling that water back out of the ground. Now, it's not to say that it can't be done. There's just some challenges with it. But we did identify a few areas where that could be feasible from a geologic perspective. It's not right now a component of the project. We don't have a budget for it, but there is that possibility in the future as a way to store the water and keep it for future droughts. Jason, anything you'd like to add there?
Just I guess to summary of the water supply for the chapters between Farmington and the Shiprock area, those communities in the future will have two sources of water supply. One is from the Animas La Plata project, and the other is the Navajo Gallup water supply project. So those communities will have two potential sources of water. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. And to address the question from Honorable Delegate So, in terms of the San Juan Generating Station and the intake, Reclamation conducted a condition assessment of that a few years ago. We also worked with the Navajo Nation on that. We identified that that facility, especially the river pumping plant, most notably, does need to be retrofitted or rebuilt. So we are in the process of working on a design to rebuild that river pumping plant, bring it up to reclamation standards, bring it up to Navajo Nation standards, so that we have a brand new facility to pump water up to the San Juan Generating Station reservoir. The pipeline that connects the river pumping plant to the reservoir is relatively new. It's roughly 10 years old. It's in good condition. So we're going to be able to purchase that facility and not have to do major maintenance on it for a number of decades. So those facilities are in good shape. There is a little bit of work we've got to do at the San Juan Generating Station dam to bring those up to standards, but we'll be doing all that here in the next few years ahead of the San Juan water treatment plant being completed. And in terms of the reservoir, it's got 2,700 acre feet of storage in it. As I mentioned, that affords us the ability to get off the river when there's a monsoon event or another mine spill. So it provides a significant amount of time where we can Sorry about that. My computer just died.
No, unmute yourself. colleagues, members of the Naa'bik'iyati committee, hold on, we're having technical difficulty here.
Test. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't bring a charger for my computer today and I ran out of battery, so apologize for the technical difficulties. Just to get back to the Honorable Delegate So's question. In terms of that reservoir, like I said, it provides us the ability to store water for a significant amount of time. Which is, while we do have to pump water out of that reservoir, it is still more cost effective than if we're pulling the water directly out of the river. And the main reason for that is, and we looked at this, we originally had a design that was going to be down at the Hogback diversion. We were going to share the Shiprock irrigation facilities at that location, but in order to pull the water directly out of the river, we were going to have a huge mechanical system and a series of ponds to treat that water. And in the process of doing that, it was actually going to cost more, both from a capital and an O&M perspective, as opposed to just having a reservoir where the water, the sediment can settle out. So that's a key component of this project, and the benefits that reservoir provides, even though we do have to pump the water, as you correctly pointed out. Speaker Damon, that concludes our response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor then. Is there any other further comments or questions at this time? Honorable Elmer Begay.
Here, none of the speaker, Chairman, other than the members of Naa'bik'iyati. My question is more like, is there any plans that is set in place that we could utilize for any upcoming or these current litigation that I think we need to start any recharge and replenishing some of these aquifers. Maybe there's already a designated place where we could put some ponds, and then we could draw the water back out. And as you can see, that down in the valley of Phoenix, there used to be a desert. But now there's a lot of ponds, and there's lakes, man-made lakes, and there's the new Queen Creek. We all believe that there's a community grown there, and they made these man-made ponds, and they're selling their lands and make this like waters available. And they're saying to the, as you can see that in the news, saying that they're going to have water for the next 50, 60 more years. So that's what the people are asking, are people that are potential home buyers. So this what they're using, and I don't know when the Navajo Nation us will have a plan that is already set. I think that's what my main question was. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions, colleagues? Honorable Otto, floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your response earlier to some of my questions and pertaining to the water flows that come through the gateways through the treatment plant that's in Farmington. And I always indicate that we will always be at the mercy of the treatment plant owner, whether it is water that comes through the system to be processed. There's a fee to it. And that's what I speak to. Water won't come to us for free. And I think at some point we have to start looking at how could we not be at the mercy of such water towns. It clearly happened with the city of Page at one time. And that's the reason why at one point the nation was supposed to concur or work with City of Page to rebuild the existing treatment plant. But those talks failed and the nation just indicated we don't want to be at the mercy of them. So that's the reason why the water treatment plant in Page was funded separately. That way we have, we can tap into resources is given to Navajo directly. And that's the reason why that was my statement there. But what I'm getting to is that with this project here and with these little communities, community connections, it looks like less communities will be connected directly to the water. Just at the end of the water line pipeline and maybe where the existing water line crosses the existing water system. Those may exist. But when you look at the map that you provided to us, you see many communities where the water, their local community waters cross the transmission line. And I always say this on transmission lines. When it's a transmission line, Navajo always gets the lowest, the part of the stick. I will use an example of all these KV lines crisscrossing across the Navajo Nation. These KV lines were built for power services to move major power lines across the United States. And in this area, you know, we have many KV lines like WAPA. You have the McGee and Kerr-McGee lines coming through, crisscrossing the nation. But at the end of the day, you know, it's just a transmission line. It's not a line where power is directly harnessed off of there to infuse power into the region. You know, NTWA buys power from WAPA. And that's how the power supply is bought. And I know that this is a settlement and that line is a transmission line, the water line. You know, as this the design is made, really would like to see where, you know, the other communication for maybe where we could start looking at how we could connect these small communities. It looks like the burden's being put back on the nation. You're running that pipeline to the city of Gallup, putting I don't have, I'm just gonna guess, they're probably about 2 million they're probably about 2 million gallon tanks. And there's 3 of them sitting there. And with not many communities being connected from Shiprock to Gallup, maybe at the end of the lateral to Kaiba to Crown Point, yes, at the end of the line there, it's gonna feed into a community there. But these little lines that crisscross like a Standing Rock, you're gonna connect them. And according to the statement that was made, is that some of them may not get connected. But what I'm getting to is that the mechanism of what the cost is, because the water settlement that happened with the San Juan settlement took tribal leaders and congressional leaders to come to an agreement to have a settlement. And I think that the dialogue of getting the additional costs of how much it's going to cost to connect these small communities is something that I think it's that we need. You know, I know you probably have a team of engineers and engineering techs that work for you, and getting the field data, and you probably have right-of-way personnel and so forth. But that number is very crucial to the nation, and especially our delegates in that region, who their constituency base is going to benefit. Maybe a cost estimate of what it's going to cost the nation from, you know, maybe your perspective. You probably hold a professional engineering status, PE. And so, you know, along with that, what is the actual cost to look at tying in all those communities that the Gallup water line supply transmission line crisscrosses? How much is it going to cost to tie them in? And I think that's something that should be communicated to the nation. The Navajo Nation does their trips to Washington to communicate with congressional leaders. And I think that this is a piece that I think we can go back to the drawing table with our congressional leaders to try to get the offset costs, to try to tie in all those communities that are not tied in, that or considered to be tied in on the existing system. What is required? You know, is there going to be a T with a pressure reducing valve built in within that building that's there at the T? You know, what type of valves and so forth. But what I'm getting to is that, you know, these connections to these communities are very crucial, because that's the key to the economic factor. That's the key to the community development factor. A lot of our community members, you know, they live off the reservation. And a lot of it is the water issue, you know. But if we can try to, as leadership, we can try to close that gap and try to get potable water into the region, that will allow people to start considering to move home. But those factors really impacts Navajo families of moving back. So those just some of my comments there, and that's about it. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that, questions again for Honorable Otto. So, with that, let me go ahead and go back to, the presenter. And then we'll go ahead and see if there's any further comments or questions.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. So first to answer the comment and the question from Honorable Delegate Begay, there is that potential to store water, and it is something that is not part of the current project. It's not part of our authorization, but there is that option or that feasibility to take a look at that. The nation would have control over that in the future. It would. We're not planning. We don't have the budget for it right now. The nation would have to pursue that. The federal government doesn't have the ability to push for that, but that is something that could be feasible. Jason, anything you'd like to add there?
Sorry, I was muted. I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess, again, for those responses. With that, colleagues, we are on. You're joining us now. The time is 1 p.m. We are on receiving reports. Item number A. We do have a report from the Bureau of Reclamation and the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources on the Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project. We did hear from the presenters, and we have had a number of different comments and questions. At this time, colleagues, are there any other further questions before we go ahead and accept this report?
Chair Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Eugene. So, floor is yours.
I got one question that's still ringing in my ear now and then in regards to the water line that was being built between Ship Up and Gallup. There was one day I was traveling through there with my young grandkids, 4 and 6 years old. They were looking around. I guess they saw the pipeline, and they asked me questions. So I just knew a little bit about that line. So I just said, "That's a water line going to Gallup." Then one said, "Yeah, there's 2 of them, 2 pipes." Then the younger one said, "Yeah, one is hot and one is cold." I wonder if they're true. Another one, there's a plan running water all the way from the southeast, all the flood areas, all the way into the western region of the United States. I was wondering if you ever heard about that one, because I heard it 2 years ago at Santa Fe at a meeting, and I don't know if it's being planned. The reason for that was that it was a lot of flood in the area. They're trying to run some of the water out of there into the western region of the United States. I'm pretty sure that's going to cost a lot of money, but I don't know if that is a plan. That would be really, really good plan to put some water over here in some of our dams across all the way into California, where we don't have no water in Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada. So that's what I was just thinking about that, and also Texas. So I was wondering if you guys ever heard about it, if there's a plan like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Eugene. So, that, colleagues, any other further comments, questions, or I go back to the sponsor or the presenters? Not? Let me go ahead and come back to the presenters.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I did want to get back to a comment that Honorable Delegate Otto So had asked. And I did want to hit on one item he brought up about connections to communities and why we're not just connecting the pipeline where we do cross some of the existing distribution lines. And that has to do with the size of the lines. Some of those signs, or excuse me, some of those sizes are too small to allow us to push much water through them. There really needs to be some larger basically transmission lines off of our main transmission line to connect those communities. It also helps with water quality, because in some cases we're going to be boosting the water before it goes into people's homes with chlorine to meet Safe Drinking Water Act requirements. And if there's a home immediately downstream of the pipeline, there may not be the time for that chlorine to dissipate and meet health standards. So it's better if it's pushed up to existing reservoirs, and some of the new reservoirs that storage tanks is what I'm referring to. Storage tanks that are in the NTUA systems. Better if that water is pushed up to those reservoirs, storage tanks, where we get a better water quality, and then that drains down into people's homes, and it's a much more consistent water quality that way. So that's part of the reason why we do that. You asked about, or you made a point about the electrical system, and I did not speak to this, but I did want to take the opportunity to speak to it, and that's that a component of this project that I haven't talked about is Project Power. Within the legislation, there is budget and authorization for us to bring power to the pumping plants. And through that, we have an agreement, and we've been funding NTUA to build a new 115 kilovolt transmission line that will run down Highway 491 between Shiprock and Tehachapi, that will not only provide power to our pumping plants. We're one of the main customers that's going to be coming off that line, but NTUA has other customers, and so NTUA will be able to use that line to bring power to new customers as well. So that is one of the benefits of this project, is that we are also building in power infrastructure that goes well beyond what's currently in the grid here in Northwest New Mexico. That will be a big benefit for future generations. Let's see, was there? Oh, yes. And then the last question from Honorable Delegate Eugene So. The question of the two pipelines. I appreciate that you and your grandsons have been out looking at the project, and we'd be honored to give any of the council delegates a tour of the project. But we're just building one pipeline. It's a very large pipeline on the San Juan Lateral. It's a 48-inch nominal diameter. In some areas, it's 42 inches. It goes south, and we deliver water to communities. It gets smaller, so by the time it gets to the city of Gallup, for instance, it's a 30-inch, and by the time it gets to Window Rock, it's a 24-inch. So it is just one single pipeline. We did look at the option of building two separate pipelines and the benefits that could provide, but it was not cost effective. So it's just one large pipeline that we're building with the San Juan Lateral. And with that, I'd like to turn the floor over to Jason if he has anything he'd like to follow up on.
The only thing I have to follow up on is the majority of the connections to the communities from this project are funded through CAP 1822 and the recent ARPA legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Elmer Begay in the queue. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Yeah, Speaker, out of the, thanks for the response regarding the replenishing the aquifers. I have a question, but this is more related to, I guess, technical question. Talking about pipings, 24-inch pipes and bigger than 24-inch and bigger piping. I know that I know water is really heavy, and especially if you going upstream, it's going to be really heavy, and you need a lot of voltage to do that, and you need bigger pump to do that. So with this, I know that it's once what I'm talking about is I'm trying to get to is drilled wells. These wells that are drilled, getting the water from the ground and pumping up, and then I know that there's no 24-inch pipe that goes into the ground to pump water from. You can't do that. It has to be at least 8-inch and out to about 10-inch. I think it's more feasible to do that, but only I know that only irrigation well, which is more alluvial wells, you can do that with a submersible pump or with bigger pipings. But if the well is about 1,500 feet, you would need probably a drop pipe would be probably about 6-inch or 8-inch to do that. But you would need a big pump to do that and a lot of voltage. So right now, the thing I'm getting to is right now compared to drilled well and from getting water from softening water from pumping the water from surface water. So it's easy to pump the water, the surface water, because you already know there's water there. You already know how much water is there, and you do it. But drilled wells is very difficult, and you will not really see what's going on. And so that's what's I would say that is it going to be hard? I'm trying to get to is LCR, because you're out in the loop area. They're trying to pump water from 1,500 total depth water, and I heard that they're going to try to get 24-inch piping from there to Dalcon, which I was thinking that it's not feasible because it's not surface water. Drilled well is different, and you only take about, I would say, that 6-inch piping to get the water out from the ground, and you're trying to put it into a 24-inch piping to start delivering the water. So can you give me maybe just an answer or any technical knowledge you could provide me with, like the difference between the surface water and then the drilled well? It's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. That we'll go on to back to Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Yellow here. Honorable Yellow here.
Okay, yes, Speaker was talking about mute. Anyway, thank you very much, Speaker Todd Baholiani. Thank you, Bart Damon, out on the Mr. Jason John and 24 college councilman. I stated earlier that this is a very truly a natural spring water from 100% mountain spring. So this is a very healthy water. And I just want to ask Mr. Damon that I just wonder, it should not be mixed with another water, another pipe from another area. It should be just straight natural water. It's and that's my questions, because we need a clean water for our community out there, for our own healthy, for our own safety too. And that's just my questions, Mr. Damon. Chair Speaker, Untitled, sige.
Thank you. That, let me go ahead and go back to the presenters.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. First, to answer the question from Honorable Delegate, from Honorable Delegate Begay, the difference between surface water and groundwater from hydraulic perspective, really there is no difference. It's really the difference in the water quality. We could pump water into the ground and store it there. But one of the things this project affords us is by turning off our existing wells in most of these Navajo communities and supplying surface water as a replacement, that will naturally allow some of that recharge to occur because we will no longer be pulling water directly out of the ground. It'll be coming out of the San Juan River, hundreds of miles away, potentially in some cases. But in terms of from an engineering perspective, there really is no difference. We did look at back in the original planning days in the environmental impact statement, we did look at having a larger groundwater component than what is currently in the project. There is still a groundwater component in the project, but it's much smaller than what was originally envisioned. And the reason for that is because over time we've seen those aquifers depleted. There's not as reliable a water source there, as well as the water quality issues that I know you were all aware of, that many of the wells in this area are contaminated, whether it's from mining or whether it's from natural sources. And so the decision was made in cooperation with the Navajo Nation to supply this project primarily with surface water. And in the initial years of this project, until the demand really increases substantially, it will be entirely supplied by surface water. So that is how we ended up where we are today with the current design. And please let me know if I didn't answer your question. The second question from Honorable Delegate Yellowhair, in terms of the natural spring water, we do, there are some areas on the Navajo Nation where that is available, but not plentiful enough to where it could supply this project. And so from a supply perspective, the San Juan River provides the best and most reliable supply. Now, as we've seen through the drought for the last 20 plus years, there are risks there. And we are looking at ways through design to incorporate climate change into the project and try to buffer the system to where we can continue to supply water to people through future droughts, through this continued drought. So that is a very important aspect of this project. But the water that we are pumping out of the San Juan River, whether it's out of Cutter Reservoir or whether it's out of the San Juan Generating Station Reservoir, because of that storage, it's going to be very clean to begin with. The sediment will have dropped out of it. Two is we're building water treatment plants that are state of the art, and as Council Delegate Freeland talked about, it's very good tasting water. It's very important to us that we provide a better product than what Navajo people have had to survive on for the last 100 years. It's very important that we provide water that not only meets national standards, it meets Navajo Nation standards, but it's also very good tasting and very good drinking. And And so that is an important aspect. Now, when we introduce this water into communities, the pipelines in those communities have been conditioned for the original groundwater. So we do, as part of the water treatment plant, incorporate the ability to buffer that water so that when it gets into these communities, and there's a number of ways we can do that, when it gets in these communities, we don't have water quality issues because we're intermingling surface water with pipes that have, in some cases, scale buildup from groundwater. So that is something we're working very closely with the Navajo Nation and with NTUA on. We're currently doing a study on the San Juan Lateral right now, looking at those distribution systems and ways that we can ensure that when we do introduce water, there are no water quality issues. So that is another important aspect of our project, and I appreciate that question. Jason, anything you'd like to add?
I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that response again from the presenters. So colleagues, again, as I don't have anybody else in the queue, are we ready to accept this report, or is there any other follow-up questions?
We're ready.
Going twice. Or 3 times. Let's go to board to accept this report.
Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton and Honorable Amber Knez-Bacrati are excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James is excused. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So.
Vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 17 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting, motion carries to accept the report. Thank you very much, Mr. Deming, to you, your team members there at the Navajo Nation, or at the Reclamation, and then to Mr. Jason John, you and your team members there at the Navajo Department of Water Resources for being here with us. That, colleagues, we move on to item number B under receiving reports. It's an update report on the American Rescue Plan Act, sanitation efficiency systems project for the Navajo area under Indian Health Services, presented by Ms. Rosalind. So, well, now that's, she's not the area director now. Now she's a national director, huh? Ms. Rosalind So, national director, Captain Rochelle Brown, and Dave McDonald. That, is there anybody on from Indian Health Service?
Hi, this is Rachel.
Ms. Brown?
Good afternoon, Speaker. This is Yvonne Key-Billison with Navajo Area IHS. Captain Brown is on the line, and Ms. So may chime back in here in a few minutes. She had to attend another meeting, so I'm going to hand it over to Captain Brown for the report.
Okay, thank you. It's good to hear your voice, Ms. Key-Billison. Did they
Yes, sir.
do you guys have, do you happen to have a any presentation that you did happen to send over? We didn't receive anything. I don't know if you did or did not. Captain.
Mr. Speaker.
This is Rachel. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
*69. Okay, good, great. I do not have, Mr. Speaker, good afternoon, members of the Navajo Nation Council. I do not have a presentation to provide, but I will provide the update for IHS. We were requested to provide an update on the American Rescue Plan Act and the Sanitation Deficiency List. And as Ms. Yvonne Key-Billison noted, Ms. So is not available at this moment, and at this time, I don't believe Dave McDonald is on the call. And he's our subject matter expert for everything SDS. So after the presentation, we can answer questions, and if there's nothing that we can answer, then we'll note them down and we'll follow up after the meeting. But with that, I would go ahead and provide the updates for IHS.
Yes, go ahead, Captain.
Okay.
The floor is yours. You have 20 minutes on the board.
Okay. So the Indian Health Service is charged to providing water and wastewater projects, we receive funding from Congress allocated annually to provide funding for water and wastewater projects. And these are based off of the SDS list. And so the last SDS list was provided on December 3rd, 2021. So currently the 2023 SDS list is currently under review, and it will be finalized in December 2022. So just a few more months, and then the new listing should be available of the new projects. As many of you may know, the 86-121 program had received funding under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, also known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. There was allocation for construction projects in fiscal year 2023. We are waiting on the announcement of how much the IHS Navajo area will receive. But this funding was the act provided funding for $3.5 billion over a 5-year period, starting in fiscal year 2022. And we received our first portion of that money. The funds we received out of this $3.5 billion for the first year allocation was $128 million. And we identified that money as IHS regular, IIJA construction funding. And that funding was provided for 118 projects identified on last year's SDS report. They were identified as Tier 1 projects. And again, as the SDS list is being reviewed by headquarters, once that gets reviewed and approved, then we will be notified. The area will be notified about the amount of funding that comes from the headquarters based on that. So sometime likely in the spring, that's when we typically get notification of the amount of funding we'll receive. And that's the funding towards the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. The request for today was for the American Rescue Plan Act. We did receive funds from the American Rescue Plan Act in late last year. Out of that money, let's see, in late 2021, we received about $37 million in IHS ARPA funds that funded 19 projects with $14 million in cost overruns. We were experiencing cost overruns in some of our funded projects. So again, $14 million of that $37 million went towards those cost overruns. And new projects funded out of that $37 million ARPA funding, there were 11 new projects funded for nearly $22 million. Currently, we are working on completing the project summaries and the MOAs required to obligate the funds to the projects for the IHS IIJA construction dollars, which is again that $128 million. And in addition to those funds, we are currently we received another amount of money for the Navajo area IHS in the amount of $2.69 million, also under the American Rescue Plan Act. And this was provided for the delivery of potable water. And currently we're working on the project document for that with TUA, NECA, DCD, and DWR. That project number is identified as NA-21-PWD for potable water delivery. And just for an overview of the project, how we identify projects. Projects are developed and tracked in the sanitation tracking and reporting system. We have a STARS system. It's a database in 2 stages, in unfunded and funded projects. Unfunded projects are developed in the sanitation deficiency system, known as the SDS system. And then funded projects move from SDS to the project data system. So when we provide the SDS listing, you will see a string of numbers, identifiers with the state and some numbers after that. And those are unfunded projects and known as SDS projects. Funded projects, they typically will receive the NA- and the year. This year, for instance, as an example, the NA-21 PWD, that's notification that we've identified a funded project number to that project. So a project can be in various stages, from active once the project has a planning agreement or a memorandum of agreement, and the project status changes from active to closed when the final report is completed. So prior to receiving these funds, the area, we were currently working on a big workload. We have a big workload of projects. At this time, we have 997 active projects funded for over a total of $677 million. So as you may have heard, this is an unprecedented amount of funding that has come to the 86-121 program, and that's a big significant workload for us. And we are currently working on hiring more engineers and engineering techs and administrative support staff to support the additional workload. And then other considerations are that this funding that has come through for the construction projects do not have an expenditure deadline. There's no timeline associated with the funding we received to complete construction or to expend the funds. And then again, one consideration is that the project costs on the SDS list are for projects managed by SFC through MOAs and MOUs with the Navajo Nation. And in addition, we understand that there is a significant amount of projects being identified under the Navajo Nation legislation, CJN 29-22, and we are currently working with NTUA, DWR, NECA, and DCD to help identify projects as well. I noticed the summary is fairly short, but that's the status of the update for our funding. And again, the SDS listing, the last one reported was sent to the Navajo Nation on December 3rd, 2021, and a new SDS listing should be ready and finalized again in December 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is all for my report. I am happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor then. Before I go to the floor, we are on receiving reports, item number B. Could I go ahead and get a motion to accept the report? Motion by Honorable Slater, second by Honorable Edison Juanica. That, colleagues, any comments, questions at this time?
Delegate James.
Honorable Keon Brigade, then Honorable Vince James, and Honorable Otto So. Honorable Keon Brigade, the floor is yours at this time.
Speaker, Chairman Ado Kadosh and Ado Nancy Chanavi. I had all this Kado, from the IHS regarding the ARPA funding. It's been over a year that I've been pushing in my area the failed septic system. Could we be or go on record of where we're at as of today? Because I know a lot of our constituents that had submitted their statements are indicating the status as well. Almost 200 is the amount of information that we forward to the IHS administration. We setting aside several funding for those situations. This is just the 5 chapters that I represent. So I'm not sure how the situation is across the Navajo Nation. And the one thing that we need to know or understand, Speaker, other colleague, if a lot of these infrastructures for water line, wastewater, failed several years after, what's the chance of it happening, these new construction that's going to happen down the road. Ko ilhit out khodan jo chanadne to chanadia to pohnetsa. Because in some areas that I've made visit with the EPA, and that's another thing too. I'm not sure if the Navajo Nation EPA is online. We're still waiting on their assessment and the report regarding that particular situation. Ako stock koto beben che tik atyal dinigi yini keto listo resource yini keto listo hit our IHS and OEH will begin to address this particular issue, especially within my five chapter regions. Ako ake ashonde. Provide us a written response or an update response on that particular situation. Although I know that I've been bombarding emails to Mr. Littlehead and Mr. McDonald. Once in a while they do respond, but not majority of the time. The biggest situation that we deal with at the local level is the last instruction that I was given is customers or individuals or Navajo people don't need to go to the chapter or the delegate to get update, but don't need. How do we help our Navajo people if they say that they've been trying to call the offices? There's not specifically any update. If I would think that if they're part of a project, would it be more appropriate for IHS or OEH to inform the individual that their home is slated for this particular project? And from my end, I'm thinking that I'm helping the IHS to gather these information for them. But if there's a statement for them to say that they don't need to go to the delegates or the chapter for update status, I mean, it's just a matter of like, okay, we don't know. And then a lot of these individuals that have homes already, we're talking about less than even 50 yards, but they're still waiting on a lot of these water lines. Bathroom addition, and it's going to take up some time because we've got to have these legislations go through the process again in order for the chapters to start utilizing funding for bathroom addition. Chapters in Leniki, Tatoik Etahato Listania, coordinate a dash. So they no sin, so that it no what I thought they betrayed go do by Yale to go out. I could all huge dig at Ben Honti, Koto, Spahos, and Nipe, and Nashipahanas, the Topa has seen on this quite none. But the most important one is that dig at EPA report the Shiniki. I am hoping that there was a situation where the house was on the lower slope while the infrastructure was on the upper slope. For what infrastructures are done, Diniki, Benda as Nusto, what and Diniki Batalia, but Nashito, Hayuda, so it's not back up at done and latte. Although the other one is that some of these growth area, but water treatment, sewage pond that had to public had to see so that the no top baby hit to baby needs ako cho ko dat ego based on diniki jun habik at dan cho da dit no bahanets sto ako di ko dat ego o huge height all aid on shi dan di ka chapter begin da il ta chapter officials in diniki edit that to public comment mean public forum na handon that within each region shoy ajit nakhe not enikiti kati ne la et one bit to thopa to ki khake they need niche khake if you live in this area without to ni ko to e la hot it nin la ishan il no bespeda huzan hot ago da shin da to yo yin da it kida da to although some families are saying that we're willing to do our own, but it's just a fact that a lot of these areas we're being told that it's going to be at least part of the project. Not on of course, also huge. They didn't install, but we did not install. But this again, the my colleague since the questions behind also speaker. Let me go ahead and conclude this two-part question. And then also maybe do follow up after the rest of my colleague has spoken. Speaker, Chairman.
Thank you very much with that. Before I go back to you, Captain, let me go ahead and go on down to one more member of the Naa'bik'iyati committee, and then I'll come back to you. Honorable Vince James.
Speaker, other members of the Naa'bik'iyati 24th Navajo Nation Council, and then presenters from IHS Kodo SDS Kwaikibanit Iniki. Thank you for providing some small information to the council here. But for me, I do have several questions. And my first question is going to be in regards to how are you going to provide, or when are you going to provide an updated project listing, either by delegates or by chapters? And the reason why I say this is because currently, as delegates, we're in the process of trying to move forward and utilize our portion of the 8.8 million. And so when it comes down to infrastructures for water line, we have different sources, funding sources that we're running into to put these individuals under our delegate 8.8 million funding. So we have individuals that are listed, or that I assume are listed under the SDS listing. And then we have individuals that are under the NTUA listing. And then we have individuals under Department of Water Resource listing. And then at the same time, when you review this listing, you ask, or I ask myself, which ones are the priorities? And that will be my number 2 question, is how are you making this a priorities? Because when we review this listing, or I review this listing, these listing, it doesn't have a time of when the application was submitted. And so we have individuals that have been waiting for over 15 years, 10 years, 20 years. And then we have some new individuals that have just applied within the year or 2. And so when it comes down to it, how are we prioritizing these individuals? And one of the other part that's really frustrating is how we all have different service areas, and they're not by delegate or chapter service areas or by grazing areas. We all the different departments, entities, they all have their different service areas. And so when we review some of these listing, or when I review some of my listing, like for instance, with Jedito, we have individuals on that end that I have individuals that are under Low Mountain, which covers my Nala Honorable Key Ellen Begay's area. And so that's my third question is, how are we addressing the service area, these different service areas that you guys have in place? And so that makes it really complicated on, okay, how do we address the needs of individuals by the time they submitted their application, by inserting individuals from other delegate colleagues' area. And then the funding is also reviewed as it me covering, like for instance, Low Mountain area. So when that cost comes in, I have half of that listing indicated as Jedito, and then the other half indicated as Low Mountain area. But then the cost is associated with mine and K. Allen Begay's area. And that's the same concept for Kitlachi going into Nuzlini area, which again is Shanala K. Allen Begay's area, or Kitlachi going into Tligato area, which is Honorable Raymond Smith's area. And then Cornfields, Sunrise going into Greasewood, which is Elmer Begay, Honorable Elmer Begay's area. So, and then of course, it going into White Cone and then down the line. So how are we addressing these kind of situation is my question on our end on how to spend the $8.8 million of the funding that we were allocated as delegates. And what makes it really, really, really difficult too is I can't come to you as IHS and say, hey, do you guys do you have this individual covered? Do you have this individual, this name here covered? And when it comes back, what we're given is, oh, we have a Privacy Act. We have confidential information that we can't share with you. So now as delegates and chapters, you go back to your people and ask them for the information. And so when we end up doing that, we're just causing so much confusion with our constituents that they don't know what we're all doing at the same time. And in reality, I don't think we are, because we have not come down to a point to sit down and say, hey, as IHS, as Department of Water Resource, as NTUA, as chapters, you know, this is how we're covering your area. These are the individuals that we're going to provide the projects to. That hasn't been done. And I don't think it'll ever happen. I just don't see it happening. And it's just like a case by case. Oh, I think all the entities are, well, if one of the delegates brings it up, then we'll just address it case by case. But there's no initial plan to bring everybody into one's facility to address these issues of, okay, this is who we are going to cover. This is the area in your chapter or in your delegate regions on who we are going to cover. There's no guidance from any of you entities, and what you guys throw to each other is the Privacy Act, the confidential information. We can't share that with you guys. That information, that there itself just throws a whole big old lot of monkey wrench in there, and just like, okay, so what do we do? So how do we ensure, and how do we have confidence that these projects are going to be taken care of? And once we start figuring out, okay, or once I start figuring out, okay, this is the project that we're going to work on. Can you provide me an area from Ganado to cornfields, for instance, as an example, from Ganado to cornfields? This is the area that we're going to cover. And when we go back, or when I go back to your office and say, okay, what is the status on this area here? Oh, it's still the same status. We haven't completed the survey because we're short on staff. We're short on engineers. And I'm sitting there or standing there like, okay, well, this was your answer 4 years ago. It's still the same. And eventually the answer is yes. So how are you addressing your shorted staff and addressing to get a lot of these surveys done out at the local level as field work? And when it comes to this point, it's very bothersome because what was relayed to our Congress is that, oh yeah, we have staff. Oh yes, we're doing perfectly fine moving forward with these fundings that you guys provided to us as IHS. But in reality, here at the local level, that's not the case. We are being told as lawmakers when we ask questions, oh, we're short staffed. We've been asking for staff. And so that particular message that's being provided from your office back to Congress is not the actual correct information, because you are really in a highly low staff, shorted staff, and you can't find any of these people. And so where do we come together and try to analyze these issues and problems? And so I have so many water lines requests within my 5 chapters: Kitlachi, Ganado, Cornfield, Steamboat, and Jedito. And I'm doing my best to try and make sure that, okay, we have this person A is covered under SDS. Person B from that same area is covered under NTUA. Person C from that same area is covered under Department of Water Resource. Person D from the same area is not covered by any of these past 3 entities. And now that person is going to be serviced with Delegate Jane's 8.8 million. So how are you addressing this matter from your point, is what I would also like to hear. So those will be my questions, Speaker and colleagues. Thank you very much for the time and allowing me to ask these questions to the presenters. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Honorable James. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the presenters, Captain Brown and let's Keith Wilson. If you guys, I'll turn the floor over to you all at this time.
Hi, hello, Mr. Speaker. This is Rachel. I believe I have Ms. So. Ms. So is on the line. I'll go ahead and give her the floor, and I'll go ahead and after she provides comments, I can answer the technical questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Brown. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be able to speak with you this afternoon. Again, the Rosalind So, the Area Director for the Navajo Area IHS. I'm going to, if I may, go back to, I think it was just who was Delegate Brown or the person that was just speaking, I'm sorry. With regards to coordination, I absolutely agree with that we need to do a better job at coordinating, understanding that IHS is one component of this, or actually the Navajo area IHS is one component of completing any project. We work very closely with NTUA and NECA as well. And to that, we've been having regular conversations with NTUA, just trying to figure out how do we move forward together on this. The second thing that I would also offer again, that one of the things that I think makes it challenging, of course, we're talking over Zoom, and we're trying to talk about specific activities that I would offer again that we gather for a work session or a strategy session in terms of how we move forward on this, because it does make it very difficult for us to address these particular projects. The third thing I would offer is that we're also, we have been working very closely with a few of the delegates that have come to us and say, come to my chapter, or let's get on a call and let's work through each of these projects that are for our particular areas and so forth. And we have done that. And I think we have tried to do that as best as we can. But we're also recognizing that this may not be the best use of our professional staff, our staff that are engineers that need to be focused on the work that's at hand. So we're trying to figure out another way to be able to meet the needs of the chapters, as well as of course, the delegates and their specific requests. And to that, we have brought on a communications team. That part of that is Yvonne is leading that for us right now, where we intend to do a better job at reporting information to you as to the status of these projects. We know that we're still gearing up for that. I also want to be clear that we have shared all along. I have shared all along the staffing concerns that we have had in Indian Health Service. For the Navajo area, just so we're all on the same page, we're looking at upwards of 250 to 300 staff that we need today to get these projects done. And just like we've experienced on the medical side, we don't have the nurses that we need, or all the doctors that we need. And so this is the same on the SFC side, that we're struggling to secure engineers and engineer technicians. Even at the community level, we're struggling to find people that can help us do some of this work that probably many of our Navajo people could do for us if they would step up. So that's another challenge that we are trying to look at. In addition to that, recently IHS headquarters made the decision that all the hiring for these engineers, engineer technicians, administrative staff, all of the IIJA funded positions, actually all SFC positions, will now be hired out of IHS headquarters. So that, for me, creates another layer of steps that we need to go through to try to secure the staff that we need. So we're also kind of feeling a little bit of pressure. I am anyway, feeling a little bit of pressure on that side to try to figure out how do we now work through this and try to be as successful as we can be. So, but nonetheless, we're going to continue to push our team to make sure that we have what we need. Going back to the SES list, it may have been shared already, and I apologize for duplicating this information. But we know that the SES list for 2023 is now in final review and final process. This means that in addition to the projects that we have shared with you and that we broke up by delegate areas or regional areas as best as we can, that document is now being updated, which tells me immediately that there are additional needs that will be on that list and prioritized. And so we'll need to work through that part of it. The times of the projects, and we can, to try to understand for everybody what we're talking about and why I agree that we all need to sort of be at the same table together and talk about this is, for example, the mini meal project that I've sort of been come to know very well, and how complicated that project is. And so that spans at least, I think 2 or 3 different regions, and trying to, resource that and trying to build out and even design some of those, that project to be specific, is complicated. And so there are many different elements of that need to work towards that activity. I also reported that our staff, some of our key staff in the Navajo area, have told us that they intend to retire soon. And so that's another reality of what we're looking at and trying to figure out how we transition as well as we can, do that transfer of knowledge. So there are a number of things on our side that we are continuing to work on. And I will offer again, I'm looking for better ways to be able to share this information with you. I still believe that having a strategy session with all of us in one room and maybe break it out to see exactly where these projects are at might be helpful, so we fully understand where things are at, and or help us prioritize where we should be focusing on as we move forward. There is a lot of activity. There are a lot of projects being completed, but certainly not as fast as we want it to be. And if there is and the other part, of course, is that there is a time limited on these funds, and maybe we should start advocating to make sure that these funds do not expire at some time. For IHS, it's a 5-year period, and we're done with year 1 already, and we're still trying to figure out how we're going to move forward and complete all of this. The final thing I will say from the Indian Health Service is that Navajo area by far exceeds every other area within the Indian Health Service, and so that puts us at a perhaps disadvantage, but that also force us to work better and more closely together as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll turn it back.
Thank you very much, Ms. So. And thank you, Ms. So. This is Speaker Damon, and congratulations on your recent appointment. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor at this time. Oh. Let me go ahead and go to Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I don't members of the Naa'bik'iyati committee, I don't Indian Health Services for providing this report. Ms. Brown, Captain Rachel Brown, and not too sure Mr. McDonald's on the line. Then I need Shade, Ms. Rosin So here. I really just like to congratulate you for your appointment to the seat that to oversee the Indian Health Services at the national level. And first of all, I really would like to maybe as you hear questions posed, a lot of it is the understanding of the SDS system. And I think many of the delegates may need some more information on how the SDS system works. And you know, earlier they talked about priority and what projects are priority and so forth. The SDS system is based off of a scoring system of how many people are on a proposed waterline extension project. If there is less people on that waterline extension project, the project will score a low number. But if there's more people on those projects, the numbers will be higher and you have a better chance of those projects to be funded. Then you have to think about things such as wash crossings. You have to think about storage tank construction. You have to think about road boring. Those things add to the construction costs and this increases it. Even in the number of individuals, homeowners that are listed on the project is very positive for Indian Health Service. And I did ask Miss So at the time at Twin Arrows that, and she did confirm that Congress did not waive any policies that governs the 121 program. So if the 3 home per mile is still in place, that is the policy that they are following. Or if it's 4 homes per mile at this time. And those same policies are still governing the 121 program. And the key thing, additional, our Navajo citizens need to start establishing a place of residence, whether it's at their sheep camp or when near their mom's house and things like that. That's how you add more people to a project, whether it's a mainline construction or whether it's a scattered water line project, extension project, or even a cistern project. You need homes. If there's no homes out there, Indian Health Services, SDS system will be at a always at a low level. Even and I think that really entails communication with our grazing officer who signs off on home site leases, the collaboration with land department, maybe to come up with a feasibility sheet to say there's a proposed home site that's going to be proposed here. What is Indian Health Services views? Is it feasible with water? How many feet away? And then NTUA, how many feet away from power? That will give the homeowner an idea, where should I move? Because once you start moving away from the nearest water line extension, the cost of bringing potable water to your doorstep or within 100 feet of your home is going to increase. At one point, I remember seeing an eight power pole extension estimate from NTUA at $62,000. 8 poles. This is just the pole, and that's not including the service drop. Even the farther away you get from infrastructure or current infrastructure, the cost of construction goes up. Add-on that my brother alluded to failed septic system. Failed septic system is due to the fact of overloading. There's probably a washer that had been installed in the drain field is not designed to hold that capacity, or there's more people living in the home. Even I guess the science behind it really needs to be told. The Indian Health Service, why is a failed drain field project, what's the easiest way to fund a failed drain field project? Instead of funding the Navajo Nation funding a major line water line extension, such as using our ARPA, maybe we should have funded scattered water line extension. That way NTUA would have did the 1-inch house service, or you could service a service line agreement, a home that is about 1,500 feet from the water line, and serve the septic system, and then leave the main line construction up to IHS to build the main infrastructure on Sin. But the whole burden was put back on the nation to fund the main projects. I need a second opinion. Even now, they torn lineage in a year. None let the all you base of Codet hitch it not. If we could strategize with Indian Health Service on how to better utilize this STS dollars to fund the mainline backbone projects, while we would have used our STS, our ARPA dollars to fund the scattered home projects in the failed drug septic system. That way, the mainline construction, the Indian Health Service, now. And then it takes a coordinated effort again to get people's home built. Home one. This pandemic got a lot of money that, each delegate region got so much money in housing. I really hope that those community development looks at the feasibility of these homes. Where are they going to be built? Is it better to serve a person who is near, within 100 feet of, or 1,500 feet of water line? That way they can get onto the IHS IHS scattered project in the future. Oh, what this is a chance to do that. But again, what I appreciate the report from Ms. So and Ms. Brown and Mr. McDonald. The other is that Ms. So alluded to non-niche. How many Navajo students do we have at our neighboring universities who are majoring in civil engineering? And I guarantee you those civil engineering students, at being a senior this year, they're struggling, trying to look for money. And I will speak on something that I know. I know that there's an engineering student in Flagstaff that kept reaching out to Indian Health Services to have Indian Health Services work with him to get onto Indian Health Services program to help him with his college education. Indian Health Service shut the door on him. And then, Ms. So, you talked about the workforce, the civil engineering technicians you're going to need to get the field data out there in the field, whether that water line extension will need a pressure reducing valve or new storage tank design location that's going to stake out the water, the proposed water line route. And if Indian Health Service ain't going to reach out to our neighboring colleges to try to recruit engineers that are almost done, you're going to be in this same hole trying to recruit. I would suggest that you get a recruiter to start turning each and every rock at each universities around Indian reservations to search for those engineering students, especially Native American, because they know that they will go home. They know that their constituent, their people may not have water. Being a civil engineer and an engineering technician, It's not a job. You are a public servant. You serve the Navajo, you serve communities. I will say that it's not a job. You are a public servant once you become an engineer or an engineering technician, because you serve the people with water. You serve the people with wastewater. You build everything, sewer treatment plants, lagoons. I did that. Ishla. If you want to increase the workforce on the OEH 121 program on Navajo, I request you guys to reach out to UNM, ASU, U of A, NAU, the university up in Salt Lake and St. George, Colorado. There's Navajo students going to school there trying to look for help for funding. And if Indian Health Service can be a service to them, reach out to them. Because I know of one student that keeps calling the Indian Health Service, and he just gets a person talking to him, a voice message and a audio message talking to him. So
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So let me go ahead and continue on down. For Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Speaker, can you hear me now? Yeah, I don't the members of the Naa'bik'iyati committee. Good afternoon. I know that in addition to Ms. So and then Ms. Brown. Thank you for the report. I know that your work is very important to the Navajo Nation, because this is federal funding that you guys are working with, and I know how hard it is using the federal funds. It's restricted because as right now they know that there's ARPA fundings and CARES fundings that were given to us with a lot of restriction under the federal provision and guidelines. Called it's really hard to spend that money, but you guys are doing your best to do that. About Hanson, you really acknowledge that. It's a hand in addition to. My question is, I know that those SDS projects, either I would say that they're 10 to 15 years old survey. So I understand that you don't have enough crew to update those. But there's one that I know that is like that. The reason why I know that is that I know how the SDS works. It's randomly, or not randomly, but every year, just mostly 2 years ago, she just go out there and do the survey to the people that are out there. You don't have to go by the chapter's resolution or anything like that. On his survey, that how many people are out there. That's how put it on the projects, and then you start planning on it until it gets enough of for a project. The way your survey goes and the way that is competitive too. So my point here is that some of these homes that were there that were built for elderly, some of these are gone right now, especially through just some of these pandemic. The people left. There has to be a caretaker. That's not yet. The people that were there with them during that time, they had to take over those homestead. But they were on the project listing under the tier 1 and the tier 2. So tier 1 AD, I know that that's been construction ready and then they're funded. The problem that I see is that the home site lease, they have it, but it still was under the person or the grandparents or the parents that were there. Because they're no longer there. No. How do are they still be eligible for the fundings that like under tier 1, Nikki? If they were construction ready, and then as far as we know that under the IIJA, like Investment Infrastructure Job Act, under that it was you reported that they were funded. But if homicide leases are not updated, are they still going to be assisted with that, or they have to go probate those home sites? That's my question. The first one. Out of the second one is that I know that this whole project that we're talking about 2 years ago, they were funded under IIJA, construction ready. But that was price code or material cost at that time. So the one that were funded, it's about double the price right now. So you guys going to request for more fundings, or I'm pretty sure it's half of the cost of all the materials. It doubled it. So we can be federal or the federal government, or they can be submitting some more fundings for that. That's my question, because right now the chapter, but we're getting funds out in my area there. We submitted our Oprah funds called once DOJ, and then once we get the legislation, we'll be ready to spend that $1.7 million. There's some bathroom additions that were made for these projects under tier 1. Can you maybe provide some information for me? Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Alvin Gay. With that, let me go ahead and turn the floor back over to IHS team. Miss Rosalind So, or Captain, or Miss Captain Brown, or Miss Key Billison. I'll turn the floor over. Right, floor is yours for response.
Hi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Rosalind. I'll just give a quick response and then turn it over to Captain Brown. So I didn't respond earlier, and I should have, to the projects that were identified, the 166 projects that were identified by Delegate Begay. And we did review all of those, and I apologize. I thought we had responded to you on the status of those projects, or the status of those concerns that were raised to us. I think a majority of those we did complete an assessment on, and that we are prepared to make that information available to you, so you know where we stand on on your requests and the conversations that we've had. Additionally, I would also say that with regards to the concern raised about, personal information or privacy information, we've successfully talked with delegates about the specific projects. We don't necessarily talk about individual homes as much as we talk about projects, even though we know that there are homeowners attached to each of those. So I just want to clarify those 2 points, and then I'll ask Captain Brown to finish the response from IHS. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Ms. So. In addition to the responses, I'll try to recapture and answer the questions as I noted them down. Thank you, Delegate So, for providing your information about the SDS presentation or a request to understand the SDS system. That can be a complicated piece to understand. And for your information, as far as priority, in the past, prior to this infrastructure or IIJA bill that was passed, we did prioritize projects based on the scoring mechanism, and that's how we were able to receive or how we were able to allocate funding for projects that were based off of a scoring system. Since then, since last year, the entire SDS listing based off of fiscal year 2022 or 2021 report, that Infrastructure Act funded the entire list. So that's one of the challenges that we're facing, is that because it had funded the entire list at one act over 5 years, there is the challenge of identifying all of the homes identified under each project. And then some of those projects are phased projects, and some of them are phased off of projects that were already funded prior to this year's IIJA funding. So there's a lot of work to determine and review those projects individually. So that's an effort that we're doing internally. I know that we're additionally collaborating with NTUA, DCD on the homeowner listing. Again, that's another layer of complexity, because there's a lot of homes that are under each project and there's identifiers for each home. And the Indian Health Service provides funding for each home, and identifying each one and making sure they're tracked under various funding pots, both from the federal government and the Navajo Nation legislation and other contributions. It's going to be a challenge, but we are working. We have been providing our homeowner information to the DCD and NTUA. We do meet with them in various frequency of meetings, so we are collaborating with them. In addition, we have provided name lists upon request for some delegates. Again, with the resources we have with the engineers and the engineering techs that we have, it will add an additional stress to pull together those reports. But based on the request today, we'll review this request internally to determine how we can provide the information to everyone involved. We do continue to work. The homeowners can contact the district offices individually to find where the projects, or if they are to submit an application, or sometimes to find out where they are with their project request. But what we're trying to work on is a communication point of contact to support this effort to provide detailed information to all of our stakeholders. So it's going to take some time. Again, we're working with Ms. Yvonne Key-Billison to help establish something and stand something up for our SFC program. So there are efforts to collaborate on homeowner listings, efforts to collaborate on water line design, construction, individual project construction, design, development, and all aspects of planning, design, and construction. Again, we're working with the NTUA, NECA, and DCD, and DWR. But we can provide that presentation in the future as requested. And let's see, the question related by provided by Delegate Elmer Begay about the request for more funding. Yes, that is a challenge. Again, since the volatile market, it has increased prices for materials, so we anticipated those increases to occur, and with each increase, we do consider that with our request for funding to headquarters. In addition to that material increase, price increases, because one effort to complete projects quicker than and with knowing that our staff there's a staff shortage, we are looking into completing a lot of the projects through contracts, and this is an avenue that we are exercising. We have a tribal procurement contract in place for several contracts, and we just started those this year. So that is one thing we're doing to try to get the workload, to get the additional staff, to get the additional professional engineering support. So at the first step, it's taking a look at those projects and determining which ones can be contracted out as a group. But again, this goes back into looking into the entire SDS listing, and knowing that we have to collaborate with the effort going on with the Navajo Nation legislation. So that creates complexity just to make sure that we're covering all aspects of construction and design for every project that we provided on the SDS list for funds. And I believe that I'm reviewing the questions to see. Hopefully I didn't leave anything out. But I'll go ahead and turn it back to you, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is Yvonne Key-Billison. May I provide a short comment?
Yes, Ms. Wilson. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to just mention a couple things. Rachel, Captain Brown, there are a couple items I wanted to just bring to your attention that we might have missed. And that would be, I think, to Delegate Kealan Begay, I just wanted to mention that based upon Ms. So's reply, we will go ahead and forward over that assessment in regard to the failed septic system. And if you do hear from NEPA about their analysis, if you could send that over to us, we'd really appreciate it. There are some questions that Mr. James, my brother, did ask, and I believe one of those is related to the discussion regarding recruitment of staff. And I just wanted to share with Mr. James as well as with Mr. So regarding recruitment strategies for these 200 to 300 employees that we would like to bring on board at Navajo Area IHS. As Ms. So stated, Navajo area is working directly with IHS headquarters. Headquarters is coordinating the process to hire staff. And I just want to share with everybody that, you know, a good way to address that is to look at the USA Jobs site on the internet, and you should be able to see which positions are open for Navajo area. I just wanted to make mention that I did participate in a call yesterday with headquarters regarding recruitment and the personnel strategy. And we did request, Navajo area did request that they really incorporate sending that information to all the tribal colleges and universities around the various tribes across the United States. So they did indicate that they would work. I did provide some information about sending that information over to the U.S. Department of Education and also to AHEC. So hopefully they do that here in the next few months. And I just wanted to share that information with you in regard to recruitment. And then Mr. Begay, Mr. Elmer Begay did also ask a question about whether or not a new home site lease would be needed in terms of maybe an area, a home where the individual who did hold a home site lease did pass. Is there a new home site lease required? Captain, I'll go ahead and refer that question over to you. And just for everyone's information, Ms. So did have to leave our conversation. She did go back to another meeting. So Rachel, I just wanted to share those items, and I don't know if you have anything you'd like to add in response to the home site question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Yvonne. That's very helpful. Yes, as Yvonne mentioned about the home site lease, the project, Delegate Begay, you asked a question about the home site lease. So the project was funded for the home. So if there was a home site lease, we can discuss with the Navajo Nation Land Department to determine how that transfer can be made for the individual for that home site lease. But as far as the home isn't for IHS is concerned, yes, that funding would not go away if somebody were to take ownership of that home and live there. So that's one requirement. So if you do run across something like that, please notify IHS at the district office, and we can provide feedback back to you and research what needs to be done. There's one more thing. Let's see. But I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Speaker, as I'm trying to remember what I needed to respond to. But thank you again.
Thank you very much. That Ms. Brown and Ms. Key Bilson for that response. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have at this time Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart, floor is yours at this time. And then from there, I'll go to Honorable Nathaniel Brown. From Nathaniel Brown, then I'll come back to the presenters. Honorable Stewart, good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon to the Speaker, Aro staff, around the colleagues, and the Clinic 24 Navajo Nation Council. Around the Kuro, Ms. So, Shamayat, good to hear your voice, Shama, around the Constitutional, keep a listen to Yat A. Around the Ms. Brown, because the Nandish Kirigi Shama, so December 3rd, 21 Yada, in the projects in the Nigipis both come. Aro January 12th, Yada, A Kodo IHS office stand, a hook up a dean need, chapter house there. The need in the snow, where are the Hajni Yasa. Aro Kodogi a listing, a review with Ishland, a majority of the projects under the 4 chapters that represent ya based off attention. And this was at 8:12 in the morning. One project for the clients so scattered 2021. But based off launches. Like a pata attention, she's need. Nabatel Kidnagati Kurogi chapter. Community members and Leniki. Submit a request for cistern system, septic tank, water line hookup. Additional irrigation and that NTA water, wastewater projects. On the chapters and lineage they submit the community members and lineage and chapters they submit for double funding no county on the Navajo Nation then the Asian Haiti Gishin scheme for shadow the Gishin Asian big hoshing that do hit will net no there's lack of communication right there for Raven Nachigi Nashi so Alknana she been not just quite ashes no. Under the IHS with contract with NTA and NECA. Question bedina NECA AI down AR white clay then does niche but the snow AR the A yet Hati yato should nothing does niche but the snow should nothing does niche. We some of the snow if Santa when the A at this past spring doggy several community members from there. AI their cistern systems and their septic tanks. Column days then. So that we do understand that right of ways to be done to get those things done. But not so then the 88 just about the storm and that 80 if nothing's ready or we run into a problem we don't wait we just go to the next person on the list just nila with the 8.8 shima we're working with that so based on the cistern systems and septic tanks that and Red Lake is one of those that really needs those and white clay. So they have that on their list to do. Basically, I'm asking the chapters so make sure they're not duplicate names on your list from the chapter NTA, NECA, the IHS, the AR. Double check those names and those people, but to make sure that we're serving as many as we can. I'm asking for your assistance. Am I saying the right thing? And then who is going to be our contact? So, and when we meet again, because we plan another meeting again on October 6th regarding that area, water, wastewater, and connection with the cistern and septic tanks. Celeste Speaker, thank you.
Oh, with that, let me go ahead and go down. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Brown.
Yeah, Speaker, I'm here.
Go ahead, floor is yours.
Oh, Yate. Yeah. Thank you to the OEH team, Office of Environmental Health. She was on the line. On my question to Captain Brown and Ms. Key-Billison. First, I'm sure you covered this, but I just want to make sure that I have the information correct. The first one is the funding. My understanding is IHS did receive for the next 5 years, my understanding is 125 million per year to address the SDS listing for our Navajo people's potable water projects, and this is the ARPA funds. If you could forward any letters, any type of notification, so we can disseminate that information to our people. The other part to that is I was exactly thinking what Ms. So brought up, which was the Mini Mills Waterline project. I wanted to make sure that the Mini Mills Waterline project, it involves a couple different jurisdiction areas, including Kayenta, Shanto, Forest Lake. I understand that it's 5 phases, and the first phase has been completed. I understand it's going to be really costly to complete the project, and because of that, the Navajo Nation, myself and other delegates in that region with Shannon, Mr. Delegate Jimmy Begay, and as well as Mr. Herman Daniels, we have to make some decisions that impact this project, which is, again, the Mini Mills Water Project. We have been inquiring about this project over and over and reporting back to Black Mesa Review Board. And the organization who continues to follow and advocate for the community of Black Mesa and the surrounding communities towards Pinon area. So if we can give us an update on, the main thing I want to know about Mini Mills is all 5 phases are in fact, it is going to be fully paid for by this ARPA dollars from the federal government, where OEH did receive this funding. And this way we can work with the Navajo Nation dollars on the water project. My second question would be, I know that with the multiple chapters in Western Agency, Kayenta, Denhoto, Chochimbito, Ojito, those are the chapters we are planning a water line. There has been a study conducted. It started in 2012 with Brown and Caldwell and the chapters. That's to bring a water line project, something similar to New Mexico. This will be on the Utah side by Mexican Hat, and then coming through Helchita community, and then all the way up to Monument Valley, to Kayenta, to Chimbito, and to Rough Rock. What would be, I know earlier we did receive a report on the New Mexico waterline project, and we are working, and we do see that the drought is really impacting not just the potable water, but future growth of communities. Our people are moving home. So the next part would be, and this is where I did hear Ms. So and others, Ms. Key Billison, let's plan, and I'm listening to the recommendations from area director, who will be moving on to bigger shoes to fill in Washington, D.C., which we are very, I just want to express my gratitude to her as well, and my congratulations to her for my communities. And I'm glad she will be in the seat, and this is where what we're talking about today, we want to make sure that she continues pressing and supporting these projects that impact our people. So I'm really interested in her recommendation. Well, I want to set a date. I know I do have a lot of meetings with USDA, Army Corps of Engineers, and Secretary of Transportation in October and November. But somewhere, if we could come together and bring all the stakeholders, OEH, Water Commission, NTUA, NECA, and have a full day meeting of actionable items and maybe a binder of the SDS listing by the different delegate region, we can certainly come together with Mr. Rex Kunz from or NTUA, and we don't want to commingle any of the funds. If we could use the OEH dollars first, that would be great. So the federal government does not assume that we have no use for the funds. My next question would be, again, also similar to my colleagues on the lack of engineers. Again, I've been asking this. What is the status of your working relationship with our Engineers Without Borders? And currently, if you can give us an update on the amount of engineers in the United States in the Southwest, what does the shortage look like? This council, this body would really like to know, certainly for myself, because we have to use the American Rescue Plan funding, and then we have a deadline that's coming up. So if you could please give us an update on the status, if there is a huge lack of engineers to help construct some of these waterline projects and other projects using the American Rescue Plan dollars. How much people do you think we would need the size of Navajo Nation? We are 27,000 square miles, and the potable water needs is tremendous. And this is why this council, we have prioritized water as our number one project we as the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So if you could please report to us what that looks like and what is plan A, B, C, D, or what other engineering firm might we reach out to? I'm really interested because I've been meeting with some of the engineers. Actually, I was just meeting with an engineer this morning from University of Utah. They do have a conference that's coming up next month, but I also asked them about engineers, and they do believe that there is a shortage because of all the projects that are going on in the country and the cost. Even though the Inflation Reduction Act was signed recently. So those are some of my questions. Again, recap would be Mini Mills Waterline Project. The other one is, before Mini Mills was, are you in fact getting $125 million a year for the next 5 years specifically for Navajo Waterline projects? And if you could forward that information to us. And the other thing would be the status of engineer shortage, specifically taking care of waterline projects and what that's going to look like. Oh, and then the other was to plan a 1, maybe 2-day meeting, including OEH into so we can bring all our binders together. And I keep hearing we will roll up our sleeve, and definitely that's something that we will do. And I think I know that our focus will be on the American Rescue Plan dollars. So I want to make sure that we do not miss out on any of these funds where we would have to return the funds back to the federal government. We need to spend all this funding. Oh, the other part that I wanted, the recap was the waterline project in Western Agency through Kayenta from the San Juan River by Mexican Hat area. And I know that in the Utah Water Settlement, there's that funding, the $209 million that is sitting on that side for that water line. And that would be maybe when we come together for the 2 days, we can have a breakout session that's specifically for Mini Mills water line, maybe one session, and we can invite the chapters that are involved, because what we hear is a lot of misinformation people are making up, and that's usually sometimes out of frustration of our people who are still waiting for water, our people who are still hauling water, and these are some of the limited resources. So let's come together, bring our maps together, the SDS listing, N2A's listing, NECA's project. Let's bring the whole huge Navajo Nation map and really write on it, and how many people are in each sections, what are the project names. And lastly, I know that Mini Mills is being taken care of by Dr. Littleman out of Mini Farms OEH. So if we can receive those information so I can give my report, adequate information to my chapters. And then also the biggest thing is we want to make sure that we are not commingling, we're not mixing, or we're not double dipping into some of these funding. We can sit together and plan some of these out. So those are some of my questions and comments. Yeah, thank you, Chair Naa'bik'iyati, Speaker Damon. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. With that, thank you, Honorable Brown, for those comments and questions. Let me go ahead and go back now then to the presenters. Captain Brown, if you want, or Mrs. Keith Wilson, I'll turn the floor over to you all at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Rachel. I can answer, and then Yvonne, if I'll turn it to you to see if I missed anything. So, Delegate Stewart, I believe the question was related to the funding or being told that there is no funding for additional projects. So, as we mentioned, there are two. This funding passed under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act is the amount $3.5 billion over 5 years, and that funding is based off of the SDS listing that we provided to headquarters last year. So essentially, all those projects listed are funded, and how they allocated the funds during this first year, which is the first of 5 years, they identified the budget for the Tier 1, all projects that were identified and listed as Tier 1 projects, and that total amount came to $128 million. So those are the projects that we know of to be funded, and if there are cost increases, we will submit those cost increases as in each submittal for each year. So there's going to be some anticipated cost increases, but essentially that entire SDS list was funded. And as far as if someone is being told that there is no funding for additional projects, if it's a homeowner, we can take a look at the home under a project and then identify if that home was part of that submittal. And then we can identify and provide that feedback to you about homes tied to those projects. And as far as Tier 2 getting funded, we submitted this new request for the next group of funding. So originally we had anticipated $125 million, an estimate of $125 million over the 5 years. That was based on the budget last year reported in the SDS for $543 million. But we, again, how headquarters determined to allocate that money it was identified for the Tier 1 projects. And so we submitted that and we got that money. And that's the projects for which we're completing project summaries and MOAs. This year, for the fiscal year 2023, we are working on the SDS listing for this new group of projects. We don't know what the allocation will be. It could be $125 million again, or it could be less, or it could be more, but we won't know until that SDS listing is reviewed and approved by headquarters. So we should have that SDS listing finalized by December. And again, once it's finalized, we'll wait to hear what headquarters determines is the allocation for the Navajo area. And then moving on to Delegate Brown, I believe that answers the first comment or question you had about allocating the funds over the next 5 years, what we're anticipating. And yes, we can provide information about the funding and any information we received about the infrastructure bill. And once the project summaries and the MOAs are approved, they are available to be distributed. And I know that the mini meals is one of the big projects that we have. And I was looking up on the SDS list that was submitted in 2023. So it looks like all 5 phases of the mini meals projects were identified on that list. So essentially that all five phases are fully paid for. And then I was looking on the funded projects this year, and I see that phase 3 and 4 are funded this year. So they'll receive the funding for phase 3 and phase 4 of that water line project and mini meals. And I believe for other project specifics, we can provide those updates for your chapters. There's projects I know that are identified with that new water line project that I believe Brown and Caldwell is working on that starts in Ojito. So, but as far as projects identified under the IHS, we can provide you a listing of those after the meeting. And as far as a status for a shortage of engineers, that's what I'm hearing. I unfortunately don't know what the status of the engineers are nationally, but we know that there is a need for engineers, not only with the SFC program, but with other programs and other entities. There's a need for engineers out there, especially with all of the funding going towards infrastructure. We are going to reach out to, we're going to see, we're going to identify and reach out to other resources, either through contracts or through hiring our own staff. Again, this is centralized and being picked up. The hiring for SFC, IHS is now being picked up by headquarters. They've got new strategies that they're determining to network out to various groups, including colleges and social media, and then as well as entities like Engineers Without Borders, possibly, and the Peace Corps. So that's something new. Again, that's a new process. So we hope to see a lot of good results from that, for which we can hire some of these new engineers and to come and help us. And then as far as planning a work session. As Ms. So indicated, it would be likely beneficial to meet with the entire. I believe her request is to have a session with the delegates, and I think this would be something that would be beneficial because we understand there's a lot of information that has been distributed for funding related to water, wastewater services, cistern systems, septic tanks and drain fill, septic tanks and drain fills, also as well as bathroom additions. So I believe if you can submit your questions to Ms. Yvonne Key-Billison, and we can see what we can, how we can communicate that information to you, and perhaps it's going to be in one work session. I believe I answered most of the questions. I'll turn it over to Yvonne and to recap if I missed anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. With that, Ms. Key-Billison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Captain Brown. I think that you captured all of the items that were in this last part of our meeting. I wanted to just mention that I know that a lot of the times ARPA and IIJA are used interchangeably. And I think that one of the ways that I know I can remember is that IIJA funds, the infrastructure funds, are IHS funds, and the ARPA funds are appropriated to the nation. And I know that there is a collaboration that is taking place right now. And with these large appropriations, there's a lot of collaboration that needs to take place. And I do agree, and I am willing to be helpful in whatever way I can. So if any of the delegates do have questions regarding any of the projects, and or you have questions about any of the reports that we may have or may not have, I can let you know. So please forward that inquiry to me. Mr. Speaker, if there is going to be a work session, I can help staff with developing the agenda for that. And a lot of our work does involve NTUA, NECA, DCD, and DWR. So I'm really thankful for their offices and all their assistance and all their help as we navigate through these times. So, Mr. Speaker, that is my added item, and I appreciate everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor right now. I do have in the queue, I have Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Yellowhair. Honorable Yellowhair. Honorable Yellowhair going twice. Honorable Yellowhair going 3 times. With that, colleagues, at this time, if you're joining us, we are on item number 5B, which is receiving reports. We're getting a report on the American Rescue Plan Act, sanitation deficiency systems, which is SDS listing from we did hear from Ms. Rosalind So, and then we also heard from Captain Rochelle Brown, and then also from Yvonne Key-Billison, colleagues, members of Naa'bik'iyati committee. Is there any other further comments or questions at this time, as we don't have anybody in the queue?
Delegate Daniel So.
That Vice Chair Walker, then Chairman Daniel So. Vice Chair Walker. Vice Chair Walker, the floor is yours.
Yes, Chairman of the Naa'bik'iyati committee, the colleagues of the committee and the 24th Navajo Nation Council, good afternoon to each and every one. our listening audience and meeting participants. Although the presenters from the Navajo Area Indian Health Services, Captain Brown and staff there, Ms. Key Billson. We also heard from Ms. Director. So the a lot of information has been provided, and certainly that's appreciated by leadership here. But still, there are ongoing questions, and I think there are more questions and clarifications that are needed. Probably because in the absence of written documents, handout material, PowerPoint presentations, I think without that, just a verbal or oral report doesn't really, get across the technical information, the important critical information, the funding information that council is very much interested in at this point. Earlier, it almost seems like the response from presenter is that the information on the project SDS 121 projects is a year old. I think it is in our hands as leadership to ask for an updated information, updated data and project listing, funding. So we're looking at project listing from a year ago. Most certainly the cost to construct those water infrastructure projects have probably doubled. So the information from a year ago, how relevant is it to those of us that are looking at the funding aspect of the report here? Even I think Mr. Chairman, Speaker, committee members, I think we do need to have that sit down. We do need to have that work session. I would certainly support Speaker's office and Mr. Speaker in organizing that work session ASAP. As we keep hearing from our nation and maybe the construction industry, the funding agencies, the utility companies, they tell us that the cost of construction of anything, roads, bridges, facilities, those are increasing as we sit here every day, every other day. The Indian Health Services report today is, I appreciate that, but the information is based on another report that was issued last year. The relevancy of that report, what we're looking at today, and I know that the nation's council, because of the ARPA, FRF funding and how projects are going to be undertaken or applied at the local level, we are engaged in thinking about all aspects of community development. DD water lines, all sanitation facilities, bathroom additions, house wiring, power line. I myself, my regional chapters had met yesterday, and we are sure engaged in the total aspect of the funding that we now anticipate out of the big impact that it would have as far as development and meeting the needs of our community members. On the IH site, the information is about a year old. That's what's being reported, or that's at least my understanding. Mr. Speaker, all committee members, all the presenters. So I think the work session is in line, and I think we need to have that that activity or that meeting right soon. My statement there, and the other is last year around this time, I believe Navajo leadership received a letter from IHS informing that the SDS 121 projects were fully funded. To me, that still remains to be defined to some of us, to our understanding, because it could mean different. I guess it could be different to leaders or administrators or branch chiefs or the IHS officials. But locally, when you report that to the constituents, their expectation as well. Everything's covered. Everything's going to be funded as to our needs. All our needs will be taken care of. Because we read that letter verbatim to our constituents, that's what we would be communicating. I get that question still floating in my mind and the presenters. I get the full funding. Speaker, committee members, my region, we have two administrative offices of the OEH, the Winslow Service Unit office, the Tuba City Service Unit office. They're fine people. They're doing their best. They work very hard and day in, day out, year after year. In my region, working with two different offices is like working with two different schedules, two different levels of priorities, I guess. But we have to keep up with that. We have to be mindful of that. I thought I'd put that in there as something to be part of this conversation. If you're a delegate that represents communities that are overseen or served by multiple IHS service unit offices, then you will know what I'm talking about. So those are challenges. They may be good challenges, and they may be overcome. But certainly, I think anytime we have an audience of the IHS, we as leaders, it is incumbent upon us to convey our concerns and our perspectives. But I want to say that much and appreciate the report. Certainly, and today is a good day. It looks like we have some really good weather, and as far as construction is concerned, every day we keep that in mind. Days like this, although we love rainy days and receiving plenty of moisture, but a day like this where it's not windy and it's sunny, I think today is a really good day to be working on building our communities and building our nation, addressing COVID-19 pandemic in the best way we can, prevention, mitigation, recovery. So I just wanted to voice my concerns and make my comments known before the Naa'bik'iyati committee. Thank you, Chairman. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker, those words and for the information and those questions, and then that guidance too as well, that both you and Captain Brown, and then came from the direction from the we can go, we'll definitely work together with IHS to get that work session going. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and continue on down. We do have Honorable Chairman Daniel So in the queue right now. Chairman.
Herman Seth Damon, Ottos, and I, members of the Naa'bik'iyati committee, and all our relatives on the call, as well as the presenters. And again, we are very appreciative of the folks that are doing the presentation. Captain Brown, Captain, name escapes me right now, but Yvonne Key Billison also. Just like what Brother Honorable Walker brought, the 8 chapters that I represent basically are covered by 2 offices of the OEH, the Crown Point OEH office, and the one in Farmington, New Mexico. We do have, I think it was 5 SDS projects, and to my understanding, we have a timeline of 5 years to get those projects underway and completed. The basic item that I'm really requesting the chapters is to get additional people on those particular projects. And also the existing water lines, the existing operations that are being undertaken by NQA to add to those. So there is, for me, it's a multiplex look at the projects. And I really do welcome, and if the folks would convey that message to the engineers within those 2 offices. The other is there has to be a high level of coordination with NTUA, the district offices. In this case, the Crown Point NTUA district office, because at the present time, those applicants that are within what is deemed as a service line agreement, those folks are encouraged to apply to the NTUA district offices. But again, the other aspect of adding additional applicants to the SDS projects, I think is really a 2-level type of effort. And I appreciate the presenters. I know it's not everybody fits into this 1,000-piece puzzle, maybe a 2,500-piece puzzle. And certainly those types of puzzles don't get completed in an overnight effort. And we do realize we are in this work for the long haul, and the benefits would be to the people. And again, I for myself have a unique perspective on the failed septic systems, and realize that yes, the
the aspect of having the septic systems pumped on an annual basis, or to have chemical treatment prescribed by NTUA is, I guess, an additional item that needs to be part of the education of our Navajo constituents. In previous calls, when Director So met with the HES committee on these failed systems, she did estimate that there was over 50,000 homes that would basically need that particular corrective action. And in meeting with the Eastern Agency, BIA Realty, some of these septic systems are outside of the home site lease. And especially those, built in the early years in the Eastern Agency. And so that kind of compounds the aspect of then how do we re-engineer the septic system, the disposal systems, to be within a, in the case of Indian allotments, residential leases. So those are some parts that I think compounds this particular effort that we all face. And again, we are very, very pleased that, the Congress has really pumped in mega millions into Navajo area, such that I know these 5 projects that are within the 8 chapters, we were looking down the road maybe 10, 15 years before they would get funded. But now there's the real possibility that, yes, they are funded. Now it is upon the enterprises of the Navajo Nation, even the Navajo Nation government and the federal agencies that impart trust responsibilities. And part of that trust responsibility is basically getting water systems to our people. And that's where we appreciate the work of all the folks in the Indian Health Service. And thank you for the presentation. We realize that you have a area director that's got 1 foot in the doors at Washington, D.C. and still has some responsibility back here. So this will entail folks in Navajo area to step up, but we do. We know that with the abilities of each of the presenters, we know that the work can get done. That would be my comments, and again, appreciate your federal service. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So that one going down to Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So, good afternoon. The floor is yours. And then I'll go back to the presenters. Honorable Eugene So.
That's it.
Oh.
What question? So, I had a question. This is sorry. For those that has made that meditate. I didn't neck up the in regards to Ecuador from Chinle, Benjamin, alors tous les Chini was Chindo qui a un de ces trucs national. But I could on the Katina Hahadam. But all the council delegate is the purpose for my election was these people, for the kid had any of these people in my area, in my chapter service area. They all have houses almost maybe 80% has plywood on their window or their door or their that door of the but I just has a thought $8 and so that's the reason why I came back. And to make it happen, I got 8.8. My first projects would be all those to give it to the people in that respect. And further, they have electricity. Some of them don't work. Some were back in when the NTA first started. So it's boxes that that's not as why yes when that measures that was on that is up and now. Pero in the hotel never taho net water line OEH. I've been working with them regards to signing Perminti's signature the day little. I'll sign off and give it back to them for these water line every year that it's rated a hagi pesa come IHS. So I've been doing that for so long, for 32 years, getting people water and sewer to their area. So the most people that are really in need are the one that's out in the remote area. They have not and they the sheet cut the out of the whole one. And that the car, the corn that the nessa, I did out on the kid out there. Those are the most people that needs help. Usually the one that really needs help don't usually get the service or fund it for whatever they need in their house, around their house. A few months back, a year, 2 years ago, when I got interviewed by the NBC, with my tears running, I asked for water. We don't have water. And my people were dropping. They don't have water to wash their hands. They don't have warm water to wash their hands. Where can we get it? That's what I said. After that, so many a year into the year, people are calling me where to put the funds donation. I send it off to the president. Navajo Nation Agency. Based on the slaughter. So that went on. So now we're in a time where we need water for these people. There are people out here that live in the third world. I don't know when we can understand it as a government and the titles that we have all the way into Washington. Allah ba ko ni sinsa. Idin na edit ake da hatta. Allah to ba hadi close. Dan ta tahi ala ya. Discuss it. That's where I am. Speaking for the people that elected me, and even though they did not elected me or their family. And I guess I can do as much as I can with the 8.8 with the housing, but I would really need the IHS, the OEH to get my people water in their house. Me, since I've been elected official for 36 years already, I have no running water, no electricity, and I live right smack in the middle of Chinle. My grandpa signed off on the hospital on top of the hill and all the schools across 191 high school and every development that's going on in this area. NTU. The last one my nephew signed off on. So we're sitting here in the flood area now because of all the runoff that's coming off the hospital and the NTU, and we're in smack in the flood area. But it's all to see. And not need the Chona hospital. Yeah. So that's where we are. No matter how much title we have, when are we going to get the people to water and they can live more in the world that is out off the reservation? Last one she thought then it's catered neatly. The question it catered and I've got a great grandson that I'm taking care of. The teacher told him to do a laptop like this. Told him that I don't have electricity. I don't have any use for that where I am. So what our indicators are that we're way behind. I don't know when we won't ever catch up. I'm really commend my colleagues going 24 Navajo Nation Council to try to keep pushing as much as we can for our people. With this 8.8, see what we can do, what else we can do for them. Instead, every time we put some money up, we give it to ATUA, and then we run with bill the rest of our lives. Aside advocating I got water for our drills in Chinle area. So it's being drilled out, but NTUA has got the owner of those water. But I'm saying he can't totally cut all the net on that. He's no, it can be 20 plus a hot shot in that. So those are some areas that we really need to stress because we're in a third world country with regards to water, electricity, broadband, and housing. I don't know when we're going to ever get enough money to let people live in a real decent house with running water, with warm water, so they can take a shower, so they can read under a light. Me, I woke up lying down on my belly to a kerosene lamp to do my homework. So that's where we stand here on the reservation, but it seems to me that I'm still back there at the when I was on my belly doing my work with the kerosene lamp right there beside me. Things like that's where we still are. Because of things that we don't have, our people don't have. That's my question. We only get a few pennies. That this 8.8 is really nothing to. It's like pennies if you want to help people. I don't be all I don't have them to help all my people in Chinle area. So what I go into is there's a corridor over this and so I could need all this so you have street everybody has the rights. That and never rights for them. They need water, they need sewer, they need electricity, they need broadband. We have that rights. We're all the in it. We shouldn't be discriminated. But I could only say and I congratulate you guys and so going forward. You make the right decision, the positive decision to get where you want to go. Those are AIs to make. When you make a positive decision in life, when you get out of your mom and dad's house, not materialistically or fame, etc., but it's that decision that made on your own. And your mom or your dad or grandma and grandpa might not know about, but you made that positive decision and you went forward. And now she had, but it could all. So she can't deal with other. You didn't eat. But all you cheese, cheese, any cheese. If you see everybody go to everybody's house, how they live. That's how I used to work as a grading committee. I used to go from my house to their house. I know every road, every gully, every weed, etc. They'll invite you in. When they invite you in, you'll know what kind of people they are. Inside, you'll know. But it's not long as it's a you can that what time. Alan, I send it to Nessa at the Toyota hit a hotel at the hand wise. So it also wants and she saw she had Dini of the Kodo has she had all this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker. Let's go ahead and go back to the presenters. Captain Brown and Ms. Key Bilson, I want to go ahead and I'll turn the floor back over to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Rachel. Again, I'll answer questions and then defer again back to Yvonne to recap and for anything I may have missed. So for the Delegate Walker, acknowledging that the report provided was over a year old, so that's the frequency of reporting that we have to receive funding, to report the deficiency listing to headquarters, who then reports to Congress, and then from that Congress allocates money on an annual basis to the agency, and then we get the notification for funding from headquarters. So I apologize that it's a year old, but that's the nature of the frequency of the reporting of the projects. Typically, we would have the project summaries and the MOAs available and or already signed by the end of the fiscal year. But due to the significant amount of workload, not all of those project documents are completed. There's a number of items that need to be checked before making it final. So that includes just providing the description and the cost estimates and moving money into those and understanding what the projects are going to do. So those should be completed this in a couple months, and with the final signature of the Navajo Nation president. Again, we are behind schedule on this year's funding, but again, that's due to the significant amount of workload it has given us. It is good that this money is significant to fund the entire listing. There might be some confusion also about what that means and what it means when we say that it funds the entire listing. The budget provided, it is correct to note that the report we provided a year ago in December, that's the listing in which the allocation was made to the Navajo area IHS. And it's understood that there are going to be significant cost increases to complete those projects. So they're prior to this year's budget, the IIJA funding, we would provide a best estimate with cost increases that we were seeing and observing, and also including the cost of inflation to get a best estimate, engineer's estimate for the funding needed to complete a project over about a typical timeline of 5 years from the beginning from the day the funding is received, the project documents are signed, and then into the planning and the design and construction for a project. And that ranges between maybe as early as 1 year to as much as 5 years. So that 5-year timeline, I think I've heard it from others, is the basis for which our headquarters, SFC, gauges how we're doing with the construction timeline for these projects. Also noting that we do understand we are behind schedule on some of our projects as well. So those costs we could explain more perhaps in the SDS presentation. That portion, it is complex to understand, but we do our best to identify all of the items involved, from the materials, the water line, wastewater materials, the cost to do the surveys, the archaeological surveys, and obtain the environmental clearances and the necessary permits, in addition to completing the engineering and design to complete those costs. So we do our best to put those into each project proposal as they are developed over each year, and then listed in the SDS and submitted to headquarters. And yes, we can provide additional details in some reports. So we do go off of let's see if I can explain this. The SDS listing provides the entire listing of the projects that are proposed at the end of the year, and that's identified as SDS. So they have it identifies the project location or the project name and the amount of funding it is proposed for, and then it identifies the deficiency level as tier 1 or tier 2 or tier 3. And the work that we do is to get all of those projects up to tier 1 so that they can be funded in the next cycle. So that's typically how we would group those, looking at those projects individually and determining when if a project is ready, is construction ready. And okay, so then on to delegates. So noted in getting more people to complete this workload. Yes, that's very important to us. That's something we're working on. Again, we mentioned in the past that we're working to hire more engineers, and there's an additional effort to reach out to colleges and put announcements out through headquarters job announcements. And then I'll follow up with the engineers at the Crown Point office to ensure that they're collaborating locally with NTUA on some of the projects proposed, and making sure that if there's an overlap, that we work together to make sure those community systems are designed, and we are identifying the eligible homes in the community for IHS funding. So that's very important to us. And I believe that's all the questions I wrote down. Speaker, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much for that. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I know I called on Honorable Yellow Hair before, and there was no response. Honorable Yellow Hair, are you there now? Online.
Hello, Yate, Speaker, here, here, Saga. Are on the Kore, Mrs. Naa'bik'iyati ba hin sindole si. Roland So, Area Director, Kari Yumuwa Shahad. You get into advanced job in Washington, D.C. Congratulations to you. Also, Rachel Brown, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Shay, I know Rachel Chimalari, Nasha, I will get to the team there. I didn't mention a talk on and see it what it's in. But she's say that it is hard. So that's another copy. Rather so yeah, bring us the issue or concern from the Navajo Nation Council. Date of 2019 at 24 councilman. Since then, I was talking about Mini Mill Waterline project. This project was very important for the people that they need water up there. For the past 25 years, they told it, and the cocoton they gave about the turn water that about the but I know the cocoa. These are some involved with the MPL area that the cotat neata keda stinging to 20 yards lost and then it's some to gone now. So there's a new generations coming up right now. They're still hot water. Of course, what you call this way, I asked with this fund through back then, and IHS has funds for this mini mill waterline project. When you really get down to nitty gritty, no, based on the project as a kid. Just for example, CARE Act fund one, it came around and for $750 million somewhere, and I asked for a fund, but I was told that there's money available. IHS is cutting the mini mill. So when the IHS comes on, they know that no area. We're on a shortfall funding. We don't have all the funds what you really need it. We need a positions that needs them. Since named Mr. McDonald, Mr. Lilheto, the positions they were needed. We just had a meeting in the meeting to see clean. It pertains to the same subject. September 13 and 14, we had a Navajo Nation Physical Recovery Fund for my chapter region urgent meeting to see clean. And the agenda, we had a OEH and IHS Waterline Project updates of the 15th chapter by Dr. Peter Lowhead, which is not a quote in Dabadil Kilo. A cocoa conde, there's a guest, Rosen, she sends be there when funds comes around. Go, someone over here in the local in IHS, I don't know who does a prioritize to allocate federal funds based on the needs. Conchit to larger, many millions not there's funds available, but these needs for positions is not there for funds. A quack is a cocoa. There's need for engineering in the my colleagues are there. Yes, keep IHS engineering. They hire the under Mr. Lowhead, a cocoa Dordanes and a cocoa. I guess these are own students. They like to live in the city. That's part of that. We need house or pay for the hotel up here in Kayenta so they can do the project. If IHS can help, they should do more research. Why everything is stalled, status quo. The IHS is need a federal government. You have lots of money to do your project, but then these projects for special project can't use for others unless scope of horses, and it's impacting Tanika Hotamini water line project, engineering Danitini, auto planners, none we need planner, a co-planner, a person listen, could you FRF funds sale Vita Sor, Jisto, Untitled Chapter, request for that funds under American Rescue Plan Act funds. A could tell Nikanako, a conde, but out Mr. Lilhead has the colonna array, scope of what I led the planner positions. He got the job description, it's needed, it on sheet, I said he don't need. So you got to know your project, you know.
One more.
A could echo. Discussing kind of out of the water line project in the Black Mesa. Because there's some projects have been done, like phase 1, Black Mesa is completed. Phase 2A, there's funds there for it, but partially that's in the mine area water line project. Now in phase 3, going to have funding through IHS for bathroom addition. How long we need to do and take care of this, but NTUA still need to fix up some issues, working on right of ways or permanent halters on lineage up in the Black Mesa. That's all we needed. We need to do and move on. Maybe my next report, I'd like to bring these issues and maybe do on a status report on this project. So there's a lot needs to be done. They call extensions, 75,000. In California City extension, 50,000. North extension, we need 50,000. For the planning with that, 175,000 is how much we needed to get this project going. And maybe Rose, and maybe you need to get to Mr. Littlehead and Mr. Dave McDonald to help us too. And we just talk about it, we just bring these projects, we just talk about it. There's really nothing happening. We got to move on. Somehow we got to take care of these water line projects for the community out there. And that's my concerns and my issues. And we like to see our objectives and goals. With this, our goal needs to be accomplishment for the people out there. AICO. I just take on that. For Chicago, 24 council, my year by Henson, by LT, I don't about that. So the same subject, this not mine. Mr. Honorable Ms. Jane D.I.S.T. The issue, it's just like mine, it's just like that. I thought, D.I.S.T. Because about that, so see, about Henson. Councilman should not honor Sinigi, but not any Honhani should see Rosen, so here, Washi Bajan, Snabach, the Nepal, but Bandil, could have a campaign about any aid. I see project by ST 2019, don't snack a quidget. Once to go, I'd like to yield my time back to Speaker Damon. Here, those in the Jim Lorisi, and I should have other nasty cut. Don't lay not a hunt, Tienta at a hunt, lay hard the way at a hunt, the Adi top minimal water line project, Shan to it about the also, thank you. And so my hands, Mr. Speaker Damon,
Oh, thank you. That, let me go ahead and go on down to Chairman Hino. Good afternoon, Chairman. What was yours at the time? Chairman Hino going twice. Chairman Henio going 3 times. That, colleagues, are there any other comments or questions at this time? Before I turn it back to the presenters. There's not. Let me go ahead and go back to Captain Brown, Ms. Key Bilson, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Rachel. I just wanted to follow up or answer any questions or from the delegate Yellow Hair. For the need for positions, I believe that is in reference to the need for the engineers and technicians. So I just wanted to note that out of that Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, out of that $3.5 billion, there's 3% of that is allocated for administrative staff and administrative support that will help complete these projects. So we're going to request for that budget, and including the additional staff, which is over 200 additional staff needed. So that's part of the effort for headquarters IHS, centralizing the hiring process. So this is a new effort again, but there is a budget set aside for that. In addition, there's about 0.5% of that $3.5 billion that is also set aside for the review of how we're completing these projects, and that's for the Office of Inspector General. But that's in addition to that's the total of the $3.5 billion, with the remaining going to construction projects. And in addition to seeking additional IHS employees through that effort, we're also, the area is also utilizing contracts, and that's another resource where we can obtain architects and engineers to complete the design for a lot of these waterline projects. So that is something that we're currently doing, and that is an effort to augment the need for additional personnel. And any information related to specific projects related to the Black Mesa area, we can provide the updates. I reported that the mini mill waterline projects, phases 1 to 5, they were on the SDS list reported to Congress last year. And with the projects this year, I see phase 3 and phase 4 mini mules projects funded this year. They were tier 1 projects, and they'll get funding this year under the allocation we received. And I believe that's all I recall. I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for that response with that. Going back to the floor, are there any other further comments or questions at this time? Going twice.
This is Delegate Henio.
Chairman Henio, good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, Cecilia. Speaker Damon. The 24th Nomination Council, Naa'bik'iyati Committee. And so just wanted to listen to the conversation here. Just listen to the information that's being provided. So what my question here is this is the SDS listing. And so we, in my area, Rema Alamo Tojule, we received the listing, but we are kind of confused, especially the local operators, as far as what areas they have identified. And therefore, we've been trying to get a hold of the Gallup office to provide us orientation of what their listing is and which families are on the listing. But we need some cooperation from IHS to meet with the 3 communities to give information. That way, when we're developing our expenditure plan for the ARPA money, that we're not listing the same families twice on our listing and the IHS listing. So I just need some help from the upper management, upper echelon, or to tell the field offices to be mindful and respond to our requests, because sometimes it falls on deaf ears. That's my request. Again, that's Speaker Damon.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions at this time? Before I go back to the presenter. There's none. Let me go back to Captain Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Delegate Henio, and for bringing that to my attention. I will contact the district engineer, and we will set up a meeting with you to provide information about the IHS projects and what's requested, what you're requesting. I'll follow up today. Thank you.
I guess I could share another visual.
Yeah, it's better.
I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. With that, colleagues, everybody else in the queue are ready to vote to accept the report. Any further comments or questions? Going twice.
Just cash it.
She's saying.
Get it in my hand and hand it over to him.
Going 3 times. That, colleagues, let's go to the board to accept the report. We do have a motion and a second.
Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen, excuse me, Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Gallup votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is excused, and Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels votes green.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Yes, well, I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm gonna vote against it.
Honorable Jamie
and the same
Henio.
thing with that.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Henio, you already counted me in. You said I voted green.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James did not vote.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote is still yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Excuse me, did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Once more, Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 17 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. That 17 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Captain Brown, Ms. Key Billison for being on the line with us. And again, congratulations to you, Ms. Rosalind So for on your nomination and completing through the confirmation. May all the blessings be with you and gracious of the Navajo Nation. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and move on down. We are on now item number 6, old business A, which is legislation 0021-22, sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay. Mr. Rico, if you could, one, read the legislation into the record, and then 2, go ahead and give us a overview on where we are at on legislation 0021-22.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. This is tracking number 0021-22, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Law and Order, and Budget of our Naa'bik'iyati Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the selection process for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Executive Director and amending 2 NNC section 1031, 1032, 1033, 1034, 1035, 1036 relating to the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. You do have committee reports from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. And a committee report from the Naa'bik'iyati Committee that recommended pass and refer to Navajo Nation Council. You have a council action report dated July 21st, 2022. The legislation was referred back to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. The motion to refer was to back to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee to hold a work session within 30 days to hear from the Navajo Veterans, Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council, and possibly the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. A recap on this. This legislation will move on to the Navajo Nation Council on On August 18th, 2022, the work session that was directed by Navajo Nation Council was completed. On September 13th, 2022 and September 14th, 2022, there was a veterans public hearing that was completed at Eastern Agency and also at Western Agency. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, that brings this legislation 0022-22 back to the Naa'bik'iyati committee today. And with that, colleagues, at this time, in order for us to go ahead and take action on it, I will need a motion. In a second. Motion by Honorable Eugene So. Second by Chairman Daniel So. That, any comments, questions on the main motion? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board.
Speaker, tell yourself.
Boss, I called for it already. Let's go to the board.
Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Key votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, and Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati are excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Excuse me, Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Speaker, I have a question. What do we vote now?
Voting on the main motion on legislation 0021-22. Chairman.
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote is here.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair, vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 11 delegates. Excuse me, Paul, with correction, Honorable Paul Begay votes red. That changes the vote to 11 delegates who voted in favor, 4 delegates who opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
This is Delegate Juanica, I vote red.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes red. Honorable
Otto So
Speaker,
votes red too.
Honorable Otto So votes red. With that, Honorable Speaker,
Hello.
you have 11 delegates who voted in favor, 6 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, 11 in favor, 6 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries as legislation 0021-22 moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. At Navajo Nation Council, though, this is 2/3, right?
No.
Oh, this is a simple majority? Oh, no.
Third, yeah, it's 2/3 and then 24 is.
Okay, this 2/3 at Navajo Nation Council, colleagues. With that, moving on down. Item number B under old business legislation 0024-22. Sponsors by Honorable Keelan McGee, co-sponsors by Honorable Madam Chair Crowdy, co-sponsors by Honorable Slater. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record, our legislation 24-22 into the record, and then also just a recap on where we stand.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee, tracking number 0024-22, in action relating to the Resource and Development, Health Education and Human Services, Budget and Finance, Law and Order, and Naa'bik'iyati Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund at 12 NNC, Section 1176, to create separate business unit numbers when funding Navajo veterans organizations. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Keelan Begay Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Madam Chair Amber Knazba-Crotty, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater. You do have committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendments. A committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommended due pass without amendment, and a committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommended due pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Naa'bik'iyati Committee, legislation passed and referred to Navajo Nation Council. There is a council action report. The legislation was referred back to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. On July 26, 2022, there was a motion to refer legislation 0024-22 back to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee to hold a work session within 30 days to hear from Navajo veterans, Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council, and possibly Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. A recap after July 26, 2022. On August 18th, 2022, the work session that was directed by Navajo Nation Council was completed. On September 13th and 14th, there were veterans public hearings that were completed for Eastern Agency and Western Agency. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Delegate Daniel So.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. As we move forth on legislation 0024-22, I am going to call for a motion in a second, and it seems like Chairman Daniel So is our motion on legislation 0024-22. Is there a second?
Second, Eugene So.
Second, Honorable Eugene So. That, colleagues, is there any comments or questions on legislation 0024-22, as there was numerous comments, and we did have a work session on this and a public hearing. Went twice.
Speaker Damon, Auto Cell.
Well, Auto So, Honorable Keon Begay, floor is yours. 20 minutes on the board.
Testing. Yeah, Hernando Kudoshan, Anoslinigi. Kudo legislation 24-22. A simple request to have a separate business unit number for each of the 110 chapter veterans organization at the chapter level. Akoko Kodobich Chinant Anoslinigi Latin here the agency level, baby, not no. The question call so Kaila. Those that even voted against it under previous legislation, you've heard and have our veterans talked about the issues and everything that they're dealing with at the local level. Akoko Kodo Isiki Job Company yet Nasna Adaban Yasov. Again, the same situation. Although what I had nego not but not no, but yet obey charge now or dishing it out non placing that and he been holding or the got a business unit number a legislation geek and hit Daniel source. And I believe each and every one of you have all the PowerPoint about the timeline of all the veterans organizations that I've been making presentation to, and then all the outline of the legislation. Kodo be voting kodo before each committee. Akoko during the public hearing, the 13th and down, it went before to Eastern Agency at Crown Point. Akoko, I believe 1 or 2 that should be Nakikuno Aj Shnandano Sliniki. Although that there was a different position specifically being said by the commanders, although the veterans administrator were in attendance, but they never spoke. Called individuals not your Aj Nen has come. A call Kodo 80 Quacket Slats on Liniki Bay. And I don't know if the staff will be able to disseminate all the sign-in sheet in all the public statements that were made at each of these public hearings. Ko e aje de nehit aya hatahasi do in zoya hatahasi ki to e diki shit ad hajo and then liniki panasti ta dot hata sa ino thao ko ai ta bin nano za sto ada ko ende ko jo council e which ben na idni akoko with even with the showing of the vote. I will probably be asking for a special session as soon as possible. Now that it has gone through the Naa'bik'iyati committee, ako adashi di kodo asatiba at angon Naa'bik'iyati koko. Jishi ajot a kodo abanna dohting just separately all day. Jodika jida na etiquette. Ako hot it is agogo. I'm sure it could be spent so much hours in discussing about all the situation within our Veterans Administration, though at the local level and even at the agency level. Ako etika diana dehiki aj dit au kodon salaso katli au 110 chapters as abahozan be bahozan ad be bato live by policy to isiki ako dik as you know that one agency continues to indicate that they rather go with the one-pot system. But they don't have a resolution forward that they later. The Eastern dance forward that they later. But it's just a matter of the commander. But yet we still have the Veteran Advisory Council resolution. We had the Northern AGC Veterans Organization resolution. We had the 45th Veterans Organization resolution, and then the Central Veterans Organization resolution. So with these two, the two resolutions what I've said to them was that if you oppose it, meet that, put that in a resolution format. Ako jope o si, ako halit ale ako akito be nohata, jot ae be hasri ad, ako ko di ko akidan sosen dingi kadhitahna sosgi. Took at quick sheet or Hashine land the Eben his Nahush national Senegi Coco or Ashe in me maybe even just one or two that's a quite any notion that's a be Hokodo quite be Nazi, which is okay. Be that there's up to you in Sin House a lot of quite don't he gone noskis go quite it or added on hit the schnickster. But she says from the central agency, if others are not back in case that's a job in my agency job ako in the codon his last son delegate or a huge baby chain. I believe this is just adding some services to help improve run an operation and administration in general lost all the for example the Arizona State earlier quishing VSO positions based on yachid. So are there five VSOs that did not additional yet I don't need, but none of us other delegates or the administration hasn't even reached out to the state and saying that this is how much Veterans Administration VSOs that we need on the Navajo Nation to accommodate more than 10,000 veterans. Joy seeking Saki shit or Asa, it is ship Kodohish Asikit Ebeben has Ado Liship and Nago Quagge, bebel parts kat asini hot but hot end the shizinge kudoba hanas to kudo nixala son dinki ya yasti gi la ish to papa yasti ko ebe na shikodik at legislation hita nan so zigi ko age ishi join hip hana to Naa'bik'iyati to join hik at ko age yegon hitis hit all at all. That's the other thing. No one's asking for a modification. As you know, that's our duty. That's our responsibility. Kudo response anit lo. Kagishindo hot ego ko shwe ko agla sad deniki saho to nixda e bit hit I kudo baby nationality eto listo ni kutache bnia that ko agna sosigin hitan nas soskoko ot kudo to jo Naa'bik'iyati ot onas discussion late to jo pehos and the to net of pehos and the ohan ko halet all e late dik at kwidshi waban yesil to what are the Naa'bik'iyati ad could add quiet ad nahas could add quiet the got not need to get it a sagit it and next none but what in this a sad nay alaya yes to e papa patins and do I acknowledge that what in the kudo as an overall for the full Navajo Nation veterans ilahit aba it nato hit ala the ya sa do kudo ben ni tahkila ifit aba ilna to le chok khaki e kudo ben hich yast ke sik en stenigi to shnant an stenigi jon hin khanan shlak khaki according to legislation the stenigi to e kudo the veterans are a separate business unit number based upon nan tahki e khaki be ka to listigi to it atida. So I appreciate two of my colleagues co-sponsoring this legislation as well. But nonetheless, just as you do it, Obama in Chicago. So other resort or Satobe Kaichi, Tobe Kauchi, at Quidishit or a huge yard and then get the innocated the arch when he ka ashwat ko coagula hit eyes sad denigi don't his last one denigi but Kai Latode. Other dik akoto sato anhin hizat niki be picture chano noda akodat age da kodon hinamish edelia ba hot in the e that say baby nashit at that ahot ahos ango that an ya o you based upon nada sil tira o katit e koto baby chitnati khajut adam sanada hakesti da ako akot asnant anos deniki koto ishin hot atit 24-22, creation of a separate business unit number for each of the 110 chapters. Legislation although I'm still waiting on the Office of the Controller making a statement that creating more separate units will be time consuming. No, that's a kudo on the request establishment on Stingy that's Aden hot from the Office of the Controller. See the other thing that I've heard at the public hearing is that he don't his behos and that the Yunnan store to behos and the dole to no by yet a coco we just passed a budget in the amount of almost $500 million. Each of those dollars that we've allocated for each program for each of the branch government. I mean, I'm not sure if you count them, how many account numbers that they have, a business unit number they have already. Porque AJ, haven't heard any statement from a program to say that we're going to combine all the dollars in one pot so that only the administrators or other the rest of their program down at the agency or chapter level. Could need I could night a piece of our neatness or this to neither took out the chapter the banda or you could do agent his not he got their PEP funding, you got a different kind of account for each of the programs based upon nati tahagit I don't owe you taholong aja. Ko ilahit Ecuador his last one then he job based upon do listo pub hana hu to lesiki e to ta no be pe chana na on ta ke ko jo ko agi sato shit ashisa zinge para hot end to in hin lado then last so banda kaigi shi ani na zishin hot aw yen hi ya das ke ko Asian baby to ko the hot ashin how you guys do your action on the council floor. So as I indicate that Shishazedo Central Agency, Jay with Ayin Hichahanat Zestoy Hadat call Ecuador report the Gido presentation gi anonymous ladder slash anonymous again, there's 4 supporting resolution on all the legislations that I have presented. But yet only a single statement made it to have these legislations to go back. I'm not sure how we need to move forward, but nonetheless, I'm here as a legislator, and I'll continue to advocate for our veterans. If I'm being perceived as that I'm just doing this for political purpose, I mean, let them determine that themselves. But I see a lot of issues and concerns for our veterans across the Navajo Nation is where I'm trying to address to the council and to the Navajo Nation government. But now go Ecuador shedit ko ake bahanasi to listo behanana sit to lisashment anastenigi kodon hichunana shla to listo. So with that, Speaker, I'd like to conclude my statement and stand for any comment or question. Herman.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to go to the floor. Navajo, so floor is yours.
Very much, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And I actually, on the last legislation, I tried to indicate that I wanted to comment or ask the question pertaining to the last legislation, and probably just due to technical difficulties to the phone. And I believe Henio also had some questions also. And basically wanted to see what, wanted to hear sponsor, not to hear the sponsor say, I told you guys this, I told you guys that. Wanted to hear the sponsor to see what was the direct dialogue at the meetings pertaining to the Eastern and Western agencies. Meetings that occurred in Western had a meeting with community development pertaining to ARPA. Time I got to Kayenta, Kyle there. So there's a lot of our conflicting schedules that interfere with these work sessions, and in this case, this public hearing has occurred. So that's the reason why I believe, I guess, note of it, you know, just pushing it through. Council Nabi, that's what happened. But I'm glad that Kial and Begay spoke to general information pertaining to that, but I didn't hear anything pertaining to what was the Eastern and the Western response there at the public hearing in view, because like he has indicated that there's so many there's 4 resolutions attached to it. That is the question. And yes, so you know, yes, what I'm saying is I'm not going to just jump on the bandwagon here and say let's push it through. Whether we push red or green, it will impact veterans. Their monies that we are changing, their trust fund formulation, pertaining to how direct allocation happens. And even now, but God, I cannot or this, I did just even now, not this kid. You are correct that we will try to have an amendment ready at council pertaining to legislation, whether it's to the effect of what Department of Justice has rendered with the current formula. We know that the 50-50 formula cannot be utilized in the current law. But I think the separate business unit, as this legislation speaks to the separate business units for each chapter, I said I had to go back in and read legislation, and as he was talking about the chapters, one speculation just in the presentation was that the monies were going to go directly to the chapter. But looking at the legislation, it says the chapter veteran organization. Even now, end up with the supporting resolution from the chapter, whether it's non-certified or certified. So, even now, not the fact that we don't support the legislation or not. The fact of that our veterans in our region tell us that do this, there may be some unfairness, and that's what we are vetting. And even you have delegates voting against the first legislation. I understand that there will be something coming down. Then just looking at the votes from Eastern, it sounds like Eastern may have agreed to it, but this is something that wanted to see what were the conversations that happened there, Sharon. Thank you very much. Go on mute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So, any other further comments before I turn it back over to the sponsor? We don't have anybody else in the queue.
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniel, what was yours?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't know what I should say. Yeah, I hear in the legislation in so AIC here. I don't know what I need that public hearing that was linked for Eastern Agency and also for Western Agency. I call the Western Agency, the put in that has linked. I don't know if it's a last one, Leniki. Other question, Donana Kodo Yahda 3 A Kodona Gata legislation 021 22 and that 24 22 Yahda 3 Ade Kodona Gata. This legislation she not one net or less Nagata Navajo Nation Council. I don't know Kodo Anibaha or 3 Kodo delegate out of so Nagay amendment that that the seat the long or less ago. So Kodona Gay, just seeing Kodona Gay, veterans, Liniki, is seeing Kodona, the bits of Honane, net or less, Khalate Arnoson, the Kodona Gay, legislation 024 22, so you hot and Halo, Ecodos should say in here, okay, the Kodo, Khalate, it was made a Kodo amendment that all nail. called the Western Agency Veterans in the Niki Echo, the Echo amendment Ben the data idea based on his unnamed clinic. According to 110 chapters, called the Veterans Organization, at the chapter level. It's a ADK. According Western data, Nego data based on data one part at the agency level. Also, you could a things and you had an alloy yenalness. According Jonathan, no. According Western as they bought wheels met or less what other bands case got it or use about test because what I should say did a core and you could by Yale POC or yes how to Sakane as at all this at all niche. I don't have the last for by at all less. Because it is about case go Western that's what I've been beat, dash the right amendment better than the right at the end of the thing it up and out what but that's what the make but could on a great his last forcing you but on the nation here could just Khalid and son. Accord I see all that no go I make what I should say could I am this I am this behind the which we all understand could but could on a great moving forward could called the his last so by at it I think could could nobody kid or less don't hit over so what we about this case go should say that they'll get out of so yeah the amendment change a lot or less at the council the way that the special session or fall session that the country hit that non trust or less data could also should say could that delegate out the case so it what about has feet or less could actually could instead of little they could also say call it out of the Baban's case was the last phone Lenny. A quarter is an ask in fact case I asked on that case ago. I did on it to hear on the case. I yelled patient as at yelled so it is could Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that, Honorable Daniels. Let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Keon Begay at this time. Che, Honorable Keon Begay, the floor is yours for independent response, if any.
Speaker, the one thing that we need to some of these are being I guess a lot of are being misinformed. I'm not sure where it's coming from. And maybe that's another tactic being utilized as well. But Veterans Trust Fund allocation is not being discussed here. The allocation, we're talking about creating a business unit number for each of the 110 chapter veterans organization. How it will be receiving funding. And remember, this was against some of my recommendations. Legislation maybe that's another reason why it was title. Why is the Veterans Trust Fund being titled here? We're not talking about Veterans Trust Funds. Legislation to keep drop the shot. That's probably I'm part to blame on that one. But you know that the former legislative counsel, Mr. Chattabeda, is the one that drafted all these legislations. To some of my recommendations, but nonetheless, that's where we're at right now. So, Veterans Trust Fund is not the discussion here. How the 50-50 formula that so just creating a business unit number for all 110 veterans organizations.
That's all we're dealing with, Dita. Now, talking about the Eastern Agency, so as you know that the Eastern Agency, and I do admit that I was late about an hour going to that public hearing over in the Eastern Agency, but I guess that's my understanding is that's the reason why both of the commanders from the Eastern Agency just left the room. But majority of the veterans stayed there when I arrived. There were some other individuals who got there from other agencies as well. So again, most that hit the ground of opposing issue was basically the commanders. Veterans, local veterans organizations spoke and say that in case I have happened, no, and issued a documents for both public hearing forms. Issued up. Can you hear me now? What about now? Okay. Anza go ba na sa snack ko age. Ado joda stots on the la. Ya la. Ile ko do dalgit so ya hanatsi iki ko do again Veterans Trust Fund is not being discussed here. How it's going to be allocated, how it's going to be kodo hit nana zotor eto ba yel kita Veterans Trust Funds and ados ken thingi adenta is not anki. All we're talking about is creating a business unit number for each of the 110 chapters, veterans organization. That's it. Ado hit peso behin deto hit de pena anstole. Ligicho jo shin papan yana nail shit dolle. A call Veterans Trust Funds aid asatipil and then I did offer that to the Western veterans organizations. They've posed several questions about the Veterans Trust Fund. I mean, Johta United Kidibin Goko. Kodo Sato Ebe Ishied I don't have a problem helping all the veterans, all the agency. Yinda it is Kidiki, Kodo Ashin Han Nadish Asashiba Honet, A Opedini, the Abe has seen it. So maybe that will become forth down the road. Maybe have one session for each day for each of the agency for veterans to have a meeting to have an overview of all the how the Veterans Trust Fund was created, how the Veterans Trust Fund are being distributed, and how the Veterans Trust Fund is reinvested in some areas. Hit up in Anishto hit us hit up so non tehiki art in the zone hit art a bohnet zon han lunch our ebedin need arja at Veterans Trust Fund. It does have the land which is on the title on the legislation earlier edition legislative council. You know that sometimes you try to ask for a certain way of developing the legislations, but they provide you a recommendation. All these three veterans legislations again were created by our former staff. Mr. Chad Beda, Chonigo Kobena Adit on Hiadan Kapana, it was Kidiki even the first legislation, have these two legislations be separate. 18 need or what art able Honet Ishato need to be 8 corner need. So ede kwagi hajosha pa kuno sensionant no senegi the legislation 24-22 is nothing mere of creating a veterans trust fund. I mean a veterans legislation, let me take that back. Creating a business unit number. That's it. That's all we're doing on this legislation. Now, going back to the Eastern Agency, yes, I admit that I was an hour late. We're all human. But a majority of the veterans were there, but the two commanders, to my understanding, they left. Again, the and then I don't know if that video is still available. I mean, maybe have them distribute that out to the public. I mean, how we've presented and how and what people have asked the questions. And then I don't know. And again, I've asked the staff summary each of the agency, Eastern and Western, it was over 13 hours of discussion for both public hearing. Don't need they're probably transcribing all of that. His staff and last week. Although again, majority, some of the local veterans organizations at each of the agencies says that our commanders may be saying that, but we have a different position. So it was merely that the agency commanders were kind of like talking for all the veterans, but some of the veterans spoke up and say that the chapter level they did again review the video that was streaming live on Facebook. So the chapter chapter other than that, the shit I shot on like that no they net out any up is yet that the call in the Hunan to a need or using what are laying in the age and that's their position. For ashing ne kodo hit out job the litigation and things non slot or the station and understanding the Western Agency, merely, again, we had the Veterans Administrator at both locations. It was very obvious, the Bahasi Ajit commanders and Lindigisha I don't have no evidence of that, but it was very obvious that commanders were going back and forth to the administrators, and after that, they've been posing questions. But at the end, next is not that this on but at the end, the AG ICA to Tajiki, Ebe Yena, Ziniki, Joy Coach not that Dahande Hitch. The shut the Nani go Ojoyana, it is kid. And I know there's one from the Western Agency. I forgot the individual's name. I mean, he said that he spent more than 20 years. I think he was a career military, had the highest rank. Son, maybe because of the capacity, the experience. They got all combat veterans, the clinici, We don't have the capability to really be at the management level. There was a lot of good points of veterans talking about these experienced individuals, because you know that on like for example, I was a 13 Fox. I was a lower echelon of the military, meaning that our main focus was in the combat zone. But you have a finance section, you have a higher level sergeant major of the army, and then the colonel to the general. Administration, ko ada yi da hos e do yi da ho eniki da e diki da ada jo ke ni lo da shin sto jon khada to aso ta sto chona de no sto ye go jo. Again, that was the Western Agency GG.
Colleagues, there's technical difficulties. Hold on. Honorable Keon McGee.
Chairman, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's not on this last check. Just because the question was posed of how each of the public hearing took place, again, for Eastern Agency, again, I really don't want to go into a I'm trying to refrain from naming individuals. But like I said, the document, I'm hoping that it will be ready at the before the council, because I want for you guys to review them. The other one, at both times, I believe both days we were done by at least 3:30, and I know Western Nikki it was late. I think it was like 4 o'clock, close to 4. Session Nikki we waited. I mean, we wanted to make sure that we had ample time. We had gave ample time to individuals making comments. Even though we gave them 6 minutes to speak, especially the Western Agency. Not just once, but for each of the legislation. Morning legislation, morning session was 21-22 and then the second part in the afternoon again 24-22 veterans on Linigi. Summarize so again, like I said, I wish that that segment of the video that I was just talking about before my phone got cut off. But I believe that one thing that we should really think about. I mean, it took me years to really realize of where I'm at, of getting the experience. Combat service. but we never really went into the management and higher level of administration to run a bigger corporation or bigger unit, like a division, other different unit in each military branch. Even the rank there, if a private first class to specialist to a sergeant, sergeant first class, sergeant major, and sergeant major of the army, and staff sergeant then the non-commissioned officer, and then even the commissioned officer, first lieutenant, second lieutenant, don't brigadier general, and general of the army. This individual pinpointed to say that those are the type of people should be sought to really help us organize and run this particular veterans administrations, or the board by last term. That's what I did very specific in selecting advisory council. So right now, like I said, just so that we're veterans, serve at the end, and that's the reason why I try to stay away from being too get more stringent in making a qualification. So it wasn't really mainly opposing it or supporting it, but more of a suggestion. That's what I appreciate. A lot of them again, maybe we can summarize and discuss that particular area. But I'd like to reach out to that individual that really spoke thoroughly of how he would like to see a veteran. Why isn't he even at the commander's level, or even again, everybody was invited to participate, and everyone was to take part in these areas. So, but yet, I'm just being a messenger, is being providing everything back to the council. I took my time and rescheduled some of my schedule meetings to conduct these two public hearings. So but I don't have a problem reiterating of what I'm doing as far as pushing these three legislations. Delegate Daniel was just more of comment, and then they appreciate, I believe it was Mr. Paul Begay, Mr. Delegate Begay, Paul Begay, Delegate Wanika, Delegate Helena, and then Delegate Brown, and then Mr. Daniel, Delegate Daniel. It wasn't a clear opposition comments or statements. It was basically just the commanders. But at the local level, they had a different approach, or a different statement came out from them. It wasn't everyone wasn't there. The commanders wasn't all of them weren't there. So I'm not sure. That's quite a that's a baby not sure. Don't hear quite a been no case that's quite a action get to legislation and so what I could do not up not see to chairman could delegate so and delegate Daniel Yahatsi.
Thank you. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor at this time. Are there any other further comments on legislations 0024-22? We are on the main motion. I do have a motion and a second. This legislation 0024-22 continues on to the Navajo Nation Council, colleagues.
Speaker Delegate
Honorable Otto, go ahead, floor is yours.
Yeah, kudo sa sinso purple kale in the gay behind the kudo ani. Did indicate, we're not amending the Veterans Trust Fund. But you look at the heading legislation. The heading of the legislation says amending the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund. But you're saying, we're creating 12 business units. They are creating separate business unit. You are amending the Veterans Trust Fund. Once those business units are in, they're locked in. The formula that is the issue. And with that, with the administration's input, so we know that what the administration's input is versus from the advisory council. The disadvantage and the advantages for the current business unit set up for each chapter, what are they? As the primary sponsor of the legislation, what is the disadvantages and the advantages for your legislation? Line items business unit. What is the disadvantage on those for the veterans? The advantages and the disadvantages. We're just going to create 110 cheap business units. Could I create those 110 business units? What then from there? How would you know that the equal distribution of funding to our veterans would occur? Because that is the main issue of the advantages and the disadvantages. What's the difference there, Shananta? Thank you. Go on mute.
Thank you very much for that. We'll go on down to Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair, the floor is yours at this time.
Hello, good afternoon, Speaker.
Hello.
And for Navajo Nation Council. To establish or create business unit number for 110 chapters for the veterans. I think to me, the way I understand is we talk about accountability. If we do establish those 110 business units for the veterans, it's better off to have that one. That way we understand the money being spent on what activities that really help accountability. Veterans after that, that's what I to come before the chapters ask for funds.
I just have put my hands conscious. So you by it out, he has not either. Veterans up there control this on the psychologists. They can also be done too. Up there they can request for to use the funds. Instead, go to the chapter, ask for funds. That takes a long time. But the Utah is being taken Navajo Nation general funds. But that's 80 other federal funds out there. That can be also made for an object code number. Or you are a county system. They probably need better software for veterans. That's what the did our credit outside by LT. We need to move on to show that we can do within the county system a better county software. That can be also purchased too. Jadi also speak of a county create a business unit number. Because it's let's do it. What the Hebrew to the case not that the business. I say what to the case for the Jadi also speak as none. But it's our law change in that. It's about the North. We need a new system for veterans. What are so about the Kodo Concord Councilman? Does not stand out of here. Thank you, Speaker. I yield time back to you. Thank you. Untitled Chapter.
Thank you very much with that. We'll go ahead and go back to Honorable Keelan McGee at this time. Shay, Honorable Keelan McGee, the floor is yours again for any kind of response, if any.
Speaker, can you hear me? Again, the title earlier, the title, I tried to ask legislative council to change because we're not dealing with Veterans Trust Fund, DNI. And again, it was the individuals that had wrote the legislation, so I'm not sure why he would even put the Veterans Trust Fund. But the thing is that that's within that policy. Yes, technically it is that now advantage and disadvantage the mimiki akoko ila be yat etatole stop yat etole hikishi la set no atin to be advantage ki immediate kadosh brother yahatzi Mr. Yellow here. The accountability. Now you tell me, one pot system, how much of each of the veterans of that funding was allocated directly and benefit that each of our veterans had benefited at each of the 110 chapters. Because a lot of time you know that any balance carry over and that's the advantage of it, that once the business unit number is created, the funding that had gone in there, it will stay there. It will never be taken back or reallocated to a different account. And I think that's the reason why it's so hard, it's very hard for the administration to say that, well, once the funding is in there, we can't do anything about it. That's the advantage. Just so that local veterans organization knows how much money got in there, and they know how much money there will be there up to where they deplete it. I'm not sure how I can explain that again. That's the advantage. The disadvantage, I really don't have anything. I don't know. Maybe just the notion that there's going to be too costly or too much work. I mean, any organization has a purpose. non shindinki, which at the hotel, a baby that just been and I never heard of an accounting section saying that put this all in just one business unit number so I don't have to deal with all these account numbers. So she neither. They want to be more specific where these fundings will be going to. That's all it is, making sure each chapter veterans organization has an account. And taking it to the chapter, all of these at the Veterans Administration, at the agency level, everything will continue to be the same in asking for, I mean, that's one thing that we probably need to address it later on too. Financial assistance form, it goes to the agency, to the chapter, it goes to the agency, and then goes to the central office. But the mere fact about creating a business unit number is just the fact that I'm sure there's more advantages I can think of, but I mean the accountability is probably the overall that each local veterans organizations will identify that not based on happy need they not or based on hard or just based on his own either not I mean, that's the advantages that I see. But again, I'm trying to think of if there's any disadvantages. But maybe the administration is looking at this as disadvantages, but they haven't really said anything in writing about it. But the last song, all I'm saying is that let's give them a chance to work with the system that we want to create for them. Just the last song, public equity. And then, of course, you think you know that a lot of times, a lot of these non-profit organizations may want to help our local veterans. I mean, in the Navajo Nation that you know the easy base which handled lot so school base which so although maybe I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of ways that I think that this business unit number could be utilized if we further refine it and implement it appropriately, properly, so that our local veterans organizations is able to administer and budget their funding that they receive on an annual basis. And a lot of time, you know, that Koto Council has to base upon nothing. From UFP latest last one, then you pay for the funded deed. Pay for others who published it. So that echo pump that at the so again, what asking Kotona top in not seat of this delegate. So delegate yellow here. I appreciate you supporting the creation of the business unit number. I know that you've been in the judicial system, and then you've been the finance person over there. I mean, not one area of a program that you know that it's not. This program has one pot system. Neither. You've got to have account numbers or business unit number for each of us. The speaker of officer delegates not going to get a start at one pot based on happy not Hasned Naib and Mr. Hasned Naib Koto claim to get a knock shade eight at Arch or happy hit leader. Each needle this is here there. So all could end have been it's the last one, then get all such a piece of puppy not so we really don't know how much it really went down to each of the chapters or each of the veterans. So Okwaki Kodo met up a Hanama state of the speaker. Coming.
Any other comments or questions, colleagues, on legislation 0024-22?
Speaker. That was yourself.
Honorable Otterso, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Speaker, was there any, has staff, jotted down the outcomes of the, public hearing recording and, forwarded to the delegates yet from both agencies? Thank you.
No, speaking of Office of Legislative Services, they're still working on that as we speak.
Speaker, can I ask a follow-up?
Can you what?
Can I ask a follow-up question on that?
Yes, go ahead.
So if the outcome of it has not been determined on, from staff yet, why are we pushing this? Wait for the outcome to come out so that we could, each of the respective delegate region can get the information to that public hearing. And there, what Mr. Key Allen McGay is alluding to, there's probably some sidebar communication that is not on the record there, because the public hearing is a public record. The public record has to be determined from or produced from there. So that public record from is what I'm looking for, because it sounds like the sponsor is talking about other sidebar communication that's not on public record. So like the request for that document to be forwarded to the council, because yes, the requirement from NABI or from council happened when it referred the legislation back to NABI, and the public hearing or the public hearing and the communication to both agencies happened. So yes, that's smart that to allow the two legislations to be on the agenda today. But if you can get that information to us as soon as you can, because that's the main thing. I don't want to hear anything about the sidebar communications that happen. What was stated on public record is what I'm looking for. Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm on mute.
The public comment forms, the notes that individuals submitted were sent out, and then also the sign-in sheets. The Office of Legislative Services is still pushing, still take some time for the transcript to come through. So that's what they're still working on right now. But those other documents have been sent out, and that was sent out by Karen G on last Thursday at 9:35 a.m. And just for the record, the referral on legislation 0024-22 was just to have a work session. Additionally, from that work session, there was recommendations, but the referral wasn't intended to make sure to have a public hearing. A public hearing was just extra information that was put out there that was agreed upon. And the recommendation that Keon Begay asked the Speaker's office to help initiate that. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on legislation 0024-22?
Delgado.
Chairman Hino, floor is yours.
For the Chairman Damon, Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Just a question for maybe Legislative Council or Department of Justice regarding the trust fund and the applicable uses of the trust fund. I remember during the 152-22 when we were at Naa'bik'iyati, there was an amendment proposed by Vice Chair Smith regarding the shortfall for the trust fund. And then there were questions about accessibility to the trust fund for veterans assistance. Therefore, the amendment was changed to put it in a business unit for veterans assistance. And now with this legislation, although I did hear and understand Delegate Keon-Legay as saying that although he tried to convince Legislative Council to do the legislation without the language of the trust fund, but it still came out like that. And so right now, my concern is if we do create business unit numbers for the Veterans Trust Fund account, are they easily accessible, and can money be put into those business unit numbers utilizing the trust fund account? I'm just kind of confused there, Celeste Speaker Damon. And so maybe that question will go to DOJ or Legislative Council. And then at the same time, I was just thinking that Keon-Legay was concerned about the language there. I think he should have just refrained from dropping it and just took it back to Legislative Council and they demanded that they make that correction. But right now we're at this juncture, so just in order to move it forward without the confusion, we would have to entertain an amendment to change the language, but to what type of language I would be looking at. So those are my questions to the Speaker Dana.
That we'll go to Office Legislative Council.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not exactly clear on this particular question. I do recommend that Mr. Chris Schneider from DOJ be on the line, get on the line to answer this question, because his unit has the Veterans Administration as their client. I do want to comment though that the way the legislation is drafted it simply amends the Title 12 Section 1176 regarding the expenditure of the trust fund, and it simply adds a provision that says separate business unit numbers will be created for each local chapter veterans organization whose plan of operation has been approved. So what this means is that it has to be a chapter veterans organization that's part of the Navajo Nation, part of either the Navajo Nation government or a chapter government. Any private or ad hoc community organizations that are not formally established with approved plans of operation, those will not be falling under this particular language. So when a person refers to 110 chapter veterans organizations, I'm not sure that all 110 organizations are actually part of the chapter government or part of the Navajo Nation, and I'm almost certain that they don't all have an approved plan of operation. So I just wanted to mention that, and then I'm hoping that Chris Snyder is on the call or could get on the call.
Mr. Snyder, are you on the line?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm here. If the question is, as I understand it, is would the business units be acceptable for use with the trust fund? I believe that they would. There's just a different formula in order to, there's different ways. I'm sorry.
Speaker, Delegate Otto, point of privilege.
Mr. Snyder, hold on, please. Point of privilege, Honorable Otto. What is your point of privilege this evening?
Thank you very much. Department of Justice is saying might the business unit might work. Trust fund. So we'd like to have Department of Justice really expand on that. Don't want to hear a might or could or should, but want to hear it will. Instead of commenting comments that is where you're not too sure. Your Department of Justice, Snyder, so provide us an adequate, straight answer instead of saying maybe, things like that. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess the clarity and understanding the question would possibly need to be clarified too on Mr. Snyder. I don't know if you need further clarification. Again, if you want me to go back to Chairman Hino to ask that question of use, but I'll turn the floor back over to you again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we're discussing this specific piece of legislation, it doesn't deal with the trust fund. The business unit would work for that, but the allocation method for trust funds is different than general funds. That's the point that I was trying to make. If it's just a business unit that we're utilizing for trust fund distribution or general fund allocation, yes, it will work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Question of privilege, Delegate Daniel So.
Question of privilege, Chairman Daniel So. Good evening. What's your question of privilege, Chairman?
Yeah, Lancetilla. Question to DOJ attorney. The distribution formula with the trust fund, as I recall, it's based on number of veterans. So in this particular aspect of establishing 110 business units, the number of veterans would be the basis for putting the trust fund distribution into the chapter units. Is that correct?
That, Mr. Schneider.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question. Yes, it is based upon the qualified Navajo veterans. That's what the distribution is based upon. So it would be 110 different business units, and the distribution would be then calculated on the number of qualified veterans.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, call members of the Naa'bik'iyati committee. Are there any other further comments or questions at this time on legislation 0024-22? Again, this legislation is destined for Navajo Nation Council. Chairman Hino, good evening. The floor is yours.
I can shake hands to the Speaker Damon. Just a comment that was made by Mr. Schneider. It says based on the number of qualified veterans. So what is a qualified veteran? And also what would disqualify or make a veteran not qualified? That's my question. Thank you.
Chairman Damon, this is Vice Chair Smith. Put me in the queue.
Chairman Hino, are you asking that of the sponsor or to Department of Justice?
DOJ.
With that, going back to you, Mr. Schneider.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. A qualified Navajo veteran is got to be an enrolled member of the Navajo tribe, and the other portion of that qualification is dependent upon the their discharge status, whether it was an honorable discharge, whether it was less than honorable discharge. There's a list, and I don't have it in front of me. I apologize, but that's what qualifies as a qualified Navajo Nation veteran, if that makes any sense.
Okay, thank you. Was there anybody?
Follow up. That's
Thank you very much. I'll put you in the queue, Chairman. With that, I'm going to Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chairman.
Vice Chair Smith.
Question privilege.
Question of privilege, Chairman Hino. Hold on, Vice Chair
Yes,
Smith. What is your question of privilege, Chairman, this evening?
Yeah, no, good. Speaker Damon. I have a two-part question. The second part wasn't answered. That's my privilege. Is what disqualifies a veteran? Thank you.
There's a question of privilege, Mr. Snyder. What disqualifies a veteran?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. If you're not an enrolled member of the tribe, that would be a disqualified veteran. And I can pull up the qualifications here quickly. I apologize. According to the revised financial assistance policy, a veteran is a person who served in the active military, naval, or air services whose character of discharge is honorable, general under honorable conditions, general under other than honorable conditions, or bad conduct is documented by an unaltered valid copy of DD 214 or discharge certificate. This definition explains that an individual that completed a term of service not less than 180 days for any branch of the armed services classifies as a veteran as long as they were not discharged, not dishonorably discharged, excuse me. And then on top of that, they have to be an enrolled member of the Navajo Nation.
Thank you. With that, let me go to Vice Chair Smith, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chairman Damon and Budget and Finance, or the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Also, should Schaefer sponsoring this legislation. I did make an amendment in which Chair Henio was talking about in reference to the 2.7 million deficit. In that 2.7 million deficit, there is it's considered supplemental, and it's not considered Veterans Trust Fund money. So if we do this 110 individual, my question is, how does that work? It'll just be right directly for the Veterans Trust Fund minus the 2.7 million. If we're going to be doing the 110 distribution as requested with this legislation, the way I understand it is this is a supplemental, and the way that I had Nana, someone muted me in the midst of my train of thought here. However, that's the question I have. How does that all unfold? Because we have one funding that's Veterans Trust Fund, and the 2.7 that was in a deficit is now considered a supplemental from the FY 2023 budget. So that's going to have an issue when it comes down to us approving the 110 individual, and 2.7 million is going to be set on the back burner. It'll be like veterans still not receiving the full funding. That's my question to Department of Justice. Thank you, Chairman.
Let me go to, again, I said I was going to go to Honorable Keon first, and then I'll go to Department of Justice. Honorable Keon.
Chairman, if it's allowable, as a presenter of the legislation, that I'd like to also make a comment about the questions being posed by my colleague. Remember, this is Navajo Nation Fund. Yeah, there's a certain restriction that could be utilized for Navajo veterans to receive funding. Federal funding has strict guidelines. We say that veterans are veterans. That's not my intent of this legislation. Business unit veterans in Lunigi. However they got discharged, they serve. That's the bottom line. Our veterans serve in the military. And now we're here to help them. We utilize them. However they were discharged, we utilize them to get funding. So this is the reason why I try to oppose the housing policy, because it has certain restriction in there about who's qualified and who's not qualified. The oversight already made a position. But for me, I'm not going to make that position. But I want for us to understand and to know that I like and want to stand for all veterans. So trust fund, yes, we can continue to discuss that. But again, this is Navajo Nation funding, general funding. This is not federal funding. Then we shouldn't really get too technical in what the generalizations of the discharge is. There's justification in those areas. However, you would discharge from the military. So I baby nashiko kodon hit nan delegate oh you little nabo honet zara petit no baby So again, I stand by my comrades to keep the nissa. But my veterans last one delegate asked for jo that should be our focus. If this was federal funding, yeah, we got to abide by their federal policy. But federal debt basis on in the Quaggy, you can have nation veterans the cost change. In that's the reason why I try to push for that direct service of legislation that we passed. So it is excellent. Again, I know you want more information on it, but again, I don't want this particular issue to be embedded or be labeled. We're merely creating a business unit number. And yeah.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, moving on back down. Well, actually, let me go to Department of Justice. I said I was going over back to Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Veterans Trust Fund money is divided by head count of qualified Navajo veterans. The supplemental funding, I would have to actually look into. It doesn't go through the head count, I don't believe, but I'd have to do some research in order to make a certain statement. Because it's not general funds, it's not trust funds, it's supplemental funds, and I'd have to find out what the law says about that.
Thank you. That, colleagues, I'm going to go back to the floor now. Is there any other further comments or questions on legislation 0024-22 at this time?
Delegate James.
Delegate, go ahead.
Bench James, floor is yours.
Speaker, thank you, and then members of the council. Shanant, when a real quick question, when the request was made to have a work session, at that time, was it requested to provide transcript of the work session? The way I understood of the request at the time was that a work session should be done with the regarding the legislation, and then and so that would have been upon our request as delegates to attend that work session. So if we didn't attend it, then why are we prolonging this legislation when it wasn't requested during the request of a work session? That's it, Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Bench James.
Question of privilege?
Speaking with Office of Legislative Services, the only requirement was to have a work session. That's it. Question of privilege, Honorable Otto So. Good evening. What is your question of privilege?
Technically, yes, Naa'bik'iyati committee requested a work session. So, and the sponsor proceeded with a public hearing session. So technically, there's a public hearing that was displayed a work session. That's the reason why I posed that when I heard public hearing, and that's the reason why I asked for the what was stated at the public hearing. So if the public hearing is not a work session, legally, as Naa'bik'iyati committee complied with the work session requirement. Thank you.
There was a work session completed on August 18th on legislation 0024-22. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions? Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Aaron Dashnat, 24 councilman, Legislative Council and DOJ, and also the people that listen to us. Accountability thing. Aaron that this trust Native Council these veterans must be qualified to be like a honorable discharge is what it is. They are eligible to use this funds. I've noticed that we all know that there's some other veterans that were disabled discharged out with ELIN. It's all based on the audit that came out even in Sweden and all young name. That's accountability. Those dishonorable with ELIN. So Ada I want the yoke. Keep on this case. Better to any any head about hot either. In 2000. This business here number creations all established or create that That's for a money that can be deposited or allocate money in the business unit number. It also has to stand with a outline what's used by federal government too. Those are all the same across the policy. Should be all remained as is the same guideline. This is just for honorable discharge. She kept on since long das a igis pas peso. She was darling splendid. Hajo peso chon inigi. This honorable intaga. Ero intermensisha. Untitled Chapter the here speaker. Those 24 councilmen are those kids here. Out on it in a grown Jonas the speaker, yield back to you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. That, colleagues, are there any other comments or questions on legislation 0024-22? Going twice.
Speaker Thomas Walker.
Vice Chair Walker, good evening. Floor is yours.
Yes, good evening. Chairman of the Naa'bik'iyati committee members and they need to sponsor the legislation that's the honorable brigade. The question the bandaho DOJ the legislative council. I don't know that is that is not the angibi. For equal by yati I want to state for the record that I do have a resolution of the Western Navajo Agency Veterans Organization. A states their position. I think this is part of the documents that are provided for as comments to the legislation on the dibs. But for Benilte Archer, Lasso, and the whole Tahigi, for adding the result of a can seat, that you know, a Takunal suspend of it. A danda this Adla Kutida, a quabajo of the Shah Ashananda. Ado the question Naniki the question. What how they quite a national abantas kids ide, Bajo de Shah Johnson, Stockware. He did Dr. Veterans Organizations, the 110 quite a they need business units. They have told little bit the hot no door, the torch, the idole. So had no a Baba wind, the legislation given that you. Because the Western Dingo, Nindigi, a chapter veterans organizations, it us, Danit, and Portayo, Bedanit, the veterans organization, Jäger Ben Dagen, so in Yende, Credo, Sanda at Leho, other one it launch, John Deco. Other Hananat issue, Edo, Nanat Eda, so. To quite a bit, no, the Yaskiko. But yo, you don't need Lido, Saido, or she I see in Yah Sanda at later. I could ask, to know ye in Eco. I don't chapters, local chapter governments, so I just local chapter veterans organization. I see. It's the lockdown Jonago is not Mr. And the store. I thought about now it is other membership with the commanders, vice commanders, or members the launch of the organizations again. They don't ask not if that turnover. I thought Ecuador to Skidanil quite the quite bent on the Shaniki business unit Bahaya, Doben and the Stobki, this energy. Quite that you Yens about this. Quite a journal a jet Sadia had that seeker. Baban Saskisa, a quite echo. A call on the local regular government again each of our 110 chapters, the regular LGA chapters, non-LGA chapters again. Ito so yo irane lido yo ba sanda tlisaho quorum da adapo do sale understand the na ni ko di koje chapter veterans organizations ito that's what the Western Navajo Agency veterans are stating in their resolution. Other reasons, other items that they talk about, but has was a record for the other thing is on the way 2019 the Western Navajo Agency Veterans Organization pre-COVID pandemic 2020 earlier this year commander, no vice commander, not so in Abeda, no, no, public Yado, Adi Sad, Adi Nalso Sahadayin, Nishigi Edo, Washington Nielsen, Johoteko. So, even that you equal Baba has said or this not only, so that is not Agi, Ado Kota sponsored or it's a leco about when Diego by Yaki Diego by 90 kids of Joe that's in it. So what other instead of kids in leco. So it that's had auto that other banana go thought you don't need a thought you don't let either. Other banana the whole loco. I don't and then they couldn't add short a lock again. Either you ananta, to yet an I think it was Ado to, but need nada, Neniki, to equal loco. Or is she bad bandil, Mr. Bayadil tea? What I Sadbe has said or is quite. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Mr. Speaker, and colleagues on the council and sponsors of my brother, Honorable Brigade. What they call, yeah, back to you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker. And if there's anything else, let me go ahead and turn it back over right now to Honorable Kialan. If you'd like to add anything before I go back to the floor. I don't have anybody in the queue. Okay. You good? That?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So, put me in the queue, please.
Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Seth Damon, our colleagues of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Auto Shache, the Ellen Begay. So appreciate the effort to try to get some local control and to decentralize efforts and monies to the local veterans organizations. Quacky, perhaps behind the hills and over the, as you say, the efforts of the administration, the Veterans Administration, to effect wanting control as what an executive director would want. But one must remember a lot of our veterans have DD 214. They got discharged from the military, and so they are U.S. citizens. And the way that our Navajo veterans still, I guess, are in that mental mode to be answering to a commander. However, the DD 214 makes them citizens, eligible for the proceeds and the benefits of the federal veterans programs. Quacky, and it just seems like the way that the Veterans Trust Funds and the way that the administration has been set up, it's in the military mode. Yet, our veterans are discharged from that. And so I appreciate your effort. You know, right when we convened in 2019, you advocated for veterans service centers, veterans health centers, veterans hospitals, you name it. And for the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, man, we had a good start with a former veterans director. And within a short time span, he resigned. And then we are now dealing with the current. And so a lot of the could I say orders really are reflective of the opposition that's being expressed by members of the Naa'bik'iyati. And certainly I see that with the HES committee, I see it with the other committee members. But in the actual deliberations at the committee level, it was unanimous. So at some point in time, opposition and lobbying changed the mindset. However, you've been just very diligent to try to effect where the monies would be decentralized to where the local veterans can help each other at the chapter level and not leave it to administrators either at the agency level or at the central level. And for me, I appreciate that. Den lede. Partners nilbetnas unde. Ape ikidnsna kana chato lehigi eidigi. Dolis njundo lekinsen. Quaggy Sato, the Quaggy, we have delegates from the Western Agency that are really saying, I'll wait when they don't bring anything forward. Kodo Sato Bansis Casey, Sato Eya, Chairman Damon, Auto Shachek, Kialam B'Kay, Auto Legislative Council. Let me pose a situation. What if the chapters in the 4 agencies, chapter veterans organization, business units were established, and for Western, only one business unit for all the chapters in Western. What? Oh, Sean. Hey, Craggy. And with that, Speaker Damon, I would like to request the Office of Legislative Counsel to draft an amendment to accomplish that. Right now, I don't have the actual numbers in the four agencies where a chapter veterans organization business unit could be named and then developed, and then the Western could then have one business unit. That would be a thought, and with the Chairman Damon's guidance, how through this vote on this particular legislation, how could then we establish that concept that I've outlaid. I ask for your guidance, and perhaps then we get off of this slippery slope that we're on right now, and we're not progressing. We're just almost trying to come up with any excuse. In some cases, the pockets are empty. Chairman Damon and sponsor the Alan Begay. Thank you.
Thank you. When we go to Office Legislative Counsel, I guess to go ahead and reach out to Chairman Daniel So and or vice versa to start developing that amendment and have that amendment ready for Navajo Nation Council session to move forward on that. That's the recommendation. Then from that point, with that recommendation, I will make sure that the Speaker's office works together with Office Legislative Council to finalize that and have that ready. Chairman Daniel, so in order for that to become a reality, because I'm not too sure if we can get that ready available today. Office Legislative Council, what's your thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Damon, Speaker Damon. Yes, I think we would need some time to get this together, to get it ready for council. We need to go over the existing language with Honorable Delegate So to make sure that we understand exactly what he wants in terms of his amendment. And I would also like to run it by Mr. Schneider with DOJ as well. Back to you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Jay, Honorable Calum Begay. Any further comment on that? Nope. That, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions at this time?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellowhair. Honorable Yellowhair, then Honorable Otto So. Yellowhair, floor is yours. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was on mute. Anyway, thank you very much, Speaker here, Auto 24 Councilman. Shukuro Oban Tuski, Stodi, Honorable Daniel Sos, to your heart. Pero Abaski, what so the Zenigi business unit number about ya, 8 to Ninishi, 8 little. So on, we will have to move on some way, somehow. Even in other level with the Lord for veterans that needs benefit and to control their expenditures, their budget, to be accountable, accountabilities, and with transparency. Addition, okay, business unit number. Bali chapter things, and Bali constance. What the Ninisha Hundi Hut so say I'd like to ask to a speaker, the councils, not us, should I'd like to ask for legislation to also add on to for those chapters willing to have a veterans business unit to be a create that will be up to the chapters. But it means on Zoton give them the benefit. Instead, one chapter, one side said no, does not mean to me to stop this legislation. Better off to make establish these account number. Baby not a speaker. So I'd like to request for legislation to also add on to for those chapters that needs to create these business unit now for veterans to maybe allow them to also to request for it and so it can be established. Maybe that was better for which way would be veteran for better. They might Western, they might come in the next day, they might change their mind. Maybe they were never told what really for benefit for these create a business unit number. So it's job is one that it is a bit. So it's a secret at 18. The shade those are kidding. The job is one now. I thought it's not a dossier. Got out, I don't know. And then give a hazard on a hazard to the Shiroti or Taban to speaker. Thank you. Yeah.
That Honorable Yellow Hair, your request to have a new legislation, it would have to work with Office of the Legislative Council to complete that. You would also probably have to work together with the Navajo Nation Executive Office, our Veterans Executive Office as well, to complete that task in order for that discussion to move forward. So if there's assistance that needs to be set up to set up those meetings and have that done, we can do that. But that's something that you would have to envision that change in the policy in order for it to come to fruition. And where that change in those policies, that's where a lot of legislative council would come in and help make those suggestions. With that, colleagues, moving on down. Honorable Otto So, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I really appreciate Mr. Yellowhair's comment pertaining to Jo de Nostra. I would really suggest that my colleagues. In the last paragraph that has been added in. Navajo Nation Veteran Administration shall maintain a separate business unit for budgeting purposes for local chapter veteran organizations whose plan of operation has been duly approved by its prospective certified / non-certified chapter or township. So if you speak about a township, that's within Kayenta chapter. You have two veteran organizations coming to the table, or maybe two separate veteran organizations within a chapter coming forward, and they bring their plan of operation, maybe multiple. And I really agree to what my brother, Honorable Daniel So has indicated. Decentralized Winter Rock. And the way this is going is that it's going to decentralize it. The burden there will be to the veteran organization. Not to the veterans, the veteran administration will only create those business items. And it sounds like the burden is going to still be carried by the administration for the local level. So when you talk about decentralization, it's not really going to happen, colleagues. If you're going to decentralize Winter Rock, I would send the trust fund dollars to the certified chapters. That way you have the certified chapters administering the dollars at the local level. The non-certified chapters still have to go through the regular tribal process because of they're not meeting that requirement to be a certified chapter. As this plan of operation requirement of the plan of operation be duly approved by its respective certified and non-certified chapters. See there, what if a chapter is sanctioned? And that's where the confusion, as Honorable T.L.M. Gay spoke to, it's not going to the chapters. But the responsibility is going to be at the administration level. But what happens if two veteran organizations applies in one chapter area? Even I see. Oh, what's up? I think that as we come back to the drawing table to the proposed amendment that Honorable So was talking about, Daniel. But identifying the issue of how many organization right now has a approved plan of operation at the local level. How many organizations there at the 110 organization, if there's 110 organization, and if you include the township, you're going to split Kayenta chapter and Kayenta township. Is that 110 to come to 111 business units. Because the Kayenta Township is a recognized body by the Navajo Nation. Are they all ready to go? Especially with the plan of operation. They're not listening. And I think that it is a good idea. How long will it take these veteran organizations at the local level to get their plan of operation in place? Because the plan of operation is not an administrative, it's not the administration's plan of operation. It will be the plan of operation from the local organization. The other aspect is that, Navajo Nation can just receive and allocate the money in the budget form, in the budget process, and allowing the veteran across the Navajo Nation to be a private 501c nonprofit organization to spearhead this. That way you put the burden on the nonprofit, and we just allocate the money as they come through from the trust fund each year. We just appropriate the monies. This is what you're getting this year. That's another way that we can address this issue. Whether it's this, it is identified as a simple amendment to the trust fund legislation. This document has trust fund, Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund language in there that's gonna change and create the 110 funding mechanism. Every way we vote will be a pro and con to it. The ripple effect will happen. Even earlier, I indicated to the sponsor, as a sponsor, it's good to take both sides, to listen to both sides. So, diga Italian in the diga nida. So that's what answer case. But it's you're gonna impact someone's benefits that is coming to. For even so ni abana hatikin. What's the year what but can't need say ya kahot. Even now thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Comments, yes, let me go back to the sponsor of any follow-up. Okay. No follow-up. That, let me go ahead and continue on. Is there any other comments or questions on legislation 0024-22? Only twice.
Speaker Damon, Delegate Rick Nez, request to speak.
Chairman Ez, good evening. Floor is yours.
Thank you. And I, Honorable Speaker Damon, Ado Beshbasan, Robert his Ani, Naa'bik'iyati or Nilto Best Egit, you are what it and Hinan Nishiki. It's what we do. We debate. Antan Shewins and Shewt Abansis case. Let that and Nikisalat and Lenigi, so, but open that champ has Ani by Edne. A large Gishi, a hair wins and or Leki. What on her? They defended our country. Ado Kokode Yahapa. Behas Ani Bahadis Nehla. We're going to create a law for them. Korope so. Honorable Kial and Begay, certainly appreciate that you did a presentation to the Northern Agency Veterans Organization, San Juan College. What up, Snasen, let on Dundas Kit go Yedanetle, Abiga, Hot Ado Les. Ado I sin and Agon Hate Nosan, that's the key, Shnanta, a Hotan. Ado I see on Agon Hate Nosan, Donan Agon House. Don't Nenigishi Aquagi Daisy do Yaha Art Eshin Nikisalat so do art across the Navajo Nation. Hashik Ijinle, Joe I don't know by Yasti Koroshan. Bes Arco. Untitled Chapter has her veterans organizations about so Natcha. Yan Yasti Hutihudat again that is Beshbans and of Tenequin Hana that and hit it named it and Sargon Hinan is the Holoni Ben Sata agency veterans that don't Habig that's a core. Kodot at the end hitch in the had not on hitch a taxadex either. They hot all needs and though hot on Hyans Titor than his Nenishibik echo Yadale here. A Kotiriki a Anzago cross at Celeste Sabet and Hadit a Bahatelia. It's been a few months now. At that at the desk Asgo. Someone college is a lot so long. It's late yesterday. A core, Carehons at the Hordle, just on Lego agencies go between. What are the person that has his last sort of all on Danits and Dan. I didn't hit that and Nanal source, though, Cache Nasco. Full council, special session that's a fall session that's and hit that on Nanal source. Oh, Baban case gay could on his about so and Lenny Northern Deck of a yacht a give echo a yaha the hot a shirt sato at a summer session at a neat low pinnacle. Oh, then hitch it not can you don't need. Hot unique. Whoever was there at the council chambers. I hitch at the house kid and the we hot at the Chicago. I don't have a that's the last talk the Chicago. But that and hit net the art and the Chicago legislation to own Habela or Slatan. Eben not your own just case or what I need a sat or the agency are the whole lot. Of course, I Kuya that Kila, his last so had a Hasiki, Ebes are copesla. Nashville saying it on nature or Nashville Yara could a agency but how should Salahanaj did Zaro, but now just netla. A cook by kitchen and not Leniki, by kidded il netigate ego. Or she hot out it as great. Bansi case gate out, I don't laugh at that. Council session is link or AR amendment had the nation now your Kerigi are the Saturn Naa'bik'iyati nail hit or later. Koshek at the Abiganson cut based egate had the liagit or coro, not what all nail. So that has on ego. Whatever law we create, we're not going to please everybody. It's always like that. Saja, what Kashid or but yet is it all less. I don't say large go able to add that it or less. A cotty the crowd a higishin hit that so at Koro, Allah gonna be Yasil, Higishin, a Koro, eat a gotit a han habi of Pohonat, so what got ever had this door here. Thank you and God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you for those comments, Chairman Nez. That, colleagues, is there any other further comments or questions at this time? Or we call for the question on legislation 0024-22. Again, this legislation is destined for council. Going twice.
Delegate Paul Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay, floor is yours. Good evening.
Thank you, Chair Damon, members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Thank you, and my colleagues sharing ideas and your perspectives on this legislation. I don't care for legislation that on non-source.
immediate my brother chair Ignace John go hasi kasi zabe bayat asi ko shi the I just hearing that as me for Eastern and Western for the Kagi, there was still unanimous opposition against the legislation. Even though we had the hearing, the forum, there's no change on the legislation. The only benefit that I see is that the forum was held, but it doesn't change anything about the legislation. So as far as I'm concerned, although the charger and the keyboard is violation of the Africa, because we are still representing our constituents, our veterans, and then give it up. And HOA is in Nanha is after a Banata, the Clesto Bayeki, or is in some out of the Cahanil. Or is I don't care the aid of it. I mean, Naido, so I had about Sakis. So a ego, Mahanta Hasia, but ego, Nahayan, what ego in Hana at the even a Nai Cotego, Banahi, Nako. She don't quite a happy season. Ado Yata. I still will stand and vote according to the wishes of my constituency in Western Navajo. Eating at all potato, Adashi, when it goes before the full council, Adashi, sa kapatid pihit, Hadita Shinta Holondo amendment, or Idia Abahapis. Thank you, Chair. And time back to you. Thank you.
Thank you again, Honorable Paul Begay. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time on legislation 0024-22? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board.
Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green. I'm sorry. Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, and Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati are excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Once more, Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. With that, Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 11 delegates who voted in favor, 6 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, 11 favor, 6 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Again, colleagues, legislation 0024-22 moves on to Navajo Nation Council. With that, moving on down. Item number
Speaker.
7. Yes,
Speaker,
yes,
and I motion to adjourn.
yes. Or you're more than welcome to a motion to adjourn.
Delegate
Motion
Rick
to
Nez
adjourn.
seconds the motion.
Motion to adjourn at 6:48 PM by Honorable Otto. So before I recognize the second, there is two legislations left on the, if this motion to adjourn carries, those 2 legislations will go on to the next agenda under new business as well. Second by Chairman Rick Nez. Again, motion to adjourn at 6:48 PM. Colleagues, let's go to board.
Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, and Honorable Amber Knezbacrati are excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona.
Hello, votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Chair votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is excused. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Excuse me, Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker
vote
Jr.
green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Going 3 times. Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 12 delegates who voted in favor, 4 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Speaker, can I change my vote to red, Freeland?
Honorable Speaker, Mark Freeland votes red. That changes the vote to 11 delegates in favor. Excuse me. 1, 2.
Yeah, it's 11.
11 delegates in favor, 5 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much with that, colleagues. 11 in favor, 5 opposed. Motion carries. We're officially adjourned at 6:48 p.m. Good evening, everyone. If you're traveling or if you're coming back from travel, safe travels. Tomorrow there's a couple of meetings. I know it's a lot of you are having meetings with your chapters. So continue on that effort with the FRF office and to Tom Patera and his team and Taki Yellowman. So thank you to both of their offices. But if you have any questions, the budget will be back 10 days for the Navajo Nation president to return the budget is at 5 p.m. on Saturday. So as soon as we get some information on that, I will let everyone know from the speaker's office or Office of Legislative Services. So with that, have a good evening, everyone. Safe travels.
Speaker, this is Delegate Wanika. Vote green. I lost my service.
Speaker, could we do a press release on commending Rosalind So's 100-0 Senate vote for confirmation? All it's awaiting is now President Biden's signature.
Okay.
If we could do that, and really part of the press release is to encourage President Biden to sign that confirmation. Thank you. Safe travels. Take care.
Okay, thank you. That Edison Monica was a change of vote to 12 in favor, 5 opposed. Thank you. With that, officially adjourned 6:48. Have a good evening.